Draketharian and Atticus continued their cataclysmic clashes, their forms blurring with speed, sparks and energy ripping through the air as claws met katana. Every strike sounded like thunder, the scorching ground shattering beneath their feet, shockwaves splitting the skies. The battlefield became a blur of red and blue, the heat of Draketharian's flames searing the very air, while Atticus's azure energy cut through it all like a blade of pure light. At this point, it was becoming very clear to Draketharian, and to everyone watching, who had the upper hand. Since the battle began, aside from their constant clashes and parries, Draketharian hadn't been able to land a single hit on Atticus. But the same couldn't be said for Draketharian himself. A dragon's regenerative abilities were truly remarkable, Draketharian healing almost instantly after every wound. But there were some wounds that couldn't be healed so easily. His pride had been damaged, no, completely shattered. He had been punched, kicked, and slammed into the ground more times than he cared to remember. He had entered this competition with absolute confidence, with certainty that he would be the victor, that no matter the circumstances, no matter the challenge, he would still come out on top. He had always loved challenges, they pushed him to become a better version of himself. But this was far from a challenge. He had anticipated the superior race apexes would be the challenge he sought, but not one that he couldn't overcome. However, as the fight continued, a feeling of doubt began settling deep within him, something he hadn't experienced in his entire life. What if he couldn't overcome this challenge? What if he fell here? As these thoughts streamed into his mind, something in Draketharian's memory began to shift. Sharp and painful memories surged through his consciousness. A handsome man with two horns protruding from his head stood on a mountaintop, overlooking his vast empire filled with towering buildings. Beneath him, entire cities of different races bowed in fear and reverence. His face was cold, his eyes molten like lava, as he addressed his subjects, his voice booming across the land. Let no one forget, he growled, this world belongs to dragons. And under my rule, the weak will kneel or perish. No one dared to raise their head, elves, dwarves, even humans, cowering in utter fear. The Dragon King, Draketharian. His pride was unmatched. His power, unquestioned. In the entire world, no one dared to defy him. He ruled with an iron fist, crushing any rebellion, annihilating clans, silencing any whisper of dissent. And yet, in those moments of dominance, he felt alive. The world feared him, and he thrived on that fear. But behind the iron, there was a softer side. Away from the battlefield and throne, Draketharian was completely different. He was not the ruthless king everyone feared. He was a husband and a father. After a long day, he would always return to his palace where his children, tiny dragonlings, ran to greet him, each one as excited as the last. The only woman he had ever loved, the only woman who understood him and stood by him, would always greet him in a way no one else ever did. She was his motivation, the reason he rose to power, the reason he kept pushing forward. You're back, she whispered, her hand resting on his chest. I am, he smiled, his expression softening completely. It's your fault. I couldn't stay away too long. In that moment, the weight of the world would always vanish. He was just a man, trying to protect the people he loved. But life was full of the unexpected. Among his closest aides, his generals, his companions, the people he trusted with his kingdom, his power. They were the same people who fought beside him in countless battles during his ascent to the top, the ones who shared in his victories. The ones he trusted with his life. He had always been more relaxed around them, letting his guard down because they were practically family. Or so he believed. The betrayal came swift and brutal. It inflicted a wound that would never heal, not in this life, nor the next. Draketharian remembered that moment. He had been laughing at the top of his lungs in the throne room, only for his joy to be suddenly cut short. An intense explosion rocked the entire castle, the whole building trembling. His most trusted general, a man he called brother, appeared before him, wielding a blade glowing with immense power. Why? Draketharian had whispered, an intense wave of sadness bubbling in his chest. But there was no answer. Draketharian had fought with everything he had, but they were too many, too prepared. His entire kingdom fell that day, his legacy. But even worse than that, the last thing he saw was his wife's devastated face before darkness claimed him. That day, he had died. He had assumed everything was lost. He had given up all hope as his consciousness faded. But that wasn't his end. Somehow, in a way even he found hard to comprehend, he had gotten a second chance. A second chance to see his family again. A second chance to exact revenge on the bastards who had betrayed him, who had destroyed everything he held dear. Would everything end just like this? Defeated by a member of a race that had once cowered beneath his feet? Would he die here and never see his family again? Draketharian's movements suddenly began to slow, his mind clouded by dark thoughts. Multiple hits and attacks landed on him with force, and he began to feel overwhelmed as the battle continued. Atticus immediately noticed the change, his eyes flicking to the troubled expression on Draketharian's face as his attacks landed. But he didn't care. An opportunity was an opportunity. Atticus's katana suddenly glowed an intense blue. Utilizing burst, lightning, air, and light in tandem, his speed reached new heights, surpassing anything many thought possible. His hand flashed, and his razor-sharp blade appeared inches from Draketharian's neck. Everyone watching knew, if that attack landed, there was no doubt. The dragon apex would be finished. But as Draketharian's mind spiraled, an image flashed before him. A beautiful woman, 2 children, his family, and just like that, all the dark thoughts vanished, replaced by a single, burning desire. His pride be damned, everything be damned. Even if he had to crawl through fire and death, he would see them again. Nothing would stand in his way. Draketharian's heart roared as the image of his family surged through him, fueling him like an inferno. His body shook, every muscle burning with that singular resolve. No matter what, he thought. As Atticus's blade descended, Draketharian's eyes flared, a fierce resolve blazing within. Just before the strike could land, his aura abruptly exploded. Fire erupted around him, blazing crimson flames that tore through the air, rippling with raw power. The heat scorched everything, the ground cracking beneath him, the sky igniting with his rage. With a dragon's roar, Draketharian's body shifted, growing larger, towering over the battlefield in an instant. His form twisted and stretched, scales hardening like steel, wings bursting from his back. In seconds, he had transformed, a full dragon, massive and terrifying, standing over everything like a living mountain. The air vibrated with his power, the ground trembling beneath his massive claws. Lava bubbled and erupted at his feet, the very atmosphere bending to his will. His roar shook the heavens, his molten eyes blazing with a newfound fire. He wasn't done yet. He couldn't be. Not until he saw them again. The members of the dragon race watching the live stream roared into the skies, their entire domain trembling. He had done it. He had achieved something only Grandmasters Plus could. He had transformed into a full-blown dragon. Valkyrian's initially worried expression transformed into hope, into intense pride at his grandson's achievement. There was hope now. With a deep, guttural growl, Draketharian's maw suddenly opened wide. A fierce, glowing heat radiated from his mouth as flames churned within, swirling like molten lava. Then, in an instant, he unleashed it. A torrent of fire, blindingly bright and searing hot, erupted from Draketharian's maw. It surged forward, consuming everything in its path. The roar of the flames drowned out all other sounds as they cascaded toward Atticus with terrifying speed. The very air burned, the ground below melting into molten rock under the sheer force of the dragon's breath. The flames twisted and coiled, a devastating inferno that immediately swallowed Atticus whole. The entire battlefield lit up, bathed in a crimson blaze. The heat was unbearable, waves of fire crashing across the land, reducing everything in their wake to ash and molten slag. The world seemed to crack under the weight of Draketharian's power. The people of the dragon race cheered loudly, while the people of the human race fell utterly silent. The fire had enveloped him, he was gone. That thought echoed in everyone's mind. But Draketharian, who had unleashed the attack, knew better. The battle was only just beginning. The arena was a sea of fire, molten and searing. Draketharian's breath had scorched everything in its path, the heat so intense that even the sky seemed to shudder under its weight. The people of the dragon race roared, their voices shaking the air. The fire had engulfed Atticus. Powerful or not, there was no way a human could escape such a devastating attack. He had to be dead. But soon enough, those cheers stopped. From within the fiery storm, 2 glowing crimson eyes pierced through the blaze, brighter than the fire itself. They cut through the flames like a predator's gaze, locking onto Draketharian with terrifying calm. The sound of 2 footsteps echoed, slow and deliberate. Calm and measured. Atticus walked through the fire as if it were nothing more than a gentle breeze, his form completely untouched by the inferno raging around him. The fire that had turned the arena into a hellscape swirled at a 5-meter radius around him, tamed and bending to his will, as though he were the true king of flames. The impossible sight froze every dragon in their tracks. At that moment, the notion that dragons were the lords of fire was shattered in the minds of everyone watching. The true lord of fire could only be this 16-year-old boy. Draketharian's gaze trembled. What the hell was this human? It's time to end this, Atticus muttered, his voice calm, ice-cold. He decided to stop holding back. From the very beginning of the battle, it was clear, although not to others, that he had been holding back considerably. The simple fact that he hadn't attacked first was a testament to this. Draketharian was an apex, a reincarnator. Someone of unknown origins. Atticus knew how many tricks he himself had up his sleeve, but he had no idea what Draketharian might have, potentially something dangerous. Because of this, he had chosen to be cautious. However, from what he had seen, it was painfully obvious that this was Draketharian's last-ditch effort. And so, it was time to stop holding back. The air around him shifted. The once gentle flames blazed fiercely, responding to Atticus's will. The fire molecules in the air, every single one of them, came under his command, pulsing with new intensity. Atticus took a step forward. The sea of flames that Draketharian had unleashed suddenly dispersed, vanishing as if they had never existed. To Atticus, Draketharian's transformation into a giant target was the worst mistake he could have made. Another step forward. Atticus calmly sheathed his katana, his eyes sharp. The fire molecules coalesced all around the arena, gathering and molding together with speed. In an instant, towering fiery constructs began to form behind him, each one a massive humanoid figure, glowing with the fierce aura of titans. They stood like an army, blazing giants, each one radiating a terrifying presence. The brows of every Ravenstein watching shot up in absolute shock, and even Avalon couldn't help but stand from his seat. Ever since Atticus had formed his fire domain and fused with it, Avalon had known. He had known that his connection with the elements was deep, much deeper than he could have ever achieved with just the fire element. But even this was too much. Avalon suddenly realized what was happening and sat back down, holding Anastasia's hand tightly. She squeezed his hand in return, her worry evident on her face. Despite the fact that Atticus was winning, she would only calm down once he was out and in one piece. Draketharian's entire gigantic body froze, disbelief coloring his face. He could feel the fire molecules in the air, but every attempt to control them was futile. None of them responded to his command. His life weapon suddenly vibrated with intensity, snapping him out of his shock. The third art, he decided, preparing to use his final technique. But before he could even move, Atticus took a third step. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he disappeared in a blur, piercing through the sky like a torpedo. The earth itself swirled around Atticus's arm, forming into a massive, solid fist. With cataclysmic force, he slammed it upward into Draketharian's chin. Boom! The punch shattered Draketharian's teeth, sending shockwaves rippling through the air, forming concentric circles around his face. The impact lifted his massive body off the ground, but before he could go far, Atticus appeared above him, his arm drawn back for another punch. This time, the earth fist had grown larger, swirling with air and crackling with lightning. With a burst of explosive power, Atticus slammed his fist down on top of Draketharian's head. Boom! The punch sent Draketharian crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. The force shattered the ground beneath him, forming a massive crater as lava bubbled up from the depths. The entire arena shook, the shockwave ripping through the battlefield, tearing the ground apart. Draketharian's mind reeled, pain flooding his senses. But before he could even gather his thoughts, the fiery titans moved. One by one, the blazing titans behind Atticus descended upon Draketharian, raining down blow after blow. Their punches slammed into his massive form, each one cracking his scales and inflicting devastating injuries. Bam! 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 The fiery constructs continued their assault, fists blazing with an almost divine heat. They tore into Draketharian's body, cracking his bones and scorching his flesh. Then, without warning, the titans began to explode. One by one, the fiery constructs detonated in a blaze of light, their final blows erupting into showers of fire and destruction. The explosions sent waves of heat rippling across the arena, reducing everything to cinders. Each blast carved deeper into Draketharian's body, leaving him helpless as his dragon form began to crumble. When the dust finally settled, Draketharian lay in the center of a massive crater. His once mighty dragon form was gone, replaced by a broken, humanoid figure. His scales had been shattered, his body battered and broken. He had lost. Draketharian's gaze was distant, lost as he stared up at the sky. For a moment, the world felt peaceful. The sounds of battle were gone, replaced by a strange stillness. But that peace was short-lived. A blazing figure crashed down on him with brutal force. Boom! Atticus landed on Draketharian's chest, his body bending from the impact. A gush of blood spewed from Draketharian's mouth, his vision blurring as he focused just in time to see Atticus standing above him. And then the rain of punches began. Atticus's fists flashed with lightning, fire, and light, each one gathering immense power before smashing into Draketharian's already broken body. His punches landed with the force of a storm, pushing Draketharian deeper into the ground. The arena trembled with every blow, the air crackling with raw energy. Bam, bam, bam. Each punch was a shockwave of destruction, breaking through Draketharian's remaining scales and crushing his bones. The ground beneath them splintered and cracked, lava spilling out as the arena struggled to contain the cataclysmic force. Draketharian's body gave way under the relentless barrage, his defenses shattered. The world around them fell into a suffocating silence. The only sound that remained was the echoing thuds of Atticus's fists crashing down like thunder. Outside, the world was silent, especially for the people of the dragon race. None of them could speak, each one watching their apex being beaten to a pulp silently. There were no more roars, no more excitement. In their gazes, there was only defeat. It wasn't only Draketharian being defeated in there, it was all of them. Valerius, the dragon paragon, sat on his throne, fists clenched so tightly that the air around him grew scorching. His entire body trembled with rage, unable to accept the sight before him. Unlike the others, he knew the real penalty of losing. It was something he couldn't accept. Their greatest genius, his grandson, gone just like that. His gaze locked onto the human paragons, and his eyes met Magnus's calm, unyielding stare. Valerius's glare was a silent threat. If Atticus kills him, there will be hell to pay. But Magnus didn't flinch. Instead, he responded with action, his killing intent locking onto Valerius. Their gazes held, and the message from Magnus was clear. Come. Valerius's anger spiked, cracks forming in the throne beneath him. But he restrained himself. Starting anything here was futile. Magnus couldn't stop Atticus even if he wanted to. Instead, Valerius turned toward the Dimensari paragons, his eyes filled with desperation. If only they could recover the dimension faster. Valerius wasn't the only one whose gaze burned with intensity. Many of the other races, paragons, had their eyes locked on the Dimensari paragons, their expressions growing darker with each passing moment. Should the unspeakable happen, there was no telling how it would affect the fragile alliance. Meanwhile, in the crater, Draketharian's world had slowed. Despite the constant barrage of punches, despite the agony tearing through his body, a strange peace washed over him. The pain, the blood, the crushing blows, all of it began to fade into the background. His thoughts drifted. His wife, his children, they appeared before him, their faces smiling. It was peaceful. A soft smile formed on Draketharian's lips, even as he lay on the brink of death. Atticus, his expression unchanging, abruptly stopped his assault. The silence in the arena was deafening. But without hesitation, Atticus unsheathed his katana and, with a single swift motion, severed both of Draketharian's arms. Draketharian's life weapon clattered to the ground, and Atticus used his earth element to bury it deep beneath the arena. He wasn't taking any chances. Draketharian let out a chuckle, blood seeping from his lips. Despite everything, despite being bested by Atticus, he felt no hatred. Atticus had won, fair and square. His only regret was not seeing his family again. You human, what's your name? But all he received was Atticus's cold, crimson stare, unflinching and silent. Even now, you refuse to speak to me, Draketharian chuckled bitterly. Throughout the battle, Atticus hadn't spoken a single word. In fact, Draketharian wasn't sure why Atticus hadn't killed him yet. Then, the reason suddenly clicked in his head, and he let out another chuckle, coughing up blood. I understand. Answer me this one question, and I'll help you. Who were you? Atticus instantly created an air barrier around them, blocking any sound. He also used the light element to mask the movement of their lips, ensuring that no one could hear their conversation. Draketharian's gaze turned serious. He was very curious about the answer. In his past life, he had been the Dragon King, the ruler of his world. Throughout the battle, he could tell that Atticus hadn't gone all out. But the most shocking part was Atticus's composure. Draketharian's heightened senses had not detected even the slightest fluctuation in Atticus's heart rate. His calm had been constant throughout the battle. For someone to be this strong and collected, Atticus had to have been an important figure in his past life, someone with overwhelming power and authority. Or so Draketharian believed. A normal high school student. Draketharian's eyes widened in disbelief. There was no concept of high school in his past world, but it didn't change the shocking fact that he had been bested by a student. Was your school the overlord of your world, or? No, it was a normal school. There was no mana or abilities. Another wave of shock hit Draketharian, and it felt as though everything he had believed was crumbling. A second passed, and he burst into laughter, his mirth resounding continuously. Crazy, crazy, he muttered between laughs. He had been battling someone who had been a normal person in his past life, and yet he had lost miserably. How old are you? Atticus's eyes narrowed, but he decided to answer. I'll be 17 in a week. I see. Draketharian went silent for a moment before speaking again. You might not know this, but all the other apexes are 18 years old, at least in this life. Which means. Atticus's gaze flashed. He didn't need Draketharian to finish the thought. The implications were clear. Atticus's gaze flashed. Draketharian didn't need to finish his words, he had already comprehended the deeper meaning and quickly formed multiple assumptions as soon as Draketharian mentioned the age of all the apexes. I was sent here a year after them. Why? There was no way to know the correct answer, but Atticus could still glean some insights from this revelation. My reincarnation wasn't random, I was targeted from the beginning. From the start, Atticus had never considered himself special. In his past life, nothing stood out about him that would warrant anyone specifically wanting to reincarnate him. He had assumed it was all by chance. But now, it was clear it wasn't. He knew the true purpose behind their reincarnation, entertainment. 18 years ago, someone or some entity had reincarnated exactly 15 individuals, each from different worlds, into Eldoralf. Why? Atticus didn't know. But the most baffling part was that the entire game had seemingly begun with the summoning of those 15 individuals. So why had they summoned him too, especially after an entire year had passed? Someone had gone to great lengths to bring him here. But why? Atticus pondered. He had always found it odd from the very beginning. Everything about his powers seemed too grand, too unexplainable. He possessed the primordial elemental bloodline, which Atticus had initially assumed was connected solely to the Ravenstein family's control over elements. When he awakened it, he had believed that, at best, he would learn to control all the Ravenstein elements. However, he had gone beyond that. He had learned to manipulate space and now, even the spirit element. Not only that, but his profound connection to these elements was also troubling. Compared to the other Ravensteins, his connection was far too advanced, too intricate. My intelligence too, he thought. This had been the first thing he had noticed upon his reincarnation. He had been smart in his past life, no doubt about that. But even as a baby, Atticus could feel how staggering his intelligence had become in this new life. It wasn't just about being born into a powerful family, his very mind seemed sharper, more capable. Because of this, his willpower had also been affected. Yes, he had faced many life and death challenges, but that alone couldn't account for the intensity of his will. If it were that simple, many warriors would have developed wills far stronger than his by now. Atticus focused his gaze on Draketharian. From his shocked expression when I mentioned my past life earlier, he must have been a significant and powerful figure in his previous life, Atticus thought. To confirm his suspicion, Atticus directly asked Draketharian. Despite being beaten and exhausted, the dragon surprisingly opened up, going on and on about how great and mighty he had been in his past life. Atticus quickly had to cut him short before he could continue his rant. It felt brutal to do this to someone on their last legs, but now wasn't the time for long stories. Since they were all summoned at the same time, it's very likely the others were also powerful figures in their past lives. There are two possible scenarios, Atticus reasoned. This could be some sick test, a last-minute challenge to see how an ordinary person would fare against monsters. Or, I was targeted and sent to this world for a particular reason. But if that's the case, there must be something about me that warranted such attention. What could it be? He couldn't know the right answer now, but the possibilities made him cautious. As Atticus came to his conclusion, Draketharian sighed, then smiled. I guess it's time. It has been a pleasure fighting you, human, at least tell me your name before I go. Atticus, he replied. Draketharian was surprised at Atticus's immediate response but chuckled at the sight of his unchanging, cold expression. Atticus, huh, Draketharian muttered, gathering all his resolve for what came next. There was only one reason Atticus hadn't immediately cut off Draketharian's head, the massive implications it would bring. Yes, it was a competition, and yes, Atticus had little choice. But the dragon race wouldn't care about that. All that would matter was that Atticus had killed their apex. The target on his back would be too much, and the pressure on the human domain would be enormous. That was why Atticus sought a different solution. From the rule change, he knew that losing or giving up meant death. So, if Draketharian willingly gave up, he would die without Atticus needing to get his hands dirty, potentially softening the aftermath. I give up, Draketharian said. For a brief moment, the world seemed to freeze. Then an intense pressure suddenly pressed down on Draketharian, as though his body was about to explode from the inside out. He closed his eyes, a wistful smile appearing on his face as he pictured his wife and children once more. But as the seconds passed, death didn't come. The pain vanished, and the pressure acting on him disappeared. Huh. Draketharian opened his eyes, confused by what was happening, only to be shocked by the scene before him. Human, Atticus, what are you doing? He asked, baffled. Atticus's eyes glowed with an intense crimson light, his whole body engulfed in the same glow. But it wasn't just him. Draketharian's battered body was also wrapped in the same crimson aura. Looks like it actually works, Atticus thought, his fists clenched. He had fully activated his will, using it to stop the world from killing Draketharian. It was utterly draining. Atticus hadn't planned on doing something like this. It had been a passing thought, an idea he decided to test after seeing Draketharian's final look of defeat, a look of deep regret. It wasn't just any regret, it was the kind related to family. Atticus knew that look all too well, and before he could stop himself, his body had acted on its own. How are you doing this? Draketharian asked, still in disbelief. But Atticus didn't answer. Instead, he focused entirely on maintaining the power, pushing himself to the limit. What he had done sounded simple, but it depended on several important factors. It had all started with a simple thought. The world had to ask him permission before its rules could take effect on him. This meant his will was equal to or greater than the creator's. If that were true, then for others whose wills were lower, the rules would probably impose themselves upon them. But what if there was someone with a higher will who could block the world's will from acting on those people? For this to work, Atticus's will had to be stronger than the creator's. He also discovered that he couldn't do this for himself, as he had already accepted the rules willingly. However, Draketharian had not, which made it possible. This was a flaw the Dimensari were aware of, but one that Carrion hadn't bothered to address. After all, who would think an apex would help another? Atticus turned toward Draketharian, who was still confused. You owe me, he said. Before Draketharian could react, Atticus's gaze flashed, and his will suddenly solidified. The crimson glow surrounding both him and Draketharian flared brightly, and in the next moment, Draketharian vanished from the scene. Outside, in the middle of the Colosseum, the battered figure of Draketharian suddenly appeared, every eye immediately turning toward him. The paragons fixed their gazes on him, utter shock etched on their faces. He had escaped. How? They all asked themselves the same question. But soon their eyes brightened. If Draketharian had escaped, then there was still hope. Just as the paragons of the various races were about to act, a figure swooped down from the skies, scooping up Draketharian and disappearing to one of the balconies. All eyes turned to Valkyrian, whose aura had expanded to encompass the entire balcony. Draketharian laid in his arms. Valkyrian's gaze was firm as he met the stare of every other race's paragon. No one was going to touch Draketharian. The mid and lower races, who had been the most desperate, initially wanted to challenge Valkyrian but quickly abandoned the idea. Instead, they remembered something critical. Who had won against the dragon race apex, the most superior of the mid-races? Many had been focused on their own apex matches, but when they turned to the screen, what they saw shocked them to their cores. At the very least, they had expected a superior race apex to be declared the winner over the dragon apex. But what they got wasn't even close. Winner. Atticus Ravenstein, a human. A human had defeated the apex of the dragon race. The moment the screen flashed with the words, "Winner, Atticus Ravenstein," the entire human domain seemed to hold its breath for a single heartbeat. And then, chaos. The eruption of cheers that followed could only be described as earth-shattering. Entire cities trembled under the sheer force of the collective roar. Buildings shook, windows rattled, and the very air seemed to vibrate with the overwhelming sound of jubilation. Flags bearing the Ravenstein crest were suddenly unfurled from rooftops and balconies, fluttering wildly in the wind as people poured out into the streets. Every plaza, every home, every corner of the human domain was filled with shouts, chants, and unrestrained celebration. The streets were flooded with people, their voices rising in unison, chanting Atticus's name over and over again. Atticus, Atticus, Atticus. At the academy, the White Omen division exploded with excitement. Nate and the others screamed at the top of their lungs, jumping up and down as if they had won the battle themselves. Aurora, standing at the front, couldn't suppress her grin, her fiery red eyes blazing. Fireworks exploded in the skies above the Ravenstein estate, brightening the night in dazzling displays of color, lighting up the faces of the people below, their cheers growing louder with each burst. The fireworks could be seen all across the sector, a symbol of the monumental victory. The human race had actually won a battle. The air in the entire domain was electric with excitement. Even if Atticus lost the next match, they had defeated the dragon race. That alone was cause for celebration. Since Draketharian had emerged from the dimension, Elytrantra's gaze had been fixed on Atticus. He hadn't witnessed the battle, but he understood what had transpired and the strength of will Atticus had to possess to achieve it. His will is stronger than Carrion, Elytrantran thought, astonished. A human with such a strong will was inconceivable, something never seen before. As the attention returned to the screens, the battles of the other apexes began to conclude. The roaring crowd in the Colosseum made the Paragons shift their focus back to their respective apexes' battles, and many of their expressions turned grim. The final results were settling. A total of 16 apexes had entered the fray, and now only 8 remained. Their names flashed across the screen for all to see. Carrion Valerius of the Dimensari race. Luray Bloodveil of the Vampiros race. Karn Voss of the Nullites race. Mara Nihilus of the Obliterary race. Kinera Flux of the Evolari race. Tauren Velus of the Regenerary race. Aearch Eternus of the Aeonians. Atticus Ravenstein of the human race. The crowd erupted into cheers, but they soon noticed something strange. Of all the apexes listed, only Atticus's opponent had appeared in the Colosseum. The other matches had all ended in bloodshed, with some apexes piercing their opponents' hearts, others obliterating their very beings, and some even beheading their adversaries. Each battle had a different, brutal ending. Surprisingly, none of the crowds reacted with shock to these scenes. To them, it all seemed like part of the show. The idea that those great geniuses had actually died didn't seem possible to them. But this perception quickly changed. Suddenly, the auras of the Paragons whose apexes had died exploded, blanketing the entire Colosseum. How will the Dimensari take responsibility for this? Bellowed the Paragon of the Transmutari race, a shockwave reverberating across the Colosseum. The crowd felt their brains rattle in their skulls, their bodies trembling. Without the safety measures in place, many would have perished on the spot. The superior races that had lost their apexes took the lead. The Transmutari, Lucendi, and Requiem races, all fixed their killing intent on Elytrantran and Azrakan. The Dimensari signed a mana contract to ensure fairness in this competition. There was no betrayal here, Azrakan spoke up. You all sat comfortably on your thrones when this happened. Why blame only the Dimensari? It was your responsibility, and your failure cost us our greatest geniuses. The air grew oppressive as the Dimensari Paragons unleashed their auras in response, refusing to back down. Let him finish his work and get them out first, then you can rampage, one of the superior race Paragons whose apex was still inside interjected. They understood the anger but also knew that the second round was about to begin. Wasting more time would only lead to more deaths. The crowd wondered what the hell was happening. Despite feeling the vibrations from the auras, they couldn't hear the paragon speak. Atticus stared at the new notification that appeared before him. Violet flag acquired. Are you ready to progress to the next level? Atticus gazed calmly at the screen in front of him. Even though I broke the rules and sent him out, it still counts as my win, he thought. He had expected some sort of backlash for helping Draketharian, but everything had continued as though it didn't matter. His thoughts shifted to the arena and the fight that had just ensued. The molten glow had faded, leaving behind many areas of devastation. He was weaker than I thought he would be, Atticus reflected. A reincarnator, combined with being born into a mid-tier race, those two factors had led Atticus to expect a far tougher opponent. He had thought he was facing a version of himself on another level today. Have I grown that strong? He thought about the draw he had with Aark during their battle. Back then, the major reason for the draw was his lack of preparation. But after a year of extensive training, his growth had been remarkable. But that wasn't the only factor. His bloodline compared to Draketharian's was like heaven and earth. Is it possible the being who sent us here was trying to balance things out? Maybe because I was born into a lower race, I was given something this powerful. The assumptions in Atticus' mind were endless, and he decided to stop thinking about it. Turning his gaze back to the screen in front of him, he considered. A superior race apex should be stronger. I should prepare for the worst. Atticus ignored the message for now. Although he hadn't strained himself too much during this battle, he still wanted to be in peak condition for the next one. The mid and lower races are probably dead, and only the superior races remain. Aside from himself, the other mid and lower races had likely been eliminated, unless one of them had the fortune to be paired with a weaker opponent. This meant he should expect the worst. Atticus quickly sat down cross-legged on the molten ground, entering a deep state of meditation. He replayed the fight in his mind, focusing on recovering his strength and will. The intense heat surrounding him seemed to accelerate his recovery. The cheers from the human domain had eventually subsided, but the excitement in the air was still palpable. Despite some battles about to start, many were still focused on their apex, even though he was just sitting there, doing nothing. Meanwhile, an intense laughter echoed across a castle and forest alike. To any human, the sound would immediately suggest a Stellaris, but the laughter didn't belong to a human at all. Whisker von Pounce's laughter echoed, even as Blackgate's killing intent engulfed the space. This human, how can he be human? Whisker exclaimed excitedly. The others might not have noticed, but he had seen it clearly. Atticus had used his will to counter the Demensaries. Whisker eventually settled down, deep in thought. I suspected something back when I tested him, but his will is truly special. He has the potential to surpass me in that field, Whisker admitted to himself, though outwardly he remained excited. His main power was rooted in his will, the basis for all his abilities. But Atticus was different. His control over the elements was unparalleled, and it was obvious that this was his main path. Yet, Atticus' will, something that wasn't even his primary ability, had more potential than Whisker's own. For the first time, Whisker felt a twinge of fear about what Atticus might become if left to grow unchecked. Yet, that fear only excited him further. The future is going to be so much fun, Whisker thought with a grin. While all of this was happening, the situation among the Paragons was reaching a boiling point as those who had lost their apexes came to a frightening realization: they were outnumbered. During the counting, the lower and mid races hadn't even been considered, it seemed pointless to include them. Only 3 superior races were on their side, while 6 stood against them. To make matters worse, they were in the Demensari domain. The moment they unleashed their aura, they felt the eyes of multiple Paragons lock onto them. Even Magnus and the human Paragons found themselves standing in the way. Atticus was still in the competition. The superior races were proud by nature, and unlike the lower and mid races, who came with multiple Paragons, only one Paragon from each superior race attended. But now, that pride was backfiring. You can make them answer for their negligence later, but for now, let him gain control over the dimension and bring them back, the Evelari Paragon reasoned firmly, her aura strong yet composed. She was tall and regal, with sharp eyes and silver hair that fell like a waterfall, her every movement graceful and decisive. Should anyone attempt to cause trouble, she was ready for battle. That's easy for you to say, your apex is still alive. Is the Evolari allying with the Dimensari? The Lucendi paragon seethed, his figure lean and sharp like a blade, his golden eyes burning with anger as his pale face twisted in anger. Before the Evolari paragon could respond, another voice cut through the tension. Yes, we're standing in your way because our apexes are still alive. If you were in our position, you'd be doing the exact same thing. Think carefully, you're not only outnumbered, you're in the Dimensari's domain. There's no rampaging here, only death, said the Vampiro's paragon, her voice cold and blunt. She was clad in black and crimson robes flowing like shadows, her piercing red eyes glowing faintly against her pale, almost ethereal, skin. The expressions of paragons of the Lucendi, Requiem, and Transmutari all darkened, the air trembling with barely restrained fury. They knew it was their loss. You'll join us soon, the Requiem paragon muttered darkly, before taking his seat on his floating throne. His skeletal figure and hollow eyes radiated an ominous presence as if death itself had spoken. The opposing paragons couldn't help but narrow their eyes. His meaning was clear. If Elytrantron didn't regain control of the dimension in time, 4 more apexes would die. Then, everything would change. Reluctantly, the others soon returned to their seats, focusing on the screen. The tension in the air remained thick, but now the hope was split between 2 outcomes, Elytrantron regaining control, or the second round of deaths commencing. The screen flickered, and every gaze shifted toward it. The next round was about to begin. The only 2 apexes not from the superior races still in the competition were Atticus and Aearch. The latter had battled the demon apex and won, while the former had defeated the dragon apex. It went without saying that the number of eyes on Atticus's screen increased significantly, especially when everyone saw who he was paired with for the next battle. The excitement in the human domain quickly died down. Many couldn't help but curse at the bad luck of it all. Did the universe hate humans so much? Anastasia's grip on Avalon's arm tightened, and Avalon's gaze grew utterly serious. In fact, the entire Ravenstein estate had fallen silent, everyone staring intensely at the screen. Atticus's next opponent was strong. In every Nexus event, there were always speculations about who would win, based on past performances, facts, and pure ability. It went without saying that humans had never been part of those lists. However, there was one race that, though it wasn't openly stated, was inwardly known to be the most dangerous. This race had the highest win rate since the Nexus began and was hosting this year's Veritega Nexus. Atticus's cold blue eyes snapped open. He found himself standing at one end of a pathway that stretched endlessly before him. All around him were floating platforms hovering in the distance, and below, underneath the pathway, was an enormous pit that encompassed everything. That's deep, he thought. The pit was completely pitch black, and despite the sharpness of his eyesight, Atticus couldn't see its bottom. After examining his surroundings carefully, Atticus performed a brief inspection of himself. Nothing's changed, and I still have my flags, he noted. His elements and mana weren't being restricted, and his will was already at full power. With that, Atticus turned his gaze forward and began walking. The pathway was about 10 meters wide, made of a material he couldn't identify. He tried using his earth element to probe it, but it didn't respond. It wasn't made of any earth molecules. It wasn't earth. Minutes passed as Atticus continued his steady pace, never once quickening his steps. He was determined to take his time and not rush. Onlookers continued to watch him intently, anticipating the inevitable encounter that was soon to come. Soon enough, Atticus's eyes flashed, his expression hardening. So, it's him. A figure emerged from the haze of distorted space, each step slow, deliberate, as if time itself bowed to his command. The ground beneath his feet rippled in waves, rejecting the weight of his presence. His silver hair, glowing faintly against his ethereal, translucent skin, trailed behind him like a banner of dominance. The air vibrated violently with the pressure of his approach, the world seemingly caged by the overwhelming gravity of his will. Carrion Valerius, the apex of the Dimensari race. His gaze, though fixed on Atticus, seemed distant, as if he existed beyond time itself. Atticus's steps didn't pause, his gaze didn't once flinch as it held Carrion's. Somehow, the sounds of their footsteps matched, echoing through the eerie quiet of the arena. The entire world held its breath as both figures abruptly stopped exactly 20 meters apart. A distance that wasn't truly a distance considering who they were. 1 minute passed, and they simply stood there, watching, observing. The silence was suffocating. The people of the human domain felt as though they might rip their hair out in frustration. Why were they both just standing there? Their weapons were sheathed, vibrating with intensity, yet neither of them moved. Another minute passed, and finally, one of them broke the silence. The space around them abruptly thickened as a barrier formed, enveloping them both. Atticus didn't move. He knew why Carrion was forming the barrier. You saved the dragon apex. Why? Carrion asked. Atticus responded with another question. You're responsible for this death game. Carrion frowned. That blatant disregard irked him. Nevertheless, he responded. This death game is happening because it is necessary. The weak must be culled, and only the strong deserve to remain. After this competition, I will kill that reptile you spared. One apex will walk away today and the rest are nothing more than sacrifices. Carrion's voice remained measured, cold, and steady, as if he was simply stating an undeniable truth. Your reason was obvious. I can see it in your eyes. You think it's all important. Friends, family, unity and compassion. No, these are all shackles. They bind you, hold you back and weaken your resolve. Family is nothing but a prison for the weak-minded, a burden that forces you to compromise. All those bonds you cling to will eventually betray you, weigh you down, and, in the end, destroy you. Alone is the only true power. Yet, you have proven that you can be useful. To have such strong will, even with all your limitations, is impressive. But it's wasted on sentiment. Subordinate yourself to me, and I will allow you to live. Become my slave. Refusal means death. Carrion spoke without pause. His tone was blunt and authoritative, as though he were a god addressing a worshipper. Atticus's response was simple. No. Carrion tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing. The rejection didn't surprise him, but it irritated him nonetheless. Atticus was an anomaly, a variable he hadn't accounted for. Carrion despised failure, and this defiance was something he would not tolerate. Okay. Carrion's hands moved behind his back in a smooth, unhurried motion. His posture relaxed, but Atticus felt it. The space around them shifted, subtle, almost imperceptible. Atticus's instincts screamed at him. His guard snapped up, and his mana churned. The ground beneath him cracked as he shot forward, his blade flashing. But as he moved, he immediately realized something was wrong. Carrion wasn't moving, yet the distance between them wasn't closing. In fact, Carrion seemed to be getting farther away. The harder Atticus pushed, the more distorted the space became, like he was trapped in an invisible, expanding chasm. Atticus's expression turned frigid. The world felt strange. Atticus's perception was working in complete overdrive, slowing everything, the world down to a crawl. And yet, no matter how fast he moved, at speeds most watching couldn't comprehend, the distance between him and Carrion simply refused to close. Before Atticus could process it, he felt something familiar. A feeling gotten from weeks of constantly standing at death's door. The feeling of death. Atticus's body acted before he could think. His mana surged, the ground quaking as he tried to dart backward. That was the action he intended to take, but to his shock, the opposite occurred, his form instead lunged forward. Atticus, expression darkened. A sharp blade gleamed in the otherwise dark world, descending toward him with terrifying force. Atticus's instincts blared like a warning siren, his body moving straight into the path of the falling sword. His mind raced, his brain desperately trying to force his body to move. Yet, he was somehow locked in place. He compressed the space around me. Atticus's thoughts were remarkably clear as he analyzed the situation. He couldn't deny it. Carrion had gotten him good. The Dimensari Apex had trapped him in an unexpected loop, manipulating his senses. He surprised Atticus with a sneak attack, momentarily halting his movements. Each step of the plan was ingenious, which revealed Carrion's brilliance as a strategist. This battle would be unlike any Atticus had fought before. Even as Carrion's blade hovered inches from Atticus's forehead, there was no excitement in his eyes. His expression was as neutral as it could be. To him, Atticus was nothing more than a small bug to be squashed. But unfortunately for him, Atticus was many things, but a bug was not one of them. Atticus's eyes flared, igniting in a brilliant crimson. His will surged like a coming storm. His muscles strained, veins snaking across his skin like a living snake. His gaze hardened, and with a sudden burst of strength, he shattered the space binding him, his katana flashing upward. The two blades met in mid-air with an earth-shaking clash. The sound of metal striking metal reverberated through the air like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves and sparks in every direction. The force of the impact was immense, cracking the ground beneath them and creating fissures that spread out like a spider's web. Both weapons trembled violently, sparks flying as the two apexes fought for dominance, neither yielding an inch. Atticus' figure held firm, his muscles straining, veins bulging beneath his skin as he pushed back against the overwhelming force of Carius's attack. Their eyes locked, Atticus's burning with crimson fire, while Carius's remained cold and calculating. But there was the slightest flicker of surprise in Carius's gaze, a subtle widening of his eyes. Even he hadn't expected Atticus to block that attack. The battle had truly begun. In an instant, their gazes sharpened, the atmosphere shifting. Their auras exploded like a wildfire, clashing violently, creating the force of a blazing storm. Then they vanished, leaving behind only flickers of sparks illuminating the dark arena as they collided again, faster than most could fathom. Each strike was fierce, their weapons slashing through the air at terrifying speeds, as if the world itself was bending to their will. Atticus's mind raced, processing the battle like a supercomputer. He calculated every step, adjusting, adapting. He hasn't gotten serious yet, and he's already giving off Grandmaster level strength, Atticus thought. Carius was indeed powerful. Even without going all out, his strength and speed had already reached Grandmaster levels. Atticus was struggling, not because of Carius's overwhelming power but due to the erratic space they were fighting in. It felt as though the laws of physics were constantly shifting. The space is warping, Atticus realized. Up becomes left, then right, the laws keep changing. No wonder everything feels off. It was disorienting and maddening. Anyone else would have been dead, or at least panicking. But despite the chaotic battlefield, Atticus's gaze remained calm. He could sense the turbulent flow of space around him, and although it threw him off balance, his mind was already adapting. He didn't panic. He couldn't afford to. Clang. Another clash of their weapons sent them skidding across the cracked ground, their auras blazing like wild flames. Each impact sent tremors through his arms. His body moved on instinct, parrying each strike with his katana, but his mind remained elsewhere, analyzing, calculating, adapting. It's faint, but I can sense it, Atticus thought, piecing together the puzzle. I'm in some kind of spatial loop, the space is wrapped. Space had been folded and warped into a repeating loop. The area was not bound by the usual laws of physics. Carius's mastery over space was terrifying. The battlefield wasn't just a physical area, it was a distortion of reality shaped by Carius's will. The elemental molecules in the air were thinning out, vanishing, making it harder for Atticus to tap into his powers. If this continued, he would be at a severe disadvantage. Then his thoughts flickered back to a recent memory of his training with Magnus. Every ability has a weakness, Magnus had said. Your ability is versatile enough to exploit these weaknesses, but only after they've revealed themselves. You have to survive the first strike, then, the rest is a process. Atticus's thoughts suddenly shifted to the light molecules in the air, his body radiating an intense light that illuminated the battlefield. His hand parried a slash that threatened to split him in two, but his gaze remained steady. In physics, light bend when encountering folded space, revealing the distortion of reality. If he could illuminate the battlefield, he could see the warped space and break free. As the light illuminated the space around him, Atticus saw the folds and twists that Carius had created. It was like looking at a distorted mirror, space itself bent and looped, creating an endless battlefield. Atticus's gaze hardened. He focused all his attention on the space element, tuning everything else out, the clash of blades, the heat of battle. And a new world opened up to him. The space element was bountiful in the air, so much so that Atticus felt like he was back in the space elemental sanctum at the academy. His thoughts sharpened like a blade as he attempted to form a connection with the space molecules. Unlike during bus training in the sanctums, Atticus didn't have the luxury of time. He focused everything, his entire being, on the folded space around him. As he parried another sword strike from Carius, his eyes darted to the right, narrowing. There. Carius's eyes narrowed, sensing Atticus's sudden focus. His expression darkened. How? He wondered. But it was too late. Atticus moved with blinding speed, his body coiling like a spring before launching toward his right. His katana gleamed with fierce light as the space molecules around him converged, forming a drill-like force in front of him. With one swift strike, he slammed into the weak point in the fold. It was like cutting through a knot, unraveling the twisted space with a single decisive blow. The entire battlefield trembled as the spatial loop shattered around them, breaking apart like fragile glass. As the space loop disintegrated, Atticus shot upward into the dark sky, his mind swiftly shifting to the fire element. His gaze sharpened as he extended his arm, fire molecules in the air swirling and converging in front of his outstretched hand, gathering with intense speed and force. The heat was immense, light radiating from his palm like a newborn star. Atticus brought his arm down, and the inferno shot toward Carius like a meteor descending from the heavens. Carius's eyes locked onto the incoming fire, his expression showing a flicker of irritation. The stoic mask he had worn throughout the battle cracked as a frown appeared on his lips. Annoying, Carius muttered, his voice cold and dismissive. As the flames reached their destination, a blinding light burst forth, consuming everything in its path. The ground erupted violently, shattering into molten debris as the shockwave tore through the battlefield like a rampaging beast. The air screamed, fire and smoke billowing in every direction. The people of the human domain watched the battle unfold in utter silence. However, the excitement in the air was palpable. Their apex was holding his own. In the very next second, Atticus felt it again, that unmistakable sensation of impending death. His mana surged, and his body reacted instinctively. He flickered to the side, narrowly evading a downward slash from Carius that tore the air apart with deadly precision. Atticus countered immediately, his katana thrusting forward to pierce Carius's neck. But before the blade could reach its target, Carius was already gone, his form dissolving like smoke, leaving Atticus's katana striking nothing but empty air. You're a persistent nuisance, nothing more. It's time I crush you, Carius's icy voice echoed through the battlefield, devoid of emotion. Then the feeling of death intensified, but this time, tenfold. Atticus's perception was working in complete overdrive, his mind processing the battle at speeds only someone who had faced death countless times could ever achieve. Each of Carius's attacks was a blur to the majority of the onlookers watching from outside, but Atticus was reading every move, calculating, adjusting. He read every single nuance of Carius's movement, his senses completely heightened, and his connection with the space element growing to unimaginable heights. But as the clashes went on, something felt off. No matter how perfectly Atticus predicted Carius's strikes or moved to counter them, he was always a fraction of a second behind. He had always been the one to read people during battles. However, it seemed now as though Carius was the one reading him, anticipating every action before Atticus could even execute it. Carius attacked relentlessly, flickering in and out of existence, his movements faster than a blink, his sword appearing from different angles with effortless precision. The coldness in Carius's gaze was unsettling, it lacked any trace of excitement or joy, just calculation. Soon enough, Atticus felt it again, death. His instincts flared to life, warning him of the incoming danger once more. He instantly attempted to dodge, darting to the side at superhuman speed. And yet, the blade still appeared inches from cutting his neck. Atticus's mind raced, trying to process the baffling situation. Is it that? Atticus thought, his pulse calm. During his training with Magnus, the man had listed down every single known ability of the Dimensari and had Atticus fight a simulated battle with each data. Among those abilities, what was happening fit one of them. His assumption was soon proven as Atticus saw it, the flicker of light in Carius's eyes. Dimensional perception, Atticus suddenly realized. His thoughts sharpened as understanding dawned on him. He's seeing through multiple dimensions at once, watching me in all of them, and predicting my every move. Carius was not simply fast, he was seeing across multiple dimensions at the same time, watching Atticus's movements in each one. He wasn't just reacting to Atticus's actions, he was seeing all the possible ways Atticus could move before they even happened in the present reality, making it nearly impossible to surprise him. It was like fighting someone who could predict the future. Atticus's expression firmed, his katana flashing as he parried a blow to his left. He countered with a powerful horizontal slash, but Carius was already gone. His form appeared behind Atticus, his blade inches away from severing his spine. Regardless, Atticus remained calm, Magnus's words echoing in his mind. Survive the first strike, identify the ability, then it becomes a process. The ability had already been identified, and now he began the process. Atticus's thoughts abruptly shifted to the darkness element, its molecules swirling around him. In the next instant, he vanished, not just from this world, but from all dimensions. Carius's gaze narrowed, a flicker of shock crossing his cold, calculating face. He had suddenly lost sight of Atticus completely. The darkness element. How many elements does this human have? Carius thought, his mind working furiously. Carius had meticulously planned everything for the Nexus event, carefully orchestrating every single detail. He had anticipated some resistance from the other superior races' apexes and had planned accordingly. However, the lower races, along with the humans, had been so insignificant in his eyes that he hadn't bothered to include them in the calculations. It felt unnecessary. But now, this human was defying all his expectations, everything coming as a shock to him, a surprise. Carius hated surprises, he hated them to his core. It was maddening. However, in the next second, it all seemed to get worse. Carius felt danger. It was a feeling he had only experienced once in both lives, the same feeling that led to his death before. His last experience of this sensation was during his previous life, when an entire world had united to kill him. His lips curled into a snarl as anger rose inside him. He was losing control of the situation, and that made his blood boil. Atticus suddenly reappeared at his side, his katana flashing as it aimed for Carius's neck. But then, in an action that utterly shocked Atticus to the core, his blade phased through Carius's form as if he wasn't even there, as though he didn't exist. Atticus's eyes narrowed. Dimensional phasing, he realized. This was another one of the abilities of the Dimensari. He was hiding parts of himself in other dimensions, making himself untouchable in this one. It was like he could phase in and out of reality, rendering Atticus's attacks useless. Carius' eyes flashed. A human, a measly human, was making him feel that again. Carius's fury peaked. His weapon trembled with intensity, and his expression morphed into an icy, chilling gaze. His voice echoed through the battlefield, cold and menacing. First art, dimensional shred. The world froze. Time itself seemed to halt as Carius disappeared. For a split second, Atticus's mind scrambled to comprehend the sheer speed, but his instincts kicked in. Atticus's eyes flared, his body surging with power. His mana burned as he prepared to counter. Magnus's words, survive, and then it becomes a process. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace, Atticus muttered under his breath. Their auras exploded, their bodies moving faster than the eye could follow. At supersonic speeds, they clashed mid-air, their weapons colliding with an earth-shattering force. The clash between Atticus and Carius shattered the stone pathway beneath them, fragments of debris spiraling into the dark pit below. The shockwave from their collision rippled outward, shaking the arena as dust filled the air. Each apex's eyes locked in a deadly stare as they muttered their next techniques. Void Rend. Endless Blade. Atticus's katana gleamed with azure energy, slicing through the air in blinding arcs, while Carius phased in and out of view, disappearing only to reappear behind Atticus, his void-like strikes warping the space they passed through. They both moved at unreal speeds. Every hovering platform they landed on crumbled under the force of their movements, the arena quaking with each impact as they darted from one ruined platform to the next, leaving devastation in their wake. However, Atticus soon felt it. He was getting overwhelmed. This was for one reason. Carius had abandoned all forms of defense. His attacks became relentless, striking from every angle with a vicious intensity. No matter how fast Atticus moved or how accurately his blade cut through the air, each strike simply phased through Carius's body, as if he were a ghost. The pain came next. Carius's strikes rained down upon Atticus, tearing into his flesh, but his exosuit reacted instantly, siphoning mana from the air and healing his wounds at breakneck speed. It fueled him, keeping him on his feet and moving, but it wasn't enough. The overwhelming force of Carius's attacks was building, and his relentless aggression was pushing Atticus to the very edge. He couldn't continue like this. Dimensional phasing. His mind moved back to Magnus's training. Lightning. Lightning could disrupt dimensional phasing by interfering with the flow of energy that allowed Carius to slip between dimensions. Electrifying the air would cause the charged particles to interfere with the dimensional fields, preventing Carius from phasing in and out. He would need to direct the charge exactly where it needed to be, targeting the dimensional energy with pinpoint accuracy. But this required precise control over the lightning element, control that Atticus had mastered. Atticus's focus suddenly sharpened. Lightning crackled around his body, tendrils of white-hot electricity snaking across his skin as his eyes ignited with an intense white. The air crackled and instantly became charged with lightning, the entire space humming with energy. With a sudden burst of speed, Atticus utilized lightning mimicry. His body blurred, moving faster than thought. Carius's next attack swiped through empty air as Atticus evaded, a streak of lightning flashing to the side. In that moment, Atticus closed the distance, his katana drawn back. Carius's eyes widened in shock, his body attempting to move, but he was too slow. His gaze locked on Atticus as he tried to retreat, but it was too late. The blade gleamed in the charged air as Atticus swung with blinding speed, slicing diagonally from Carius's chest down to his stomach. The sound of the strike echoed like thunder. A spray of blood erupted into the air, crimson droplets scattering across the battlefield. It felt like the entire human domain had been hit by a shockwave. Every single living human erupted in a roar that shook the air. People shouted, children screamed, and the sound of collective jubilation resounded like a wave of thunder. They had seen it. Atticus had landed an attack. He had actually landed an attack. Avalon shot up from his seat, his free hand clenching hard as his brightened eyes stayed glued to the screen. That's my boy, he bellowed. In the Ravenstein estate, the energy was electric. Fists clenched hard, and shouts rang out. Get him. Yeah. Finish him. Let's go. A Dimensari, one of the superior races, practically gods in the presence of humans, had been hurt by a human. Pride surged through the entire human domain. This moment would be immortalized. This was something they would boast about until their deaths and beyond. Everyone's blood was pumping really hard. The battle wasn't over yet, and many locked hands together, clutching tightly, eyes glued to the screen in anticipation of what would happen next. Carius stumbled back, his gaze trembling in disbelief as he looked down at his sliced body, blood gushing from the deep wound. The wound was healing at a visible pace, but for the first time since the battle began, Carius's expression completely cracked. Shock and disbelief filled his cold, calculating eyes. He stared at the blood gushing from his body as though he had witnessed the most shocking thing in his life. He knew exactly what had happened. He knew the reason for it. Yet, he struggled to comprehend the reality. Had a human actually injured him? While Carius was having an existential crisis, Atticus wasn't one to dawdle. His cold eyes remained unchanged, his body already on the move. His katana descended in a lethal arc, its edge gleaming as it sought to slice Carius in two. But just as it was about to connect, Carius suddenly exhaled, muttering coldly. Fine, I'll put you in your place. The atmosphere around them shifted violently. Carius's aura surged, exploding with the weight of a Grandmaster plus rank. The pressure was so intense, it felt like the air itself was about to collapse. Then, without warning, the space in front of Carius imploded with a cacophony of deafening booms. The sheer force sent shockwaves rippling outward, and Atticus instinctively leapt back, narrowly escaping the void that threatened to pull him in. His eyes snapped back to where Carius had been, only to widen at the sight before him. Not one, but 5 versions of Carius now stood, each one with identical attires, their cold, calculating gazes fixed on him. The aura around them was suffocating, as if each carried the full weight of the original's overwhelming power. Dimensional duplication, Atticus thought calmly, his mind racing. Magnus had warned him about this during their training. It was the Dimensari's terrifying ability to pull alternate versions of themselves from countless other dimensions. And now, Atticus was staring down not just one Carius, but 5. Each with their own mind, their own intent. Magnus's words echoed in his mind. Not all members of the Dimensari are capable of this, but should this occur, just survive. The tension was palpable. The air itself seemed to tremble with danger as the 5 Carius slowly unsheathed their swords, the weapons humming with power. Their gazes locked onto Atticus with an iciness that could freeze an ocean. They each whispered in unison, their voices overlapping. First art, dimensional shred. The 5 of them muttered in unison. First art, dimensional shred. Before Atticus could even process those words, the 5 figures vanished, and the air around him suddenly distorted violently. Shimmering rifts began to tear through space, each one slicing toward him from multiple angles. They moved with deadly precision, faster than the eye could follow, each rift like a blade cutting through reality itself. Earlier, he had barely blocked this art from one Carius, but now he would have to face 5 of them, each even stronger than the earlier attack. Endless blade. Atticus's body reacted on instinct. His katana flashed, slashing through the air in rapid, precise movements as he attempted to parry the incoming attacks. So heavy, Atticus could feel the bones in his body vibrating intensely despite not directly clashing with the devastating attacks. His slashes intercepted the attacks from a distance, and yet he felt their impact. Atticus unleashed arcs after arcs, each one cutting through the air with lethal force, but they barely managed to hold back the 5 streaks of blackness streaking toward him from multiple directions. They closed in. Atticus's gaze flashed. The ground beneath him shattered as he pushed his body to the limit, lightning sparking across his form as he maximized his speed. His movements blurred, leaving behind multiple afterimages. His steps cracked the stone platforms as countless azure slashes appeared around him, each one aimed at intercepting the 5 curious figures. Atticus's eyes widened as he saw each of his slashes get torn apart like fragile glass. The second art of the life blade focused on unleashing numerous attacks, and while they were formidable, when directly pitted against the concentrated power of the first art, they ultimately fell short. The 5 streaks of blackness tore through his azure slashes, the blades appearing inches away from severing his form. Atticus's gaze turned ice cold, his instincts screaming at him. His eyes moved rapidly, calmly assessing the situation. Head, neck, and heart. His heightened senses pinpointed the lethal strikes, and he focused entirely on evading them. His body moved in sync with his thoughts. Slash. Spurt. Intense pain racked Atticus's body. He had managed to evade the lethal strikes that would have killed him, but 2 of the attacks sliced through a significant part of his right foot and left hand. The missed attacks continued on their paths, carving through the air and splitting countless hovering platforms into fragments. The very sky seemed to tear open, and shockwaves rippled outward, sending debris flying in every direction. Atticus ignored the pain searing through his body, his sense of danger intensifying as each of Carius's alternate selves fixed their cold, icy gazes on him. It felt as though he was being watched by a predator, a being intent on tearing him apart. The grip on his katana tightened as each of their auras erupted. Without warning, they disappeared from view, and the arena exploded into a cacophony of collisions and sparks. Each alternate Carius moved as though the laws of physics held no sway over them. They blinked rapidly in and out of existence, moving in perfect synchronization around Atticus, their swords flashing with mind-numbing speed. Atticus was bombarded from every conceivable direction, his entire body working in overdrive. Each attack from the 5 felt like it carried the weight of the world, his entire form quaking as he parried or deflected. His mind worked fast as he executed multiple maneuvers simultaneously, shifting between elements, lightning for speed, water for fluidity, and earth for defense. His movements were erratic, unpredictable. Despite his efforts, it became painfully clear that Atticus couldn't block every attack. So, he made a decision. Atticus sacrificed blocking non-lethal blows, focusing only on the lethal ones, relying on his instincts and his sense of death. As a result, a rain of attacks hit him across different parts of his body, cuts, brutal kicks, and devastating punches. His exosuit worked overtime to heal his wounds, but the sheer intensity of the onslaught made it hard to keep up. Blood drenched his form, and his breathing grew heavier. The people of the human domain watched the battle in silence, some, especially the children, unable to bear the brutality unfolding before them, closing their eyes or turning away. Anastasia's hands were clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, drawing blood that dripped onto the floor. Her eyes remained coldly fixed on the screen, but her heart raced with fear and anguish. Seeing Atticus in such pain felt as if she were enduring it herself. Avalon tried to calm her by placing a hand over hers, but even he was seething inwardly. Damn, one of the Ravenstein youths at the academy muttered. The division had fallen into a tense silence as they watched the live stream intently. It was the first time they had seen Atticus pushed to such an extreme. He had always been the one delivering the blows, the one standing above all others. Now, seeing him struggle, many of them couldn't help but realize how human he truly was. Aurora's presence was palpable, the air around her blazed with heat, her eyes burning with fury. Anyone could see just how much she was restraining herself. She looked ready to leap into the screen. She wanted nothing more than to incinerate Carius, no matter how impossible it seemed. In another division, Zoe's eyes glowed an intense purple, her killing intent filling the space like a heavy fog. Even Lumindra, usually composed, was taken aback by the intensity of her anger. What a confused girl. You rejected the kid, and now you're angry he's getting beaten up. Lumendra thought, shaking her tiny head in disbelief. Across the human domain, the silence was suffocating. Many watched with bated breath, hoping for a miracle, any miracle, from this monster kid. A few more seconds passed, and Atticus's movements began to slow. The wounds on his body multiplied, and his once precise dodges became dangerously close misses. To the onlookers, especially the Dimensari race, the battle seemed to be reaching its conclusion. From the beginning of the battle, while many among the Dimensari had been shocked by Atticus's prowess, especially when he managed to land a hit on Carius, they had never once doubted the outcome. Among the paragons of the Dimensari, and even their citizens, there was no excitement. Cheering for their apex against a race as insignificant as the humans would be an insult to their pride as a superior race. Meanwhile, most of the other races, paragons who had kept an eye on Atticus's screen were equally shocked. To see a human push a Dimensari to such an extent was unimaginable. Yet, to them, the battle was drawing to a close. This sentiment was shared by all in the Colosseum, except for one person, Magnus. His gaze remained steady, his entire aura calm. Despite Atticus's apparent disadvantage, there wasn't a flicker of worry in his eyes. Luminous, Thorn and Serafina exchanged confused glances. Given Magnus's reputation, they had expected him to be on the verge of rampaging by now. At the very least, they anticipated a flicker of killing intent. But there was nothing. Magnus simply sat, as though waiting for the inevitable. But his version of the inevitable was the opposite of what everyone else was expecting. This was why, aside from Magnus, every single person watching the screen was left in utter shock at the sight that followed. The 5 alternate Carius moved in perfect sync, their gazes cold and movements precise. Their swords carved through the air as if slicing through reality itself, unleashing relentless attacks and overwhelming Atticus. As if they had decided to end it, their killing intent peaked, the coldness in their eyes deepening as their speed surged. The space element in the area suddenly intensified, multiplying several times over. Then, in an instant, they blipped, appearing from different directions around Atticus, their swords cloaked in void energy as they cleaved through the air, closing in for the final strike. Regardless, Atticus remained calm. The Dimensari's abilities were truly overpowered, and during his training with Magnus, Atticus had determined that there was only one element in his repertoire capable of standing a chance, one element that could give him the edge he needed to defeat them, his space element. After his enlightenment during his battle with the Obsidian Order leaders, Atticus had come to understand the emotions that each element resonated with. At that time, he hadn't thought much about the space element, his mastery over it had been sufficient, but he didn't feel it was the right moment to push further. However, after learning about the Dimensari, that perspective changed. Atticus instinctively knew he had to focus on his space element. During his brief meeting with Oberon, this was one of the things they had worked on together. With Oberon's help, Atticus had his own mini-space sanctum. But the days had been too short, not even he could make significant strides in such a brief time, especially given the emotion the element required, detachment. He had to let go of everything, but Atticus couldn't. That's when he found another emotion it resonated with, tranquility. This discovery allowed him to learn something groundbreaking during his training. He realized that due to his profound connection with the elements, despite his mastery not being fully developed, he could briefly take control of all the elemental molecules in the air, leaving his opponent unable to manipulate them. With his subpar mastery of the space element, Atticus could only achieve this for a split second he now used without hesitation. In an instant, as the 5 blades of Carius's alternates converged from different directions, their eyes narrowed dangerously. Their forms abruptly stopped mid-air, as every single space molecule in the air ceased responding to their call, leaving them suspended. Not a nanosecond was wasted. Atticus's gaze flashed, and his exosuit responded, utilizing half of the energy he had absorbed from the continuous beatings he'd endured. His aura surged, shooting skyward as an immense amount of energy coursed through his veins. He moved at blinding speed, his katana radiating an intense azure light. He slashed, an azure arc cleaving through the necks of 3 of Carius's duplicates. As the katana cleaved through the 3 Carius duplicates and neared the 4th, Atticus suddenly lost control of the space element. A chill ran down his spine, a familiar sense of death. Without hesitation, he leapt back, just as the space he had occupied a moment earlier imploded, leaving a gaping void. The entire human domain erupted into roars and cheers. Their apex was still in the game. Smiles spread across the faces of Aurora and Zoe as their auras calmed slightly. The excitement in the domain was reignited, the energy palpable as people shouted, fists clenched in anticipation. The Dimensari Paragon's brows shot up in utter shock. What just happened? The people of the other races watching couldn't help but gaze at the screen in confusion. Instead of cheering, they were perplexed by the sudden shift in the bottle's momentum. In the midst of it all, Magnus smiled. His boy was too much. The Dimensari Paragons watching the screen intensified their focus. Atticus had killed 3 of their Apex's duplicates in that split second, what was to say he couldn't kill the original? The strength difference between each duplicate was minimal at best. The threat level of this human had just skyrocketed. If Carius wasn't careful, he could lose. They could lose their apex. Both of the remaining Carius duplicates glanced at their fallen counterparts before locking their cold eyes onto Atticus. Shock morphed into intense anger. The situation had spiraled far beyond their control, and they hated it to the very core. The air around them grew heavy, distorting as their combined auras surged, and the space element thickened. The pressure felt as if the atmosphere itself was collapsing. A faint shimmer of energy began to gather around their blades. In unison, both Carius muttered their third art. Spatial convergence. Suddenly, the air around them cracked and shattered as countless spatial blades materialized, circling them in a storm of razor-thin edges. The blades swirled, multiplying and converging. The vortex of blades expanded, forming a massive, spiraling void of cutting energy that tore through the air, converging into a singular point aimed directly at Atticus. As the attack barreled toward him, Atticus's gaze narrowed. Without hesitation, he channeled the remaining energy of his exosuit, his speed reaching new heights as lightning crackled around him. His body blurred, leaving afterimages in his wake as he entered a precise stance. His katana moved, slashing at fast speeds, his form a blur as the slashes multiplied. The air ignited as each of his slashes converged into 2 focal points, forming 2 intense crimson arcs. The arcs spiraled outward, blazing with power as they shot toward the oncoming attack. The crimson arcs and the spatial convergence collided in a cataclysmic explosion. The impact released a shockwave that rippled through the air, shattering nearby floating platforms into fragments. The crimson energy tore through the vortex of blades, sending sparks and shards of dimensional energy flying in all directions. A blinding light filled the battlefield as the 2 forces clashed, pushing against each other with devastating power. The sound was deafening, a mix of roaring flames and shattering glass. When the light finally faded, cracks had formed all around, and the very air seemed scorched from the clash of power. The screens went blank. The shockwave that ensued after the collision of both attacks was so intense that it enveloped the entire arena, obscuring the live stream. People stared at the screens with wide eyes, leaning forward as if they could will themselves into it to see the outcome firsthand. The tension in the air was just that insane. To them, the battle had to be over. The explosion they had just witnessed was too immense, like the climactic finale at the peak of every battle. The seconds that followed were slow and excruciating for everyone watching. The people of the human domain felt their hearts racing, many muttering prayers under their breaths. Anastasia's heart pounded so hard that every person in the Ravenstein estate could have heard it. Yet, no one paid attention, as their own hearts were also racing. Finally, the inevitable happened. The dust that obscured the entire arena began to clear, revealing the aftermath. On one side, the 2 Carius hovered, weapons in hand, their cold gazes fixed forward, and an overwhelming aura continued to build around them. But everyone's focus was on one detail: they were both unscathed. They turned their attention to the other side, and the hearts of the humans watching tightened. Tears streaked down Anastasia's face as though the world was crumbling around her. Atticus barely hovered high above the abyss below, blood dripping steadily from his wounds into the darkness. His entire body was covered in cuts and gashes, and he was no longer clad in his exosuit. His clothes were torn and soaked in blood. He was in terrible shape. In that moment, any thoughts of winning the competition faded from the minds of the humans. But then, their eyes met his, and every doubt was erased. Despite his terrible condition, despite the struggle it took just to remain in the air, the cold determination in Atticus's eyes never wavered. It was as if he felt no pain, as if his condition was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. His eyes were locked onto a single figure, one of the two Carius hovering before him. Though Magnus had advised him to survive if this ability was used against him, he had also explained the way to break it, a weakness, if one could even call it that. Due to its immense difficulty, it was hardly a weakness at all. Atticus's eyes flashed. That's the true one. The other copies Carius had summoned were identical in every way, their aura, features, and even expressions. It was as if this was Carius's intention, to create perfect clones. The method to break the technique was simple, but executing it was not, killing the original. When faced with 5 identical foes, focusing on just one was impossible, and Atticus would have been dead before he could do anything, especially since each clone had the full power of Carius. Discovering which one was the original was another challenge. But now that their numbers had been reduced, those challenges seemed surmountable. He stared at the Carius on the left. Atticus didn't know how or why, but he just knew that this was the original. Carius's eyes locked onto Atticus, his focus fixed on the battered figure before him. He had tried his best not to admit it, but with everything that had transpired, he could no longer deny it. At this point, he couldn't hide the surprise, no, the irritation, at seeing Atticus still standing. Bloodied, but his eyes were cold as ice. He looked as though he was at death's door, yet his aura pulsed with a growing intensity, as if his very rage was warping the space around them. Carius felt anger coursing through his body. He should be the one feeling the rage that Atticus was currently displaying. He was the one whose plan had been interrupted. How dared this human feel anger when he was the victim? Carius had never been one to waste time talking. But those eyes, he wanted them to change. He hated them. He wanted to see despair, hopelessness. Atticus's eyes infuriated him. A bug should act like a bug, nothing more. You know, when this competition began, I thought of you as nothing more than an insect, a worthless human who'd be crushed beneath the weight of true power. It should have been effortless. Carius's voice echoed across the arena, reaching the ears of every spectator. He hadn't bothered to put up any barrier to block the sound, he wanted Atticus and everyone else to hear. And yet, here you stand, still breathing, still defiant. I must admit, you've proven yourself more than a simple nuisance. Carius tilted his head, his expression hardening. But don't misunderstand me, human. This is not a compliment. This is a reminder of your place. You've only managed to prolong the inevitable. You cling to life like a desperate fool, struggling against a force you cannot hope to overcome. Regardless, I suppose I should thank you, though. You've revealed something interesting, perhaps your kind has potential. Who would have thought a human like you could push me this far? When this competition is over, I will visit your human domain. I'll take my time experimenting on your kind. I'll start with the ones closest to you. Your immediate family members, since they birthed this anomaly. Yes, they'll be the first. I want to see if the rest of your pathetic bloodline holds the same spark you do, or if it's just a fluke. And if not, I'll wipe them all out. One by one. Perhaps they'll be useful for something, testing the limits of pain, maybe. The silence that followed was heavy, and the atmosphere grew suffocating. An intense anger simmered across the entire human domain. People clenched their fists, eyes blazing with rage. An experiment. Over the years, humans had faced all sorts of disregard from other races, some direct, some indirect. But hearing a youth, not even 20 years old, speak those words was infuriating. Humans were complicated beings, but at that moment, there wasn't a single one among them who didn't want to rip that kid to shreds. But in the entire human domain, Sector 3 was where all the anger was concentrated, especially in the Ravenstein estate. It was eerily quiet. Not even the faint sound of insects could be heard. The entire Ravenstein family stood still, eyes locked onto the figure of Carius on the screen. If there was one thing that didn't mix well with the Ravensteins, it was threats. The anger that simmered in the air was so intense that the very atmosphere trembled, each elemental molecule blazing with energy. The Ravensteins were seething. The Dimensari were powerful, overwhelmingly so, but at that moment, they wanted nothing more than to go to war. None of them cared about the consequences. Is this guy serious? One of the triplets of Ruin, Rurik, suddenly spoke up. Big words from someone who looks like he's auditioning for a space opera. Another brother, Boria, nodded in response. Right, I'll wipe them all out, blah blah. What is he, a monologue enthusiast? Get this guy a podium. The third brother didn't say anything, simply staring at Carius, his thoughts already clear. None of the Ravensteins responded or even laughed. The triplets of Ruin were known for their antics, and even though they were making jokes, it was obvious they were just as angry as everyone else. The four stars sat unmoving, each of their auras swirling upward like beacons of doom. The air around them blazed with their respective elements. None of them spoke, but their anger was palpable. Among them all, only Anastasia showed no anger. Her entire focus was on Atticus, tears still streaming down her face. The expressions of the Demensari paragons remained unchanged. Words like those from one of their own would be enough to cause severe political repercussions, but they didn't seem to care. It was a clear indication of how little they valued humans. Soon enough, all eyes turned toward Atticus, waiting to see how he would respond. Atticus didn't react. He didn't say anything. His breaths were labored, but his gaze remained cold, fixed directly on the original Carius. He wasn't feeling any anger, he wasn't feeling anything. He had heard those words clearly, but at the same time, they didn't register. In the entire world, Atticus's focus was locked onto Carius. His gaze was cold, detached, and icy, as though staring at a mere object. Carius had expected Atticus's expression to change, to see despair or anger. But all he got was a stare. It was a quiet stare, one that meant only one thing. It was the stare one would give an obstacle, something that needed to be erased, nothing more. It was a stare that irked Carius to his very core. He was the obstacle. Impossible. The auras of both Carius figures flared, erupting into the dark sky. Despite Atticus focusing only on the original, even the alternate seemed to share his anger. Their anger peaked. Fine. The real Carius muttered under his breath. Atticus hadn't spoken a word, but that stare was enough. Suddenly, Carius stretched out his left hand, and an orange flag appeared. Without hesitation, he crushed it, and it dissolved into motes of light. In the next moment, a dome of shimmering gold radiated out, encompassing both Carius figures and Atticus. Carius had used the orange flag. Orange flag. Create an impenetrable shield that encompasses both you and your opponent for 1 minute. Let's see how you'll escape. Carius's cold voice echoed within the dome, as both figures raised their arms. The entire space started to become unstable, as if it might implode at any moment. The people watching instantly understood Carius's plan. He had trapped both himself and Atticus in an enclosed space and was planning to detonate the space within the dome. Unlike before, Atticus wouldn't have anywhere to escape. It was a clever plan, but it filled Carius with anger. To think he would have to resort to tricks to defeat a measly human. But Carius bottled that anger deep inside. From everything he had seen, it was clear that Atticus was smart and patient, the type to keep revealing hidden cards during a battle until he won. The type that was most annoying to fight. But this had to be checkmate. Atticus remained calm, his gaze steady. As the space around him became increasingly unstable, he straightened his stance, hovering with a composed demeanor. His exosuit had shut down due to overuse, and he was severely injured, his mana reserves low. The situation was dire, but he didn't seem to care. Regardless of everything, his will was still going strong. Atticus exhaled sharply, stretching his arm forward. The drops of crimson blood trailing from his form abruptly halted in midair, then began to gather, swirling in front of his open palm. His eyes ignited with a deep, intense red as his will surged out like a wave, merging with the blood. In Sector 6, the members of the Enigmum family watching widened their eyes in shock. A grade 3. One whispered, disbelief filling the room. Oberon, however, grinned widely. He's finally going to use it. The air around Atticus shifted, an intense tension building. Carius's eyes narrowed. Another card, he wondered, his frown deepening. But before he could react, Atticus's hand snapped forward, moving at lightning speed. In the next instant, 2 runes formed in the air before him, the first red, sea, and the second, surge. Atticus's will simmered slightly as they formed, but the coldness in his eyes remained. He channeled mana into the 2 runes. The runes blazed with crimson light before shattering into particles. The surge rune entered Atticus, and an overwhelming surge of energy flooded his veins like wildfire. The sea rune, meanwhile, unleashed a torrent of water, surging and crashing, filling the entire space and enveloping all 3 within the dome. Atticus felt the immense power coursing through his body, overwhelming. His next move was immediate. As Carius's thoughts raced, trying to assess the situation and attack, Atticus's voice rang out, and everything stopped. Domain. The situation felt surreal. It was just a single word, one Carius had heard countless times in this new world. For the masses, witnessing the formation of a domain was a rare, awe-inspiring event, but Carius was not one of the masses. Due to his race's abilities and his father's training, he had seen domains of all shapes and sizes formed by those of his race. He had watched, studied, and analyzed them, all to awaken his own domain faster. But now, even though he had experienced domains countless times, something felt different. Something felt wrong. A person he considered nothing more than an insect had spoken a single word, and yet he felt fear. Fear. The grip on his sword tightened as he steadied himself within the water-filled dome. Space wrapped around him and his alternate self, shielding them from the crushing waves as they hovered high in the dome. Both versions of Carius watched, their expressions cold but wary, as they observed the chaos unfolding. A beam of blue pierced the sky, striking the golden dome above before it unfurled, spreading across the entire dome. The air grew heavy, the intense energy radiating from the beam creating a pressure so dense it felt like of ice. And at the center of it all stood a figure, eyes burning with an electric blue. An overwhelming killing intent blanketed the space, palpable, suffocating. Both Carius figures narrowed their eyes. They had to attack now. Both Carius figures came to the same conclusion simultaneously. He was clearly undergoing a transformation, and Carius was proud but not foolish. He knew he was at a disadvantage. Allowing him to finish his transformation would be a great mistake. The space around them warped, and just as Carius was about to move, he suddenly felt space tighten around him. The water pressure. The water pressure inside the dome had increased manifold, immobilizing both versions of Carius. They couldn't move properly even if they wanted to. He got us. Carius seethed. The entire dome was filled with water, making it Atticus's dominion. If the water pressure and intense gales weren't so concentrated, he might have been able to teleport to Atticus. But as it was, attempting to warp through the water currents would shred him instantly. 45 seconds. Carius thought grimly. The golden dome had a time limit. After exactly 1 minute, it would vanish, and the water would dissipate. He just had to hold out until then. The power of Atticus's domain surged back to him, the water that filled the dome coiling, rippling, and bending to his will. As it fused with him, Atticus's form began to transform. His hair flowed backward, merging with the water, taking on the appearance of dark, swirling currents. His skin turned translucent, like the surface of a deep ocean. Veins glowed beneath, illuminated in bright blue, as though pure energy coursed through him. Water swirled around his limbs, shrouding them in mist and liquid force. His eyes, now like twin whirlpools, pulsed with untamed power, their intensity enough to chill anyone who met his gaze. The people of the human domain erupted into intense cheers. But beneath the excitement, their shock was apparent. They knew their apex was incredibly strong, but they had never imagined his power was at the level of forming a domain. At this point, to most of the citizens, he was an untouchable. So many shocking events had unfolded, but none brought as much joy as they did to the Ravensteins. Many couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect seeing the water element wielded in such a profound manner. The reaction from the Dimensari was one of utter disbelief. Unlike Carius, who hadn't bothered learning about the humans, the other Dimensari paragons knew the human power system well enough, though they considered it inferior. However, in this situation, it was clear who held the advantage. Azrakan shot a panicked look at Elytrantran, but the latter's aura had already shifted. Elytrantran had been attempting to regain control over the Nexus world, but now it was a matter of life and death. They could not afford to lose their apex. Elytrantran's aura darkened as an intense black energy erupted from him, blanketing the entire space. The Colosseum instantly quieted as all eyes turned towards him. "Stand back," he commanded. Elytrantran's eyes ignited in a deep black hue as a sword materialized from his aura, wrapping around his arm. He plummeted from the skies, striking the point where all the apexes had gone through earlier. An intense shockwave rippled throughout the Colosseum. The gazes of each of the other races, paragons narrowed, their eyes turning into pinpricks as they comprehended the situation. Elytrantran had been holding back. In an instant, the Dimensari paragons gathered around him, their gazes firm. They exchanged no words, but their eyes conveyed everything. Once again, the tension in the Colosseum reached its peak. Water domain fusion. The first time Atticus had visited Freya's grave and broken down, he had almost formed his water domain. That connection had been enough to make him attempt it a second time and succeed. The only problem was energy. Atticus didn't want to end up exhausted for days just to win a single fight, especially knowing this wasn't his final battle. This was where Oberon had come in. The man had identified the problem and offered a solution: runes. It was a solution Atticus happily accepted, one he didn't hesitate to use when the opportunity arose. The formation of the dome covering them was the perfect chance. A chance he was going to utilize fully. Atticus's eyes locked onto the true Carius through the swirling mass of high-pressure water. Every single one of his injuries had healed, and his fatigue had vanished. The world around them seemed to slow as the pressure of the water intensified, shrinking the space around them. Atticus could hear the rapid pounding of Carius's heart. But he didn't care. In an instant, Atticus vanished. Atticus moved like a current through the water, his body merging seamlessly with the intense flow. Every movement was fluid, each shift almost invisible as he glided effortlessly. He was everywhere and nowhere at once, untraceable. Carius's eyes sharpened, his instincts screaming at him. An intense wave of danger gripped him, and without hesitation, he focused his power, teleporting out of his position and reappearing in the distance. In the next moment, a sword abruptly sliced down, cutting through the space where he had stood just a second before, the intense water splitting from the force of the blow. But his alternate self wasn't as fortunate. The alternate Carius sensed the danger a second too late. He glanced up and quickly raised his arm, compressing space around him in an attempt to block the attack. But it was futile. Atticus's blade phased through the barrier as if it didn't exist. The sword cleaved through the alternate Carius from head to toe, splitting him in a swift, clean cut. Blackish blood spilled into the surrounding water, staining it as the two halves of his body floated apart. It lasted only a moment, as the space around the body crumbled, and the intense current tore it to shreds. Carius's eyes widened, and for the first time, an intense shock filled his face. He and his alternate self possessed about the same power levels, yet Atticus's attack had phased through his defenses as though they didn't exist. The air around Carius crackled as the space reacted violently. Due to the water pressure, he had sustained slight injuries when he teleported, leaving many small cuts across his form, but he paid them no heed. He had more pressing matters at hand. 39 seconds. That thought echoed in Carius's head as Atticus reappeared, the water swirling around him like an extension of his body. His eyes remained fixed on Carius, the killing intent only growing stronger. He unleashed another swift slash, the water parting due to its intense force. Carius reacted instantly, teleporting away just as the blade passed through his previous position. He had no intention of repeating his alternate self's mistake. But Atticus was relentless. Slashes upon slashes followed, and water gales tore through the space, attacking from every angle. Carius narrowly dodged each one, his form blurring as he teleported again and again. But with each move, the injuries around his body multiplied, small, sharp, and deep wounds inflicted by the water pressure and Atticus's strikes. The water was everywhere, and so, Atticus was everywhere. Below, above, right, left, attacks rained down from all directions, each one threatening to tear Carius apart. Suddenly, the water pressure around him thickened, and a swift slash appeared at his side. He's getting faster, Carius realized. It was too late to teleport. Carius's eyes blazed, and he strained his muscles, his will unfurling as he expanded the space around him just enough to maneuver. His grip tightened on his sword as he moved it in a blur to parry the attack. Katana and sword collided, an intense shockwave parting the water around them. The force was too overwhelming. The clash sent Carius flying back, the space around him compressing as he fought to regain his balance. As he stabilized himself, his eyes widened as he saw that the water-filled dome was now teeming with intense azure slashes, closing in from every direction. Carius's eyes rapidly scanned the area, but he was unable to spot Atticus. However, he could feel his presence, an unyielding, predatory gaze that made his skin crawl. Atticus was watching. The slashes moved all at once, converging on him from every conceivable angle. Carius's mind worked frantically, his form teleporting rapidly, evading each one. But every shift through the intense water inflicted more injuries, black blood spewing from fresh wounds. The pressure was unrelenting, and as the seconds passed, the slashes began to land. Deep cuts opened across his body, the pain intensifying with each hit. Even when the blades missed, they pursued him, following his movements, while the entire space filled with violent gales, slashing through his defenses. His sword clashed against the bombardment, blocking and deflecting attacks, but the force behind each strike was overwhelming. 20 seconds, he counted in his head. It was a blow to his pride, to his name, and it hurt him to admit it. He just had to survive until the time was up. But in the intense situation, Carius had forgotten something incredibly important. As the azure slashes rained down, Atticus suddenly appeared in front of him like a rushing wave, his katana moving with lethal precision toward Carius's neck. Carius's instincts screamed at him to teleport, but just as he tried, Atticus's gaze flared. The space molecules around them came under Atticus's control, no longer responding to Carius's commands. Carius's eyes widened, and for the first time, he felt something he hadn't expected: fear. He sensed the danger, but it was too late. Atticus's katana sliced clean through, almost severing Carius's neck entirely. Every single person watching held their breath, many in the process of pulling their hair out. But as the blade neared the final edge, the entire world trembled violently, the rules of reality shifting in an instant. Both Atticus and Carius felt the change, an unstoppable force neither could resist. A golden glow enveloped Carius, stopping his head from getting severed, and a message flashed in front of Atticus. Carius Valerius is unable to participate and will be teleported out. Congratulations, the winner of this battle is Atticus Ravenstein. The entire world seemed to pause as the dome's water slowly settled, and the blue energy filling the space began to dissipate. Atticus's intense gaze remained fixed as Carius's form vanished, the golden light teleporting him away. The battle was over, but the killing intent in Atticus's eyes didn't disappear, it kept growing in intensity. Atticus's mind was clouded, but the entirety of the human domain watching the live stream felt differently. A roar that shook the heavens erupted, rocking the planet. Loud was an understatement for what occurred next. As soon as the winner was announced, the world seemed to pause for a split second, a brief moment that felt eternal, and then a cheer erupted, shaking the entire domain. It was intense, deafening, and mind-numbing. People screamed at the top of their lungs, jumping and hugging random strangers out of sheer joy. Strangers in the street kissed one another as if today was the best day in the world. The youths of the White Omens division screamed, the entire academy watching the screen in a frenzy of cheers. Even the divisions who hated Atticus to the core couldn't help but feel their blood boil with excitement. It was a win for the human domain. Jared, who had been laughing inside the room where the instructors were gathered, now had an intense grin spread across his face as he stared at Atticus through the screen, looking like he wanted nothing more than to hug him to death. Isabella wore a wide smile as she turned toward Harrison beside her with a look that screamed, "I told you so." But Harrison didn't even pay attention to her. An unusual smile had already appeared on his face. Many of the instructors in the room were happy, but most of the second-year instructors couldn't help but show slight regret. If only Atticus had attended the second year, at the very least, they would have been able to brag that they taught him. But unfortunately for them, he didn't. The tears in Anastasia's eyes had stopped, and her grip on Avalon's hand loosened, but she was still worried. He might have defeated Carius, but the competition wasn't over. However, she was the only one feeling this way. Avalon's aura was scorching, a wide grin plastered on his face, his pride palpable, and the other Ravenstein family members shared his sentiment. Seeing a member of their family, their brethren, achieve something so great sent waves of pride running through their bodies. He had raised the Ravenstein name to its peak. The entire human domain was elated, they were thrilled, excited beyond belief. Atticus Ravenstein, their apex, had defeated the apex of the Dimensari race. Magnus, who had rarely shown any emotion since the battle began, clenched his fist so hard that those beside him felt his excitement. He was so proud of his boy, but there was no time to savor the victory as an overwhelming killing intent suddenly blanketed the entire arena. "You were holding back," a voice boomed, resounding across the space. This time, the measures in place struggled to contain the collective power of the Paragons, and the people in the arena felt an intense pressure pressing down on them. Many eyes turned toward the Lucendi Paragon who had just spoken, but it was useless. The Lucendi Paragon wasn't the only one whose aura was pressing down on the entire area. Every single Paragon, except for the humans whose apex had participated in the Nexus, stared down at the Dimensari, an intense killing intent filling the air. The Dimensari are the hosts of this event and are thus responsible for the lives of its participants. Your negligence caused this situation, and yet, instead of doing everything in your power to correct it, you knowingly held back, allowing the other participants to die and only stepped up when your apex was in danger. This is unacceptable behavior, disgusting. And it led to the deaths of some of our brightest. The Dimensari will pay for this. The Vampiro's Paragon spoke calmly and slowly, but her killing intent was more intense than the rest of the other Paragons. Hers was cold and piercing. It wasn't one of dominance, but a clear warning. She was ready to kill. However, every single one of them paused as Elytrantran turned to face them. Their gazes narrowed as a realization suddenly dawned on them. He was bound by a mana contract, which made it impossible for him to hold back in the first place. He hadn't been holding back. What Elytrantran had just done was risk his life to break through. The domain of the Dimensari race was the pocket dimension that Elytrantran had created for the Nexus competition. In essence, it was his domain that Carius had taken over and locked him out of, primarily because Elytrantran wasn't inside the domain at the time. With enough time, he would have regained control, but due to the urgency, he had to resort to drastic methods. Like with many others, a domain was an extension of an individual, it was everything that made up a person. To pierce through it was akin to piercing a hole in one's being. It was a wound that might never recover until death and would significantly reduce an individual's power. Elytrantran's face was pale, and despite being a paragon, his entire body was drenched in sweat. He staggered forward but was quickly supported by his son, Azrakan. Take him to his chambers. Azrakan instructed one of the paragons. As soon as Elytrantran was taken away, he turned toward the other paragons and addressed them. As you can see, he wasn't holding back. He had to risk his life to regain control and save the apexes who are still alive. There is a traitor in our midst, but it is not the Dimensari. I hope you will withdraw your killing intent and focus on finding that person. The other paragons hesitated, but the mention of the other apexes was enough for many of them to temporarily drop the issue and focus on their apexes. Soon enough, only the paragons whose apexes had died in the first round remained, and they were greatly outnumbered. What a smart man, Serafina muttered under her breath. With those words, Azrakan had not only absolved the Dimensari of blame but also shifted it toward an imaginary person. Given what Elytrantran had just done, many were forced to believe him. And to add the final touch, he had shifted the attention of the angry paragons to the fact that many apexes were still alive. At this point, it was all they cared about. Soon enough, a golden light flared in the middle of the arena, and all eyes turned toward it. After a second, the light dimmed, revealing the almost beheaded figure of Carius. He lay on the floor, a pool of blackish blood forming around him as it gushed from his open neck. He was on the brink of death. Azrakan reacted immediately. His gaze flickered, and he froze the space around Carius before lifting him up and handing him over to a woman with all the characteristics of a Dimensari. After a brief inspection, the woman nodded seriously to Azrakan before taking Carius away. The other paragons paid the scene little attention and instead focused entirely on the live streams. Many of them sighed in relief. None of the second round apexes had died yet, their fights were still ongoing and at their peak. However, with the rules of the world changed, their lives were no longer in danger. Now, they could relax and watch the battles with calmer hearts. Nevertheless, the gazes of many paragons gravitated toward Atticus's screen. A human had actually defeated a Dimensari. Many thoughts started running through their heads. Not everyone had the luxury of such excitement. Azard's face was pale as he watched the brutality unfolding in front of him. On the other screens, apexes of the superior races battled each other, and their clashes were cataclysmic and intense. But aside from Atticus, there was only one other mid-race apex that had battled a superior race apex, Aearch, the Aeonian apex. Aearch had battled Karn Vos, the apex of the Nullite race. Aearch had a deep connection with mana, allowing him to manipulate it intricately, while Karn Vos possessed the ability to nullify mana. The battle, if one could call it that, was brutal, and Karn Vos showed no mercy. He didn't rush, nor did he end the battle in one strike. His hammer repeatedly impacted Aearch's battered body, sending bluish blood splattering everywhere. Karn Voss displayed no emotion, not a single expression on his face. His demeanor was neutral as he continued his brutal assault. To him, mana was the enemy, and he was simply purging it. Aark could barely move. Both his eyes were wide open as he gazed upward, his body jerking violently with each impact of the massive hammer. His life weapon was held tightly in his arm, but he couldn't move. He felt his life flashing before his eyes. And as he met Karn Voss's gaze, he knew there was no mercy. Just as Aark closed his eyes, ready to let go, a golden light suddenly enveloped him, transporting him just as the massive hammer, enveloped in a brown aura, slammed down where he had been moments before, sending an intense shockwave spreading outward. A text appeared for all to see in the next instant. Aark Eternus is unable to participate and will be teleported out. Congratulations, the winner of this battle is Karn Voss. Azard plummeted from the skies, swooping Aark's completely battered body into his arms. His expression was both serious and deeply saddened as he stared down at his grandson. "You're going to be okay," he whispered as mana enveloped them both, healing Aark's brutal wounds. Despite hearing his grandfather's voice, Aark could barely register the words. However, he felt the familiar warmth and allowed the mana to flow deep into his body, healing him as he closed his eyes to rest. At the very least, he had survived. Even as multiple lights ignited in the middle of the arena, Azard focused solely on his grandson. The other paragons, however, were the opposite. Multiple heavy presences soon landed in the arena as the blinding lights started to disperse. All eyes turned toward the figures that had appeared. In the middle of the arena, exactly 4 figures lay on the ground with pools of blood forming around them. Luray Bloodveil of the Vampiros race. Kinera Flux of the Evolari race. Mara Nihilus of the Obliterary race. Tauren Veilus of the Regenerary race. Each of them was terribly battered and injured. Their individual battles had been intense and were very close calls. It was as though their matchups had been ordained by the heavens. They all had abilities that perfectly countered their counterparts. Aside from the battles of Atticus and Carius, and Karn Voss and Aark, the other 2 apex pairs had drawn. If it hadn't been for the sudden rule change, they all would have died. Many of the paragons couldn't help but sigh in relief as they instantly carried their respective apexes and began healing their wounds. The killing intent that had blanketed the entire space significantly diminished, giving the crowd a chance to fully comprehend the events. Out of the 8 apexes that began the second round, only 2 remained, while the others had drawn. Many couldn't help but reflect on the battles that had unfolded. For the second round, the Vampiros apex, Luray Bloodveil, had fought the Evolari apex, Kinera Flux. The battle had been intense, too intense. However, neither seemed able to gain the upper hand. It had been utterly shocking to those watching, especially the people and paragons of the angel race, when Luray had somehow demonstrated and used the ability of the angel race. The people and paragons were stunned, but the paragon of the Vampiros race showed no surprise. She, of all people, knew what Luray was capable of. Despite utilizing the powers of both the angel and Vampiros races, Luray still couldn't gain the upper hand over Kinera. The latter had the absolute power of evolution. As the battle went on, she kept evolving and adapting to countless situations. The Evolari race was feared in battle for this reason, and Kinera was in a league of her own compared to others of her kind. A stalemate was reached, eventually ending in a draw as both parties were on the verge of ending their lives. The next pair, as many would have guessed, was between Mara Nihilus of the Obliterary race and Tauren Veilus of the Regenerary race. The latter had the ability to regenerate from a single drop of blood, while the former could disintegrate or obliterate anything out of existence. It was an iconic matchup, and Mara definitely had the upper hand, constantly unleashing attacks that obliterated everything in their path. However, Tauren chose to play the clever route. He hid parts of his body throughout different areas of the arena. No matter how many times Mara obliterated him, he always regenerated fully, and the battle would resume immediately. This particular ability was something only Tauren could achieve in the entire Regenerary race. However, it did have some drawbacks. Each body part had a time limit, and there was also a limited range within which Tauren could utilize them. The battle became one of death and revival, with many wondering if each attack would be the one to finally take down Tauren. As the battle raged on, Tauren gradually began to gain the upper hand, and soon they reached a stalemate that ultimately ended in a draw. The seconds ticked by quickly, and the arena soon cleared as each paragon had already picked up their respective apex. However, none of them left the arena. The paragons of the three superior races who had lost their apexes still radiated killing intent, filling the space with their rage, but none of the others paid them any attention. Most of the apexes had already healed enough, and they, along with the paragons, turned their focus toward the massive screen that had appeared in the center of the Colosseum. Unlike before, when there had been multiple split screens, there was now only one battle about to start. A battle that, if anyone had told the onlookers this would be the final match of the tournament, they would have been called mad and taken to the hospital. It seemed impossible. However, reality never lied. In the Veritega Nexus, an event that occurs only once every 10 years, this season's final battle would be Karn Voss of the Nullite race against Atticus Ravenstein of the human race. A human in the finals of the Veritega Nexus. It was unprecedented in the history of the event, something no one had ever thought possible. Because of the unfolding situation, many hadn't paid attention at first, but now, the mid-races and even the superior races couldn't help but turn their focus toward the human paragons. Magnus and the others felt the weight of their stares, with Thorn, Luminous and Serafina feeling a tinge of discomfort. However, Magnus remained seated, still and unwavering, his gaze fixed forward. He showed not the slightest regard for any of them. Many eyebrows instantly rose. When the human paragons had entered the Colosseum, the others hadn't given them any recognition. Was this Magnus's way of paying them back? Some felt a tinge of anger but chose to say nothing, shifting their gazes away from the humans and back to the screen. This time, it wasn't just the affected parties watching. This time, the entirety of the collective races, from the arena to each of their respective domains, was watching. The anger in the air kept building. Even as the golden dome vanished, causing the sea of water to fall into the pit below, the anger continued to rise. Carius had escaped. The reality of those words felt heavy, so heavy that Atticus didn't want to accept it. It felt like an enormous burden. It took some time for the truth to settle deep within Atticus. And as soon as it did, the anger simmered down significantly. Atticus's gaze remained as cold as ice, but his mind had already started working. And when he thought about the entire situation, a cold fact brewed within him. He just had to kill him another time. From his brief interaction with Carius, Atticus had already raised his name to the top of his list of kill targets. He hated when someone threatened his family, he hated it to the core. But that wasn't even the most dangerous aspect of Carius. He's a planner. Carius was smart, patient, and calm. Atticus had felt intense anger emanating from him multiple times during the battle, and yet, Carius hadn't acted on impulse. He had maintained his composure and chose planned action instead. To Atticus, he was the most dangerous type of enemy to have, one who kept his word. Now that Atticus had defeated him, showing how dangerous he could be, Carius would likely try his best to crush him. There's nothing I can do for now. I'll deal with him as soon as I can. Atticus's guard was raised to its peak. He had no idea what Carius would plan next, and that fact worried him. He decided to stop dwelling on it and focus on recovering his strength instead. I should still have about 2 battles left. The second round was 4 versus 4, which should leave only 4 apexes remaining. Atticus couldn't help but wonder who was left and how strong his next opponent would be. He quickly deactivated his domain fusion, his body reverting to its normal state. He could feel a wave of fatigue hitting both his mind and body. Even though he had been able to mitigate some effects, it was still a significant strain on him. He found one of the remaining hovering platforms in the arena and sat down cross-legged, instantly beginning to meditate. I should focus on my will. He had used his will significantly during the battle and when he utilized his water domain fusion. If his will stat were like a consumable resource, Atticus had about 26 points left. It was incredibly low, and if he entered the next battle like this, he wouldn't be able to use his domain fusion again. When my exosuit recovers, it will help with my mana and fatigue. His mana was low, and he was feeling intense fatigue. But recovering his will required his utmost concentration, and he chose to prioritize that. Atticus quickly formulated a plan in his head and entered a deep state of meditation. Contrary to what the people outside were expecting, Atticus had no intention of entering his next battle unless he had recovered his strength to an acceptable level. Time passed quickly, and many watching couldn't help but groan in frustration at what they were witnessing. Every bit of excitement they had felt was snuffed out. Why is he just sitting there? They were all staring at Atticus's meditative form. He had been sitting there for more than 3 hours already. They understood that he was trying to recover, but wasn't this too much? Many had been excited for the final to begin, eager to see who the winner would be. The human apex had performed miracles since the event began. Who was to say he wouldn't perform another? A human winning the Veritega Nexus was a thought both inconceivable and thrilling. The humans, in particular, showed no impatience. In fact, they approved of what Atticus was doing. They wouldn't mind if the Nullite Apex gave up due to boredom. The onlookers felt different emotions, but the cause of it all, Atticus, didn't care. All he cared about was regaining his will. Fortunately, his exosuit had recovered a few minutes ago, allowing him to regain his mana at a rapid pace. His fatigue was also washing away as his suit continued to absorb mana from the air. It's easier. Atticus couldn't fully explain it. Even he didn't understand it. But ever since his will had increased significantly, he found it easier to recover while meditating. It also helped that he hadn't depleted it entirely. Atticus took deep, measured breaths, steadying his heart rate. There was a lot on his mind, but he silenced each thought. His will, body, and mind were all recovering, and that was what mattered most right now. Now that the rules of the world had changed, Atticus didn't have to worry about his life anymore. It felt as though a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. However, this didn't mean he would let his guard down. He still wanted to win the Nexus. 2 more hours passed, and Atticus felt that he had recovered to satisfactory levels. He hadn't fully recovered, but he subtly preferred it this way. His battle intent was still active and as high as ever, and his senses heightened. Any more rest, and he could risk losing his edge. He was in his optimal state for battle. Atticus checked his inventory and reviewed the list of flags in his possession. White flag. Automatic victory in the event of a tie. Violet flag. Change the terrain of the arena randomly for 30 seconds. Orange flag. Create an impenetrable shield that encompasses both you and your opponent for 1 minute. Cyan flag. Summon an army of random beasts. Note: the beasts cannot distinguish between ally and foe and will attack everyone and everything. I still have the orange flag. Even though Carius had used it, Atticus still had the flag. Orange and cyan, a good combination. After checking everything and seeing that all was in order, Atticus mentally confirmed his readiness, and a golden glow enveloped him, transporting him away from the scene. An intense roar echoed through the arena and the human domain as the screen flickered, showing Atticus appearing in the arena. The final was about to begin. Atticus's eyes snapped open, his aura calm. His right hand gripped his katana tightly as his piercing blue eyes scanned his surroundings. He found himself standing at the edge of nowhere. This is the next arena, Atticus thought. The land was barren, with jagged cracks running through the parched earth. There were no obstacles, no mountains, no hills, no hovering platforms. The entire area was completely flat, and the skies were clear. As always, Atticus performed a brief inspection of himself. Nothing is missing. His mana was stable and unrestricted. All his elements were intact, and the same went for his flags. Atticus was already clad in his exosuit, his guard raised. The superior race apexes are dangerous. After his fight with Carius, Atticus had quickly come to this conclusion. He had won due to certain favorable circumstances, but the same might not apply with others. If he hadn't been certain before, he was now. Only the superior race apexes remained in the competition, which meant this battle was sure to be intense. Just as Atticus was about to move, he paused as a holographic screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Its words were shocking. Welcome to the final round, Atticus Ravenstein. Final. Atticus was baffled. This should have been the semifinal. Did both pairs draw? If his assumption was correct, it changed everything significantly. It meant that this was the final battle, the battle that would determine the true apex of this Veritega Nexus. It was a battle sure to be bloody. I wonder who it will be. There was something about finals that made people try harder than ever to win. The effort one put into a semi-final couldn't compare to a final. To most, this was the last obstacle before victory, and they would do everything in their power to overcome it. It was this effort that Atticus was already anticipating. He exhaled deeply, squinting his eyes as he stared into the distance. There, he saw a figure standing in the middle of the arena. It just had to be him. Atticus took in a deep breath before shooting forward with incredible speed. His movements were utterly silent, his steps making no sound as he reached the middle in seconds. Atticus stood exactly 101 meters away from the figure, observing him silently. Of every single race that Magnus had taught him about, there was one Atticus had dreaded to face. One he hoped he wouldn't have to battle, a bad matchup for him. And for the final of the Veritega Nexus, he was battling their apex. The universe had to despise him, right? That had to be the only explanation. A figure stood motionless in front of him, towering yet eerily calm. His skin was pale, and he had black, raven-like hair. Resting loosely in his hand was a massive hammer that seemed to absorb all light around it. Karn Vos, the apex of the Nullite race. Karn's eyes, akin to twin abysses, gazed at Atticus, cold and unfeeling. His expression was one of complete indifference, as if what he was staring at wasn't even worthy of being called an opponent. Your mana is filthy. Karn's voice was cold yet clear. Despite his words, his expression didn't change, but his disgust was apparent. The Nullite race harbored a deep-rooted hatred toward mana. This hatred was written into their very being. From birth, every member of the Nullite race possessed the ability to negate mana, rendering it inoperable in the air or in anything that relied on it. Before the war, they had been enemies of all races on Eldoralf, their goal always to rid the planet of mana-wielding filth. However, the advent of the Zorvans changed many things, enabling them to join the alliance. 4 words. Those were the only words Karn Vos had spoken. He hadn't acknowledged the fact that they were both reincarnators. He hadn't tried to advise Atticus to give up. He hadn't even tried to speak further with him. He'd spoken those 4 words not as a conversation with Atticus, but as a declaration he completed with action. Karn's expression remained stone cold as he suddenly hoisted his massive hammer onto his shoulder, the air around him shifting. His eyes locked onto Atticus, the world slowing as if every ounce of his being was committed to one single purpose. Purging the filth. Null field. As the words left Karn's lips, a wave of dark energy instantly radiated outward, expanding in every direction with astonishing speed. The field rapidly expanded to encompass a massive 95-meter radius with Karn at its center. The air within the field felt surreal and dead, as if it were devoid of the very force that breathes life into the world. Karn's gaze met Atticus, who stood just beyond the field's reach, as though he had anticipated the move. Futile, Karn muttered, his dark aura abruptly flaring. In a burst of speed, he rocketed toward Atticus, the ground beneath him cracking under the sheer force of his takeoff. However, his gaze suddenly narrowed as he realized Atticus had vanished. Karn's eyes flickered in every direction, scanning for Atticus. His gaze then shifted high into the sky, locking onto Atticus hovering above. But his attention was instantly drawn elsewhere. Just above Atticus, an army of colossal, meteor-like rocks hovered in the air, each one as imposing as the next. Atticus's cold eyes gazed down at Karn. Without a word, he extended his hand, and with a single motion, the massive boulders hurtled down, plummeting with terrifying force. The crowd in the human domain and several others erupted in cheers, their voices thundering and shaking the earth. This was how a final should start, explosive, a show of absolute power. As the massive rocks descended, Karn's aura only seemed to intensify. The air around him grew heavy as he shifted his stance, planting his right foot forward. The ground buckled and cracked beneath his weight as he reared back and hurled his hammer with tremendous force. The hammer rocketed upward, slicing through the air and shattering the falling rocks effortlessly. Its speed was so intense that it broke the sound barrier with sonic booms, the air currents gathering around the hammer as it tore through the sky. Atticus's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Karn to throw his weapon. His focus instantly shifted to the fire element, his body flickering out of the hammer's path just as it ripped past where he had been, the air around it swirling and distorting from the sheer force of its movement. But as soon as he reappeared in another location, the hammer shifted course, changing direction and hurtling toward him with twice its speed. Atticus wasted no time, flickering again and again, deftly evading the hammer. Each time it missed, its force caused ripples and gusts, tearing through the atmosphere. Even as Atticus dodged, his focus remained on the earth element. He conjured more boulders, launching them toward Karn below, as though to overwhelm him. The area rumbled as massive boulders shot from the ground, crashing down like artillery shells. He's smart, Atticus thought, his mind clear as he assessed the situation. During his lessons with Magnus, Atticus had learned about the Nullite race, and the realization of their power had been frightening. They could negate mana, making them the bane of the Ravenstein family. Other families could still utilize their bloodline to a certain degree even without mana, but the Ravensteins wouldn't be able to do anything. To manipulate the elements, they needed to form a connection with the mana and elemental molecules in the air. Without mana, how could they form the elements? It was a terrifying realization, but Atticus calmed down as Magnus continued speaking. The Nullite race had weaknesses, significant ones. The most basic ability of the Nullite race was the creation of a null field, which was exactly as it sounded, a field where all mana was neutralized. The range of this field varied depending on the strength of its user. A Grandmaster Plus equivalent of their race typically had a null field radius of about 85 meters with a height of 50 meters. Some could extend it further, but not by a significant margin. This was their first weakness. The null field moved with its user but had a limited range. The second weakness was that the Nullite race could only use their power of nullification when they were in contact with the Earth. It didn't have to be Earth in particular, but it needed to be something directly connected to the ground, like a building or structure. Atticus used these weaknesses to his advantage, staying high above. While the null field could still nullify his attacks and elements, the Earth element was tricky. If Atticus manipulated the Earth to form a boulder outside the null field and then hurled it down toward Karn, it would still be a massive boulder, even without mana, once it entered the null field. I can continue like this for as long as it takes, but what's he going to do? Karn's choice to throw his weapon had been clever. It forced Atticus to stay alert, as one hit would have devastating consequences. It also kept Atticus busy, preventing him from launching a more direct attack. However, Atticus was expending minimal energy. His suit continued regenerating his fatigue and mana. He could keep this up for as long as necessary. Karn's eyes remained steady, his aura flaring as he weaved through the bombardment of falling rocks, his movements precise, the dark energy rippling around him. Suddenly, his gaze snapped upward, locking onto Atticus's flickering figure high above. The roars from the human domain outside were deafening as the crowd screamed in sheer excitement, but none of the sound reached the arena. In the arena, the only noises were the heavy thuds of rocks crashing against the earth and the whistling sound of Karn's massive hammer cutting through the air. To the people watching, it seemed clear that Atticus had the upper hand. However, just as it seemed Karn was cornered, he uttered a single word that made the world tremble. Domain. A pillar of darkness erupted from him, shooting into the sky before spreading out in all directions, engulfing a 500-meter radius with him at the center. The once bright and chaotic world instantly transformed. The sky, previously illuminated by the distant sun, was now shrouded in shadow, casting an eerie twilight glow over the arena. The air felt thick, heavy, and lifeless, like a suffocating fog that choked out all light. The world became dull, devoid of the vibrant mana it once thrived on. The massive boulders that floated high up in the air suddenly began to tremble before crumbling into dust, their remnants falling to the ground. The massive hammer, which had been homing in on Atticus moments before, lost its momentum and dropped from the sky. Karn reached out and caught it effortlessly, his eyes never leaving Atticus. This was his world, a world where mana was nothing but a memory. A beautiful world. However, Karn's brows rose as he observed Atticus's new form. An intense crimson aura enveloped Atticus's entire form, and despite the neutralization of mana in the air, rendering him unable to control any elements, he still floated high above, his aura heavy. How? Karn thought, but his expression remained impassive. He had never been one to waste time pondering. It didn't change his objective: eliminate the filth. Karn abruptly swept his hammer to the side, releasing a shockwave that tore through the air. The force of the swing cracked the ground beneath him, fissures spreading as dust billowed up. His aura surged as he dipped low, muscles tensing before he shot upward like a missile, the ground buckling and cratering beneath the power of his launch. Atticus's eyes remained cold, unflinching. The crimson aura surrounding him intensified as he shot toward the hurtling Karn with incredible speed. A deep crimson collided with abyssal black, creating an intense shockwave that shook the entire arena. The power of the Nullite race was profound. Being able to negate mana in a world filled with people who relied on it made them seem like gods among men. However, after years of wars and countless deaths, the people of Eldoralth began to see that they weren't as overpowered as they seemed. Like any other race, they had weaknesses. And out of those weaknesses, Atticus had chosen to exploit one of them. In Eldoralf, all abilities, even the most basic, were somehow tied to an individual's will. Just like the Dimensari race, a Dimensari with a weaker will couldn't impose their dimensional rules on someone with a stronger will. The same held true for the Nullite race, though it was a bit different. Atticus's entire body was enveloped in an intense crimson as he activated his will. As Karn's domain enveloped the world, Atticus felt the atmosphere change. The mana in the air became dormant, neutralized by the energy permeating the environment. He sensed a force clashing against his will, trying to reach the mana within his body, but his will was as strong as ever. Boom! The sky exploded with a thunderous boom as Atticus and Karn collided midair, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The force of their clash shook the air, making the entire arena tremble. Karn's gaze, which had held slight surprise, now widened in shock. Despite being in close proximity to Atticus and clashing weapons, he couldn't seem to negate Atticus's mana. Karn's body was bulky, and his hammer was massive. Although they collided, Atticus had no intention of challenging him head-on. That would have been foolish. In the next moment, sparks ignited as Atticus's katana scraped across Karn's hammer, the blade screeching against the metal as he expertly redirected Karn's momentum. Karn's bulky form shot upward, the momentum of his redirected force propelling him into the sky. Atticus swerved midair, his body flashing crimson as he evaded the hammer's trajectory. His katana left a streak of red in its wake as he shot upwards, closing the distance between him and Karn. His blade flashed, aiming straight for Karn's neck. However, Karn was already in motion. Using the momentum from his initial swing, he twisted in the air, his hammer descending with immense force. It clashed with Atticus's katana, the impact ringing out like a thunderclap. Sparks flew as metal met metal, and Atticus's eyes suddenly flashed. In a burst of speed, he closed the gap in the air, the tip of his katana thrusting toward Karn's neck. But just as it was about to connect, Karn's body surged forward with blinding speed, a trail of dark energy streaking in his wake. The thrust missed by a hair's breadth, and Karn's hammer whipped around, its massive form hurtling toward Atticus's side. Atticus's eyes narrowed into pinpricks. That burst of speed, he hadn't expected it. He had only a split second to react. His will surged, converging on his hand as he braced himself for the impact. The hammer collided with his side, and the impact felt like a detonation, the shockwave tearing through the air as a streak of red energy cut through the sky. Atticus was sent hurtling sideways, his body plummeting and skidding across the ground with force. A deep trench formed in his wake as he came to a stop, his cold gaze fixed upward. But Karn didn't waste a second. The air screamed as he tore through it, the sound of multiple sonic booms echoing through the arena. Both their eyes locked onto one another, ice cold. Atticus responded instantly, launching himself from the ground. The two figures collided with a force that split the air. Crimson streaks clashed with darkened brown as their figures disappeared and reappeared in the sky, their movements too fast for the crowd to follow. Each collision sent shockwaves through the air, and the sound of their weapons echoed like explosions. Karn's attacks were heavy, each swing of his hammer a force of pure power, his muscles bulging with every movement. His hammer tore through the air, creating violent vortices of wind as it moved, as if each strike was meant to crush and overwhelm. But Atticus was his opposite. He focused on speed and lethality. Every swing of Karn's hammer was met with a deft parry, every powerful strike redirected and countered with agility. His katana aimed for vital points, throat, heart, joints, each attack calculated and deadly. The two apexes moved like blurs, the arena becoming a mixture of streaking energy and clashing power. The crowd outside watched with wide eyes and held breaths, as crimson and brown streaks collided repeatedly in the air, neither giving an inch. The people of the human domain had been utterly terrified when they first saw Atticus' opponent, especially those who knew how the elements were formed. The elements were the Ravenstein's strongest advantage in any battle, they would be crippled if they were unable to utilize them. Karn Voss and the Nullite race were practically their bane. However, to their utter shock, Atticus was still holding his ground. This boy had shown them miracle after miracle, and none of them had a shred of doubt anymore. No matter how they tried, they couldn't see it, none of them could imagine a scenario where he would lose. The clashes were explosive. Despite facing a massive hammer, Atticus remained unaffected. He expertly timed each parry, redirecting each attack with precision. Regardless, he knew he couldn't keep this up for much longer. My will isn't infinite. Every second he used his will, Karn's domain, coupled with their close proximity and the fact that they were directly clashing, was draining it. He could feel his will depleting at a fast pace. Currently, Atticus's will acted as a barrier between Karn's aura of negation and his mana. For Karn to negate mana, his aura had to reach it. This was the main method Magnus had taught him in case he couldn't escape Karn's aura. He could use the mana in his body, but he couldn't tap into the mana in the atmosphere, which meant he couldn't recover any expended mana. In a prolonged battle, Atticus would be at a major disadvantage. He had to end the battle quickly. The force of the clashes intensified as their speed increased manifold. Regardless of the battle's intensity, Atticus's mind worked quickly as he analyzed Karn's whole being. He hasn't used any arts, Atticus noted. Every apex he had fought, just like him, had used their life weapon art during battle. Sure, Karn had acted and immediately used his domain due to the situation, but it seemed odd. From his brief interaction with Karn, Atticus didn't take him as the type to hold back. He's too direct, too simple. He sees this as a task to be accomplished, nothing else. No matter how he thought about it, such a person wouldn't intentionally hold back due to something as trivial as pride. Which only meant one thing. He doesn't have any arts. The ability to negate mana was already overpowered and likely came with some drawbacks. Arts had always been inherently dependent on mana, and although Karn seemed to control some kind of energy, it was possible that there were no arts to back it up. Although Magnus had given him a way to fight, Atticus had taken it a step further. Even though Magnus was a paragon, no one could know his own power better than Atticus himself. He had come up with another way. The nullity's power of negation affected mana, but the elemental molecules were different. They were still present in the air, but since they couldn't mix with mana, they were next to useless. However, what if Atticus could get them to mix with mana within a controlled radius? Even if it was only for a brief moment, he could use his elements. Atticus believed in this assumption, it seemed logical. However, he remained cautious. Although there were no life weapon arts, it didn't mean that there wasn't something else. Regardless, one thing was certain, he had to end this battle fast. Atticus's eyes blazed as his will abruptly exploded, forming a controlled radius that suddenly encompassed both him and Karn. Karn felt his negation aura getting suppressed by Atticus's will. A frown appeared on his face, but before he could react, Atticus acted. His mana suddenly surged outward, mixing with the elemental molecules in the air. In an instant, Atticus felt his connection to each of his elements reignite, and he didn't hesitate. The crowd's reaction was instantaneous. They each gasped in shock as the humans erupted, shouting at the top of their lungs. But Atticus was already moving. His body streaked forward, a blur of lightning and fire trailing in his wake. His focus shifted to the earth and space elements, and the air within the confined space suddenly grew dense, gravity multiplying several times over, pressing down on Karn and forcing his form to struggle to stay afloat. Atticus's speed was unreal, the sheer force of his movement parting the air like a sharp blade. His katana flashed, appearing at Karn's throat in the blink of an eye. The entire crowd held their breath, the anticipation palpable, each person gripping something tightly. But Karn's expression remained unfazed, steady. His brow furrowed slightly before he muttered. Void rend. In the next second, a cataclysmic shockwave erupted from Karn, ripping through the confined space like a battering ram. The force of the attack slammed into Atticus's will, hitting him like a sledgehammer. He felt an intense pain pierce through his skull, and for a moment, his grip faltered. Because of that, his katana veered off course, slicing a deep gash across Karn's left cheek. Brown liquid sprayed into the air, but Karn's gaze remained unchanged, cold and unaffected, as if he felt nothing. In the next instant, Karn's arm tensed as he swung his hammer in a brutal arc, its massive form hurtling toward the side of Atticus's head. Atticus's eyes narrowed, his instincts kicking in as he fought through the pain. His thoughts shifted to the fire element, and his body flickered sideways, narrowly evading the hammer as it passed over his horizontal form. In the next instant, fire erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward as he twisted midair. His leg shot out like a cannon, the impact smashing into the side of Karn's head with explosive force. The collision echoed through the arena like a war drum, and Karn's body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the earth with devastating power. The ground buckled and cratered under the impact, dust and debris flying in all directions. Not a nanosecond was wasted. A streak of crimson tore through the air as Atticus launched himself, his katana flashing forward with momentum. But just as he closed in, a burst of green erupted from the spot where Karn had cratered, and a barrier of emerald light materialized around him. Atticus's katana collided with the barrier, and the impact sent a violent shockwave through his body, jarring his arm and causing his muscles to tense. He immediately pulled back, flipping midair and landing a few meters away, his eyes fixed on Karn as he tried to shake off the numbness spreading through his limbs. My whole body feels numb, Atticus thought, clenching his arm tightly, trying to regain control over his stiff muscles. That barrier had been far too sturdy, his attack hadn't even caused it to flicker. His cold eyes locked onto Karn, who remained inside the barrier. Karn stood up slowly, unfazed, his expression as cold as ever. He had used the green flag, a barrier that lasted for only 5 seconds. The time seemed small, but to Atticus and Karn, it felt like forever. Karn took his time, deliberately reaching up to his cracked chin. With a sickening snap, he forced it back into place, the bone audibly clicking, yet his eyes never left Atticus. The intensity of his gaze was unnerving. It was at that moment that Atticus made a mind-blowing realization. Some time had passed since he had torn Karn's cheek, and yet, it hadn't healed. However, his shattered chin was visibly healing. Many wouldn't understand why, but Atticus wasn't just anyone. His gaze narrowed, his mind racing. It was as though they had been enemies for the longest time. It was only 5 seconds, yet it felt like multiple centuries was passing. Atticus and Karn's gazes locked midair, and it was as if intense sparks ignited between them. To Karn, he wanted nothing more than to rid the world of the filth he was currently facing. Atticus's mana was pure, so pure that Karn had surprisingly never seen anything like it before. Instead of being bountiful and plentiful, it was concentrated and strong. Since he had unleashed his domain, Karn's power output had reached the Grandmaster Plus rank, and it was obvious that, although Atticus was close, Karn was faster and stronger. However, Atticus still seemed to match him every time. Many might not understand how, but Karn did. Atticus' predictive analysis was off the charts, he was being read. Where Atticus lacked in power and speed, he made up for it by predicting his opponent's weaknesses and reacting accordingly. It sounded simple, but it was incredibly difficult. Not many could do this, even with heightened perception. Despite coming to this conclusion, Karn remained calm. In fact, he hadn't been actively thinking before, everything had just been a passing thought. To him, it didn't matter. It didn't change what had to be done. He would crush the filth. Exactly 4 seconds had passed, and Atticus's will had receded to just the surface of his body. His eyes held Karn's, but the number of thoughts running through his head made it obvious that, to him, this brief standoff was pointless. He had suddenly realized something that would change everything about this battle and improve his abilities by leaps and bounds. In the brief moment when Karn's destructive wave had hit him, Atticus had lost control over his will for just a split second as he slashed Karn's cheek. In that brief moment, Atticus hadn't realized it, but he had done a lot. Fixing his gaze on Karn's unhealed cheek, Atticus subtly felt a connection to it, as though a remnant of his will remained there. This small fact led him to a mind-blowing conclusion, one that tempted him to slap himself for not thinking of it earlier. It was something he had been using already, especially with his katana's third art, but he hadn't considered applying it to other things. He had truly been foolish. That 1 second felt like an eternity to the crowd watching from outside. Many were already at the edge of their seats. The roar that shook the human domain when Atticus had kicked Karn was intense, and even more so when Karn, a supposed superior race, was forced to use a flag. Their apex hadn't even used one. Who was the lower race now? The pride every single human felt at that moment was indescribable. And, to their relief, the final second passed. A roar that shook the domains erupted from the crowd, but none of it reached the arena. Instead, the ground buckled as Karn launched forward with earth-shattering force, the sound echoing like a war drum. His speed was a blur, his hammer raised high with the intent to crush Atticus. But he had barely covered half the distance when something shocking happened, something that stunned him and every single person watching. A massive, flaming fireball suddenly materialized in his path, blazing with intense heat as it rocketed toward him. Karn's gaze sharpened to pinpricks, a frown appearing on his face. A fireball. In his domain. It seemed inconceivable. No, it was inconceivable. So much so that he almost checked to see if Atticus had used a lighter and accelerant to ignite the flames. It was just that absurd. For the first time since the Veritega Nexus began, a frown appeared on the Nullite race paragon's face. Yun Voss sat on one of the high floating thrones, and despite everything, the event turning into a death match, and all the paragons showing their displeasure, he hadn't moved an inch. If anything, he had been content. The Nullite race's ultimate goal had always been to rid the planet of mana-wielding filth. However, due to the Zorvans, they had to ally with what they despised most. Watching as each of the other races' greatest geniuses died was a luxury to Yun. He had been in a good mood, even though his expression remained unchanged. Not once had he been worried about Karn losing. To him, it seemed impossible. The Demensari might have won the competition multiple times in the past, but Karn Voss was different, and Yun had no doubt he would win the Nexus. But that ball of fire that Atticus had just shot changed everything. For the first time, Yun's expression shifted. Many others might not know what it was, but the Nullite had made it a point to study every ability that might pose a weakness to their race. Yun knew exactly what it was, and it wasn't good news. However, the same couldn't be said for Karn Voss. Karn wasted no time. As soon as the flaming ball appeared in front of him, he brought his hammer down like a judgment, smashing into the ball of fire, a mistake he paid dearly for. It burst into an explosion of flames, smoke engulfing the air around him. Then, to everyone's shock, including Karn's, the sizzling sound of burning flesh filled the arena. Smoke rose, and Karn's eyes trembled in disbelief as he looked at the flames searing his skin. His shock was palpable. How could fire burn him in his own domain? For a being as strong as him, only fire infused with mana could burn him. This realization made Karn pause and think for the first time since the battle began. As he focused on the crimson glow enveloping the fire, it hit him. Atticus had wrapped his will around the flames before launching them at him. But before Karn could process this, Atticus shot through the cloud of smoke, his flaming katana descending like a comet. Karn's instincts flared, his thoughts snapping into focus. He swung his hammer up to block, and the two weapons collided, igniting another burst of flames. The air became searing as the flames obscured everything. However, in the next second Karn's gaze narrowed. He had expected a devastating impact, but something felt off. Despite the flames engulfing his vision and the weight of Atticus's katana pressing against his hammer, his instincts screamed at him. His gaze snapped downward just in time to see a flaming fist racing toward his face. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. Atticus had let go of his katana. The fist connected with Karn's head with the force of a battering ram, the impact so intense it felt like a meteor smashing into the earth. The ground beneath them crumbled, forming a massive crater under the pressure as Karn's body was launched backward at blinding speed, tearing through the air. Atticus's hand ascended, and his katana responded instantly, the blade snapping back into his grip. Without missing a beat, he shot forward, a streak of crimson trailing behind him as he closed in on Karn at blistering speed. Karn's vision blurred as his brain rattled from the blow he had just taken. His entire face sizzled from the flames, smoke rising from the seared flesh. But unlike the earlier cut on his cheek that hadn't healed, this new burn began to heal at a visible pace. The Nullites were a physical race. Without mana, they focused on improving their power, mainly using their aura of negation. Because of this, they had undergone gruesome training and trials. That ouch wasn't enough to put him down. Karn shook his head slightly in mid-air, regaining his composure. His gaze remained steady, not a flicker of pain showing on his face. His eyes locked onto the charging Atticus, and he muttered, "Void wave." A surge of brown energy erupted from his body, expanding outward in every direction. But as the wave approached Atticus, his will flared, forming into a drill-like construct that pierced through the wave with explosive force. Karn's eyes widened in genuine shock. How was this possible? The void wave was a concentrated burst of his aura of negation, designed explicitly for situations where an opponent had significant willpower. It was meant to disrupt and disorient the opponent's will, even if just momentarily. Yet, Atticus had pierced through it effortlessly. Since when could people manipulate their will in this manner? Karn tried to regain his footing midair, but Atticus was already upon him. An orange flag suddenly materialized in Atticus's hand, and with a swift motion, he activated it. The flag transformed into motes of light, igniting upward as an intense orange barrier surrounded them both. The entire crowd fell silent, and even the paragons watched with confusion. Why would Atticus trap himself in a confined space with a nullite who could negate mana? It seemed like a reckless move. But none of them had time to ponder his actions. Atticus wasn't done. A cyan flag appeared in his other hand, and he hurled it towards Karn before leaping back. The flag burst into cyan light, and in an instant, an army of rabid beasts materialized within the orange dome. Each creature had glowing crimson eyes, drool dripping from their mouths as they set their sights on Karn, who had just skidded to a halt at the dome's edge. With a primal roar that echoed like thunder, the beasts charged forward, the ground quaking beneath their stampede. Karn's eyes narrowed as his vision was suddenly filled with the approaching beasts, obscuring his sight of Atticus. His expression remained calm as he raised his hammer and muttered again, "Void wave." The brown aura burst from him, phasing through the beasts, each one staggering as the wave sapped the very essence that gave them their strength. The beasts, despite their wills, were shattered by the void wave. Without hesitation, Karn slammed his hammer into the ground with a force that felt apocalyptic. A shockwave tore through the dome, the ground splitting and imploding as the beasts were crushed and obliterated. Dust clouded the air within the dome, masking everything in a shroud of uncertainty. Karn had no intention of allowing it to linger. He quickly swung his hammer, releasing a powerful gust that cleared the dust in seconds. His eyes immediately scanned the area, searching for Atticus. But as the dust thinned, two words suddenly pierced the silence like a blade, making the hearts of everyone watching tremble. Vorpal Nova. An intense crimson light bathed the dome, and a massive crimson arc tore through the air, heading toward Karn with world-ending speed. Karn's expression turned serious. This attack, it was dangerous. His aura erupted like a nuclear blast, dark brown energy enveloping his hammer. The ground beneath him cracked and crumbled as he took a powerful step forward, swinging his hammer to meet the crimson arc. The moment they collided, a titanic explosion erupted. The impact was like a bomb going off, the force of their clash blasting through the dome and shattering the earth beneath them. The shockwave ripped through the air, sending violent tremors throughout the arena, dust engulfing the battlefield. The intense dust clouded the area, but it soon cleared as Karn unleashed another gust of force. Karn's attire was completely shredded, his clothes torn, but he appeared uninjured. However, no one was focused on his condition. Karn, along with everyone else, had wide eyes as they looked at Atticus, high in the sky. His form had transformed, he appeared like a flaming deity, his body engulfed in a blazing inferno. His eyes, glowing crimson like molten fire, burned with an intensity that pierced through the arena. His very presence radiated power. Fire domain fusion. Atticus's body blazed as he swept his katana to the side, the flames around him roaring louder. In the blink of an eye, Atticus vanished, his form moving at a speed that left a streak of crimson fire in his wake. He appeared like a flash, 1 second in the air and the next, right in front of Karn, his katana slashing forward like a bolt of lightning. Karn's instincts screamed, alarm bells ringing in his mind like blaring horns. His eyes widened as he forced his hammer up to block, but something unexpected happened. The slash on his cheek, the small wound that had refused to heal despite the time that had passed, suddenly erupted with a burst of crimson light. The shockwave from the explosion snapped his head to the side, throwing off his balance just enough to divert his hammer away from the incoming strike. The entire Colosseum erupted into a frenzy. The humans leapt from their seats, roaring, while others bit their nails in anticipation. Hearts pounded, but for different reasons as Atticus' katana appeared inches away from Karn's neck. A genius in battle. Those were 4 words. 4 words that many would consider simple, yet their meaning was far from it. To fully grasp the weight of those words, one had to look beyond their surface and delve into their rawest essence. The first. Battles. To the people of Eldoralf, who had grown up in a world filled with endless conflict, battles were not just clashes for survival or conquest. They were entertainment, a celebration of strength that held a beauty all on its own. There was something undeniably captivating about watching warriors meet on the battlefield, especially when the combatants were extraordinarily powerful and elite. In those moments, the crowd would feel their hearts hammering, an irresistible surge of thrill, as if the very essence of battle coursed through their veins. It was mesmerizing and electric, a frenzy that pulsed through the collective heart of the onlookers, connecting them to the brutality unfolding before them. It was as though they themselves were on the battlefield. But after decades of constant battles ensuring, certain individuals soon stood out, a select few who redefined the very art of fighting. A select few who changed the way people viewed combat itself. These select people were called a genius of battle. A genius in battle was not just skilled. He wasn't just elite, adept with handling weapons and fighting. He was born to fight. It was as though combat were an extension of his nature, a fluid language that needed no thought. Every move, every strike, would always be executed with effortless grace, and every decision was instinctive. There would be not a single moment of hesitation in his movements. To those watching, such a person would appear flawless. Flawless was a term often thrown around, but here, in this instance, it fit like a blade in a sheath. Flawless. And when one watches such a being in action, there was always the sequence. A sequence that blew minds. An extremely complex, yet seamless blend of actions that eventually formed into something extraordinary. To the untrained eye, to the masses, it might appear as nothing more than a blur of motions, a series of ordinary movements common in battles. But to those who understood, those who had observed battles since birth, the sequence was akin to a dance. Every step, pivot, and strike flowed into the next as if preordained by the heavens, each movement carving through the battlefield with an efficiency that defied measurement. It wasn't the mark of someone who could see 3 steps ahead or needed to adjust mid-fight. No, it was the mark of someone who had seen everything, because his every action was already the perfect response. As soon as the green barrier came down, Atticus's latest sequence had been just that, flawless. He had moved as though he knew everything that would happen, adapting to Karn's every shift with ease, each maneuver as natural as breathing. He had found a loophole in the Nullite race's abilities and utilized it perfectly. He had used the brief moment when Karn was shocked and clouded to land an attack that sent him flying. He had taken that opening to trap him inside an impenetrable barrier, puzzling both Karn and the crowd watching. Expanding on the confusion, he distracted Karn by forcing him to focus on a swarm of beasts, allowing him to launch a powerful, decisive attack. And to sum it up, Atticus unleashed another lethal attack in the next instant. However, this time, he did something that blew the minds of everyone who understood what had just happened. It was as though he had planned it from the beginning. He made the remnants of his will, which had lingered on Karn's cheek, explode at a critical moment. It was a breathtaking sequence, one that left the crowd utterly stunned, breaths caught in their throats, unable to do anything but witness the genius unfolding before them. However, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end befitting the caliber of what had just transpired. And for everyone watching, though many hoped it wouldn't happen, they all sensed the inevitable outcome. An outcome it deserved. As Atticus's blade inched closer to Karn's neck, the reactions in the crowd varied, each one different. Yun Voss, the paragon of the Nullite race, clenched his fist tightly, an unusual sight for a Nullite. They were a race that rarely displayed emotion. To them, everything in life was a task to be completed. There was no need for emotion, only to plan and act. And yet, the shock Yun felt was just that profound. All the other apexes who had managed to escape the death game were already healed to satisfactory levels. They stood on their respective balconies, their gazes focused intently on the screen, but exhaustion was apparent on their faces. The battles they had each undergone had been intense. The other paragons of the superior races wore serious expressions. To them, it felt as if the impossible was happening. The humans were already on their feet, hearts pounding, eyes wide as they counted the mere nanoseconds for Atticus's katana to reach its mark. Every person was on the edge of their seat, the entire crowd utterly silent. But out of all of them, only one person wore a smile, Magnus. For a sequence as beautifully executed as this, only one ending felt right. And that was exactly what happened. Complete and utter victory. A blinding golden light abruptly erupted from Karn's form, engulfing him in a radiant aura that pierced the sky with intense brilliance. Atticus's blade, which had been mere millimeters from its target, suddenly halted. A surge of harmless force radiated from the golden light, sending Atticus flying backward. He twisted in midair, regaining his balance, and hovered there, his molten eyes locked onto Karn's. The intensity in Karn's gaze was fierce, and even as the golden aura began to dim, his eyes burned with a look that spoke volumes. This wasn't over. Then, in a sudden burst of light, Karn's form vanished as he teleported away from the arena. As the golden glow faded, a crimson radiance bathed the entire arena, and only one figure remained high in the air. Atticus hovered, akin to a flaming deity with a katana in hand, his silhouette casting a fierce glow over the battlefield. And then, every screen across the arena and domain flashed with a single announcement. Karn Voss is unable to continue the fight. The winner is Atticus Ravenstein of the human race. It took a moment, one that felt like eternity. But given the gravity of the moment each one of them was trying to comprehend, the long pause felt necessary. The announcement had been made in each race's respective language, yet it seemed as though many were struggling to read. To many, the words felt surreal, as if the powerhouses had gathered together to pull an elaborate prank. A human, a race that, when compared with the others on the planet, seemed insignificant. A human had won a planet-wide competition that only occurred once every 10 years. And once the people comprehended those words, the silence shattered. The Ravensteins were first. They erupted in thunderous roars, cheers so intense they reverberated like tremors through Ravenspire. Every single one of them shouted with every fiber of their being, even Anastasia. The competition was over, and so was her anxiety. Her son had won. The air filled with a blend of all 8 elements, each one painting Ravenspire in a mosaic of color. And then, like wildfire, it spread. The entire human domain erupted into a frenzy so wild, it was as if the very heart of humanity had roared to life. In every corner of the cities, people poured into the streets, shouting, cheering, chanting Atticus's name. People hugged, families cried and laughed, and hands reached skyward as though they were each trying to touch the victory he had claimed. At the academy, every division exploded with cheers, roars echoing through the halls. Every instructor stood, hands clenched as their blood boiled. Jared was so close to the screen, it seemed he wanted to enter it. Isabella couldn't help but smile, noticing her father, Harrison, subtly clenching his fists under his seat. His face appeared neutral, but the energy around him told a different story. Across the entire human domain, the air was electric. He had done it. He had actually fucking done it. For the humans, this was a victory they would remember even after death. A victory for the ages, proof that, against all odds, they had risen to the top. And at the heart of it all stood the one who had given them this moment, his image blazing across every screen. His form, wreathed in flames, hovered high above, his molten eyes steady with an unshakable calm. In that moment, a single thought formed in the minds of everyone watching. He was the apex of all apexes. In their respective domains, aside from the humans, the people of the other races of Eldoralf were quiet. Even in the arena, where the crowd had been screaming at the top of their lungs earlier, it was now utterly silent. The other races were currently going through a wave of complex emotions, difficult to describe. For the Veritega Nexus, numerous races had gathered in the arena to personally witness the apex battles firsthand. However, among the crowd, only citizens of the superior races and a few from the mid-tier races were present. Not a single human was among them. Even if some humans had been present, despite how thrilling the situation was, they wouldn't have felt safe enough to cheer in this atmosphere. The crowd was deathly silent, and many couldn't help but stare at the announcement in disbelief. The pride of being a superior race wasn't confined to the elites of their race. Even the ordinary citizens saw themselves as superior beings compared to those from the mid and lower races. If Karn Voss of the Nullite race had won, they would have understood. At the very least, he was a member of a superior race like them. But this wasn't even a mid-tier race. It was a lower race. A lower race had actually won. Many didn't know how to feel. Some felt embarrassed, while others felt blatant anger. They had watched the battles. They knew that Atticus had won fair and square. He had earned that victory. They understood all of this, but pride is a peculiar thing. A lower race was better than them. Impossible. They refused to accept it. And so, the inevitable happened. They erupted. There's no way a lower race could overpower Karn Voss. A superior race losing to a human. I'd rather be blind than witness this. A human of all things. This is an insult to the Veritega Nexus. Are we supposed to accept this? A human isn't fit to be the apex. Suddenly, a heavy weight descended on the entire arena, silencing the raging crowd. The millions of people who had been throwing food, drinks, and other items into the middle of the arena froze, fear spreading rapidly. Only one kind of presence could silence millions of people of varying ranks, a paragon. However, what made the situation even more tense was that it wasn't just one paragon, but almost all of the paragons of the different races had subtly unleashed their auras. None of the paragons said a word, yet their intentions were unmistakably clear. Shut up. The arena descended into a profound stillness, and no one dared to utter a sound. This approach wasn't just unique to the human domain but extended across all races. In Eldoralf, there was little concern for the public's opinion or trying to garner popular favor. That wasn't how power was maintained. Since the beginning of time, everything in Eldoralf had been centered on absolute power. Those in control didn't care about public favor because they held the power to enforce their rule. If they ever lost that power, a good relationship with the citizens wouldn't save them. Other forces would end them without hesitation. What the paragons felt was hard to put into words. Did they ever anticipate that a human would win the Nexus? Absolutely not. But a human had won. This was a fact, and there was no changing it. Anyone challenging this fact was, in essence, challenging them, the overseers of the competition. Yun's frown deepened and remained even as a golden light ignited, and Karn appeared in the middle of the arena. The brief moment of chaos had left the center of the arena littered with various debris. As Karn appeared, he felt something break beneath his feet, but he didn't bother to look down. He felt the gaze of Yun and everyone else on him, many expressing disappointment at his loss. Yet Karn seemed unfazed. His gaze was as intense as when he had looked at Atticus, his aura calm, shoulders firm. There was not a single hint of shame in his stance. With measured steps, he walked out of the arena and through one of its doors. As Karn left, the paragons' gazes shifted to Magnus and the other human paragons. Magnus's aura was electric with excitement, while Serafina wore a wide smile, her happiness clear. Since the start of the battles, Luminous had been utterly shocked. He had heard the rumors, but seeing Atticus's power firsthand was shocking. His grandsons had actually faced such a monster in school. The Stellaris family were proud and hyper, but they weren't supposed to be stupid. I should have taught them better. One of the most essential traits in Eldoralf, to live long and prosper, was knowing when to recognize one's superior and act accordingly. Both his grandsons had failed to do that. Meanwhile, Thorn wore a serious expression. Atticus's prowess had shocked him, but that wasn't the real issue. To him, it was the implications. Atticus had won the Veritega Nexus. It sounded simple, but it was monumental news. Too monumental. The attention that would now fall upon the human domain would be impossible to count, and the pressure too immense. Before, it had been the mid-tier races pressuring them into using Sector 10 as a wager. But now, with the superior races taking notice, he could only expect the worst. He's truly a genius, but he's just one boy. He can't even face us yet, let alone the paragons of the other races. He's drawn too much attention, how are we supposed to protect him? Troublesome, so troublesome. Thorn was relieved they hadn't lost Sector 10, but the potential troubles of the future outweighed that relief. As a golden light ignited in the Colosseum and Atticus appeared, all eyes turned to him. Thorn wasn't the only one contemplating the future. As they stared at Atticus, everyone wondered just how the future would unfold. Would this mark the rise or the fall of humanity? I'll be back soon, Whisker suddenly said, standing up from his throne. Though he tried to hide it, his excitement was clear as his entire body trembled. Where are you going? A cold voice responded instantly, but Whisker didn't bother turning toward Blackgate. He chuckled. Since when do you care about me? I'll be back soon. Don't miss me too much. Before Blackgate could say anything else, Whisker abruptly vanished from the hall. In the next second, Blackgate couldn't feel his presence in the abyss anymore. He left his world. Blackgate was both surprised and wary. Since he had met the beast, Whisker had never left his world. It was strange, and he didn't like strange. A low sound, URG, suddenly drew his attention, and his gaze fell upon the branch heads and others in the hall, on their knees under the weight of his overwhelming aura. Collecting his thoughts, Blackgate lifted his aura, allowing his subordinates to breathe. Intense sweat drenched their clothes as they quickly wiped their foreheads and bowed before excusing themselves. We'll leave first, Paragon Blackgate. Blackgate had already stopped paying attention to them. They had just finished watching the final battle between Atticus and Karn, and were still processing the gravity of what had occurred. The reason he had lost control of his powers momentarily was due to the unease he felt over Whisker's actions. Despite knowing Whisker for years, he could never quite grasp what the beast was truly thinking. Whisker appeared playful, but Blackgate knew better than anyone what he was capable of. He was a wildcard. Annoying, Blackgate thought, clicking his tongue. He didn't like that wildcard running around unsupervised. As Atticus appeared in the middle of the Colosseum, he was met with an unusually silent crowd. He had already considered the different ways the other races might react to his victory and had mentally prepared himself for any outcome. The arena was so tall that even with his sharp sight, he couldn't see any of the paragons. But he could feel Magnus's warm gaze on him. Atticus smiled, unfazed, as he made his way across the arena toward an exit. Though no one cheered in the Colosseum, it felt as though the deafening cheers of the humans in their domain reached even here. Just as Magnus and the others were about to descend to meet Atticus, Azrak and Valerius suddenly appeared in front of their balcony with a small smile that didn't reach his eyes. A word, please. Atticus met one of the Dimensari Grand Masters who had greeted them upon their arrival. The man's gaze appeared neutral, his demeanor entirely respectful, however, his aura told a different story. The Grand Master led Atticus through the hallways toward a large door. Throughout the walk, Atticus remained on high alert, his guard at its peak. Where are you taking me? Atticus asked abruptly as they reached the door, causing the man to pause. After a brief silence, the Grand Master replied in a neutral tone. To your resting chambers, Apex Atticus. Atticus didn't like that pause, nor the man's tone. Among all the things he had learned in life, Atticus had always prioritized reading the room, and while the room, in this case referred to the Dimensari domain, its meaning didn't change. The silent crowd, the intense gazes from the other paragons upon exiting the Nexus world, everything told him this wasn't over. He was far from safe. Because of this, Atticus was in a hyper-aware state, meticulously analyzing every interaction, theorizing about possible threats. Only when he was back in Sector 3 would he feel even a modicum of safety. After the man bowed and left, Atticus didn't bother with further questions. It felt pointless. He turned to the door. According to Grandfather, under the mana contract the Dimensari signed, they're responsible for our safety until we leave their domain. The Nexus might be over, but I'm still under their care. But still. Atticus's eyes narrowed. He might not need to worry about the Dimensari, but the other races were a different story entirely. I'll stay cautious. Despite high mana levels, he felt exhausted. He had nearly depleted his will with the stunts he'd pulled against Karn. He needed time to recover. Steeling himself, Atticus held his katana tightly, opened the large door, and entered the room. The room was brightly lit, and Atticus stood at the entrance, observing everything around him. It all seemed normal. After a more thorough inspection, he shut the door and headed to the king-sized bed in the center of the room, sitting cross-legged on it. Keeping his guard up, he focused on recovering his will. I wonder where Grandfather is, he thought, an odd feeling nagging at him. Magnus was unpredictable but usually reliable in his own way. Normally, he'd have been there to greet Atticus as soon as he exited the Nexus world. The fact that he hadn't was unsettling. After about 20 minutes of meditation, he heard the door creak open. I can't sense any presence. His hand moved to his katana, his aura shifting, but as he saw who entered, his guard relaxed. Grandfather. Atticus quickly stood up and approached. Why the hell are you still training? Are you oblivious to your power, or are you just that much of a lunatic? Luminous clicked his tongue, eyeing Atticus. They had all seen him meditating before entering the room. Even Thorn and Serafina had been flabbergasted. After everything that had happened, the kid was still training. Although not entirely wrong, he has a point, sweetie. Training is good, but you must know when to rest, Serafina said. Atticus smiled at Serafina, ignoring Luminous. Thank you, he started, then paused, quickly changing his words when he met Serafina's firm gaze. Aunt Serafina. He inwardly shook his head as he saw the small smile on Serafina's lips, but soon his attention turned elsewhere. Rest, Magnus ordered firmly. Atticus chuckled, turning toward Magnus. It seemed they were all on the same page. I will, as soon as we get back to our domain. When are we leaving? A frown appeared on Magnus's face, and the others' expressions darkened as well. Seeing this, Atticus sighed. Why can't my gut feeling be wrong for once? It was as though a cold tremor ran through his entire body. As soon as Atticus saw the change in all of their expressions, he knew something terrible had happened. For people of their strength to look this worried, he could only expect the worst. Thorn confirmed his fears in the next moment. They want us to stay behind and attend the banquet. Atticus's gaze narrowed. A banquet. It seemed appropriate, even natural considering the circumstances. Atticus had won the entire nexus for the human race, it was only fitting the finalists attended the celebration. However, in their world, it was too good to be true. Thorn immediately nodded in satisfaction. He appreciated the serious look on Atticus's face as he spoke. It means he can use his head. This is good, Thorn thought. Most would have expected someone of Atticus's age to overlook the potential dangers of the banquet, perhaps even feel excited about the celebration after such a monumental win. But seeing Atticus's wary reaction, Thorn felt reassured. Their apex was neither naive nor a fool. It's a trap, Thorn said succinctly. Yes, they most likely have something planned. Atticus nodded. Is there no way we can avoid it? They've left us with no choice. We can't leave their domain without their consent, Thorn responded. The Dimensari held absolute power in their domain. If they wanted to leave without their consent, they'd have to force their way out. Besides, he continued, the Veritega Nexus was introduced to foster and deepen relationships between the different races. Refusing to participate, especially when our race won, wouldn't be taken lightly by the others. They all nodded in agreement. Humans were already at the bottom of the hierarchy, they couldn't afford to refuse something like this. The political implications were profound. Atticus fell into deep thought, an action that made an unusual smile appear on Thorn's face. He was glad he didn't have to mince words or waste time explaining the situation to Atticus. A hint of regret surfaced in his mind as he considered what had happened in the past. If he had known more about Atticus before the Apex selections, things might have gone differently. This thought was further validated by the way Atticus had interacted with Serafina. It seemed their Apex was a straightforward person. After a few seconds, Atticus spoke up, interrupting their thoughts. They can't attack us directly, so they'll likely try to impose something on us. Maybe a mana contract? Magnus shook his head. That's too much. Thorn also nodded in agreement. They wouldn't be that bold. The Dimensari, despite their power, prefer to handle things politically. They like to act as if they lead the alliance and won't want to appear forceful. Instead, they'll try to convince others that their way is logical or it's for the betterment of the alliance. Atticus frowned. It's worse than I thought. Thorn's words made it clear that the Dimensari were the ones to watch out for. Enemies like them were dangerous for one reason. They knew how to turn others against you. Numerous scenarios flashed through Atticus's mind, each presenting different challenges they might face. The others seemed deep in thought as well, but their concentration was broken by Luminous's loud voice. Bah, it'll be fine. If they ask us to do something we don't want to, we'll say no. And if they want to fight, I'll burn them all to ashes. All eyes turned to Luminous, and an awkward silence filled the room. The golden lunatic had already made himself comfortable, shoes off, legs propped up on the bed. Startled by their stares, he looked around, but even after several seconds, they remained silent, quietly observing him. What? Everyone wore looks of utter bafflement, their shock evident. It was absurd, wasn't it? Wasn't this the same person who had just received a one-sided beatdown from Magnus? Now that same person was talking about burning a superior race paragon. Oh, Luminous, you must have hit your head somewhere. You should rest. Serafina gestured to the bed, looking at Luminous as though he were a mental patient. Luminous's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and he let out a huff. Hit my head. If you're thinking about that fight, you should know Magnus only caught me off guard. He glanced around, noting everyone's deadpan expressions. He clicked his tongue and added, a bit quieter, I'm just saying, I'm not scared of them. The room went silent again, only for Atticus to let out a quiet snicker. They each turned away from Luminous and continued their discussion, though the tension in the room had slightly eased. In the end, they had to suspend the conversation, as they were getting nowhere. Only the Dimensari truly knew what they were planning, and in their domain, there was no way to sneak around for answers. They were literal overlords of space. Atticus might be able to do something in that regard one day, but he was still too weak to fool paragons. Soon, the other paragons left, leaving only Atticus and Magnus behind. They both stood by the bed, their gazes meeting. A few seconds passed, neither saying a word. Just as Atticus was about to break the silence, Magnus spoke, a small smile on his face. Good job. Atticus could feel the warmth in those words. He knew how happy every human must be at that moment, knew how many would be singing his praises, and how many accolades he'd receive. Yet, none of that mattered as much as those two words from Magnus. A huge smile appeared on Atticus's face as he responded. It's all thanks to you. Comma. Footsteps echoed down a hallway as a young man walked forward. Each step was measured, and his confidence effortless. Yet the look on his face told a different story. He wore a frown, and for those who knew Carius, it could only mean that a big change was coming. Carius reached an unassuming, ornate wall and walked through. It was like stepping into another world. The hallway Carius had been walking down earlier had felt normal, with the laws of physics unchanged. But as soon as Carius walked through that wall, everything had shifted. The air felt both light and heavy, as though suspended, not entirely free but more like water flowing gently in an ocean. Carius's frown deepened as he absorbed his surroundings. He had entered a large hall, its walls, ceiling, and floor pitch black, yet the hall was brightly lit, and every detail within it was visible. Carius's gaze grew colder as he walked to the middle of the hall, taking his place beside his father, Azrakan, who was seated respectfully on a plush cushion facing a slightly elevated platform not far from him. Carius tilted his head down slightly in acknowledgement toward the figure seated on the platform, but just as he was about to sit, two words froze him in place. You failed. Carius's fist clenched, the air around him growing tense. His killing intent flooded the hall, but Elytrantran, the one who had spoken, only narrowed his eyes. It's the truth. You spoke with such arrogance before, and yet you didn't even make it to the finals. A disgrace. Elytrantran's words triggered another wave of anger in Carius, but he held his tongue. Failure. It was a word he despised. A reality he couldn't tolerate. He would never tolerate such a thing for any of his subordinates, but it had been himself that failed. His fists clenched tighter, dark blood trickling down from where his nails bit into his palms. He hated this feeling. Azrakan threw his father a pleading look. It was true Carius had failed, but pushing him like this would only make matters worse. Don't give me that look. After pulling such a stupid stunt, the least he could have done was succeed. I had to damage my own primordial resonance because he couldn't defeat a human boy. A freaking human. Cough, cough. Before he could finish, Elytrantran erupted into a fit of coughing, a small pool of blood pooling in his hand. Father. Azrakan started to stand, but Elytrantran raised his arm, stopping him. I'm fine, he said, taking a deep breath to calm his rage. They had invested so much in this nexus, and watching it all crumble because of incompetence was infuriating. The sound of footsteps echoed through the hall as Carius turned and headed toward the exit, his expression filled with fury. Carius, let him go, Elytrantran said firmly, stopping Azrakan, who had been about to call Carius back. He failed this conversation too. Seems that's all he's good at lately. Those last words hit Carius like a hammer, his teeth gritting as he phased through the wall, exiting the hall. The killing intent that had filled the room dispersed as he left, and the hall fell into a brief silence. Father, you of all people should know that it's not his fault. No one expected a human to be that powerful. Elytrantran sighed. I know, but this is necessary. He's been so self-absorbed and overconfident that he failed to account for everything. He needs to be humbled. Azrakan went quiet. His father was right. In all his decades, he had never seen anyone as proud as his son, Carius. And the kid was just 18. Carius had always shown a very fierce pride, even as an infant, it had been very baffling. Azrakan himself was very proud, as was his wife, but neither to the level of Carius. They both knew when to let their pride take a seat. Carius, pride felt as though it stemmed from his being. But it all turned out for the best, we got 6. The air in the hall shifted, the atmosphere turning serious. Elytrantran's gaze narrowed. And their bodies. Azrakan shook his head. Their paragons claimed the bodies, but we got what we needed. Azrakan held out his palm, and a large, circular locket-like artifact appeared on his arm. It suddenly flashed, revealing exactly 8 orbs, each a different color, hovering above it. Each orb pulsed with unbridled energy, causing the artifact to tremble as they hovered. Let me see. A wide smile spread across Elytrantra's face as the artifact floated into his arms. He gazed at the orbs as though looking at priceless treasures. You did very well. Now we're halfway to our ultimate goal. Azrakan shook his head. It was all thanks to Carius. Elytrantra's smile strained. At least his reckless plan brought us some gain. We were able to acquire 6 elderless cores. It was only a minor suspicion, but it seems our assumptions were correct. Each apex holds their race's respective core. We must plan carefully for acquiring the rest. Azrakan nodded. Yes, father. Elytrantran was in a good mood. They had planned only to test the waters during the Nexus competition, but Carius's foolish stunt had actually helped them take a step further. What's the situation with the others? Azrakan frowned slightly. It's too early to say for certain, but it seems some of the elders are already making their moves. How should I proceed? Elytrantran clicked his tongue irritably. Those old bastards. Like the humans, the Dimensari domain was ruled by one powerful family, but with a slight difference. The Vossarian. The Vossarian was a selected leader of the Council of Elders, the one with the final say in most matters. That position had always been held by the strongest, and until recently, that had been Elytrantran. Before the Nexus, the Valerius family had been the strongest, especially with Elytrantran as Vossarian and Azrakan on the path to power. But Elytrantran's injury to his primordial resonance had changed that. He was no longer the strongest. Elytrantran's pale face turned cold. Don't let anything fester. If you suspect anyone, cut them down before they have the chance to take root. Yes, father. And the humans, I'll handle them at the banquet. Elytrantran nodded in approval. Good. I'll leave it to you. His steps spoke volumes. As he walked, every single servant of the Dimensari shifted out of the way as though he were impending doom. Carius Valerius was angry. That alone was enough to spread a wave of chaos throughout the castle. Heads bowed, the hall fell silent, and only his footsteps echoed throughout. Carius's usually calm demeanor had vanished, replaced with a face contorted in rage. That old bastard. He clenched his fist, leaving a trail of black blood in his wake. But in the next second, he quickly regained his composure. Don't blame others. It's my fault. Carius had never been one to tolerate failure, but there was one thing he wouldn't do: make excuses when it happened. No one was at fault but him. He had fought with his own hands and lost. This was the reality, no matter how painful it seemed. A cold glint appeared in his gaze as he steadied himself. Atticus. As that name echoed in his mind, his footsteps seemed to grow heavier, reverberating louder. Atticus. Carius repeated it, his aura turning icier. Atticus. An overwhelming killing intent flooded the hall, making every servant and guard shiver. Carius took a deep breath. When was the last time? He couldn't help but wonder. It had been so long since he'd lost his composure like this. His plans hadn't always worked, but this was the first time in ages they had been so effortlessly foiled. And it was done by a single human. He's dangerous. Very dangerous. This was Carius's assessment of Atticus from their brief encounter. Like him, Atticus was a thinker, someone who calculated before he acted, rarely losing his composure. Carius had literally threatened to kill his entire family, yet there had been no flicker of emotion in Atticus's eyes. Instead, Atticus had channeled every bit of his resolve into planning a way to end the fight. It was infuriating. He had been less than a second away from death. If not for his grandfather, he would have died. But this wasn't the most pressing matter. Atticus was just like him, he had seen it in his eyes when they fought. He was the type to neutralize a threat as soon as he identified one. Carius knew Atticus would come for him. I'll have to adjust my plans a bit. Carius soon reached his chambers and entered, though he frowned as he noticed something immediately. How are you feeling? Carius looked over at Azrakan, who had just spoken, before responding neutrally. I'm fine. Azrakan gazed at his son with warmth. I told father to give you some time to rest before summoning you, but It's fine, I'm already healed. Azrakan couldn't help but show a sad smile at his son's blunt, cold responses. This was how Carius had always been since birth. He hated when people touched him. He had never shown even a flicker of warmth or affection for his family. This was how he had always been, detached, isolated. As a parent, it was saddening. Azrakan had tried everything, but nothing seemed to work. I see, Azrakan muttered before adding, your mother will be back soon. She dropped everything when she heard about your near-death experience. Carius's expression remained unchanged. You should tell her not to bother. I'm all healed. I know, but what about Yo? I'm fine. Carius's gaze turned cold as he stared at Azrakan. I want to be alone. Azrakan paused before sighing. He stared at Carius for a few seconds, then shook his head. As a parent, it was saddening, but regardless, Carius was still his son. And, with the low birth rate of the Dimensari, his only son. As Azrakan reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back toward Carius. One last thing. Don't worry about that human boy. I'll handle it. Before Carius could say anything, Azrakan disappeared from the room. Carius stared at where Azrakan had stood with a cold gaze, his thoughts churning as he thought about his past life. Not again, he muttered under his breath. Comma, you disappoint me. The voice was feminine, yet it sounded as if a reaper had spoken. Although Jezanet Bloodveil, the paragon who had represented the Vampiros race in the Nexus competition, had just spoken, the one she addressed instead had her full attention fixed on a mirror, trying out different poses to see how she looked. I love this dress, Grandma. We should definitely have it mass-produced when we get back. Lorraine wore an excited expression as she struck various seductive poses. She was clad in a dark crimson gown that hugged her figure perfectly, with a high slit along one side and delicate, sheer lace detailing around the neckline and sleeves. Two tiny white wings sprouted from her back. Had the people of the Vampiros race seen this scene, they would have been shocked beyond belief. Granddaughter or not, for someone to treat the Blood Queen in such a manner was absurd. I'm talking to you. Jezanet narrowed her eyes, an intense killing intent flooding the room. Lorraine felt the temperature plummet, but that was all. Paragon or not, that wasn't enough to scare her. She turned toward her grandmother and smiled. Come on, Grandma, you know, even I was surprised. I was so confident after winning my first fight with that white chicken. Who knew that Hor would be so strong? Jezanet stared down at Lorraine without a word, but the temperature seemed to drop even lower. You should calm down, Grandma. Getting so worked up isn't good for your fragile health. Besides, this cold isn't good for my skin. Jezanet watched with a cold gaze as Lorraine rubbed her bare arms as though she were feeling cold. Her anger was so intense that visible veins throbbed across her otherwise flawless face. You had the combined power of the Vampiros and Angel races, and you still couldn't win. So much power wasted on a fool. Jezanet was seething. Here was someone who had awakened a power never before seen in their race, and it just had to be this fool. Despite seeing her anger, Lorraine simply pouted. But Grandma, if anything, it was because of that I didn't win. I didn't get enough time to get used to the new power. Jezanet clicked her tongue irritably. That was the perfect chance for you to absorb some of the powers of the other races, but... Jezanet released an audible exhale. What's done is done already. We move forward. That's the spirit. Lorraine smiled wryly as Jezanet shot her a death glare. All right, she raised her hands in resignation, rolling her eyes. Jezanet's tone grew more serious as she shifted her gaze away from Lorraine. Getting to the other apexes will be tough, considering they belong to the superior races. The two mid-race apexes will also be slightly challenging, however, the lower race apex, she paused thoughtfully. The Dimensari will go for the human apex during the banquet. That will be where we'll start. The humans might have won the Nexus, but they're far too weak. The only problem will be the other superior race paragons who would also see the opportunity. Jezanet's gaze turned toward the sound, her eyes narrowing as she saw Lorraine once again staring into the mirror. Jezanet's veins throbbed, her teeth gritting slightly. She clicked her tongue irritably and chose to ignore Lorraine. She didn't have time for nonsense. As Jezanet continued pondering their next course of action, countless thoughts were racing through Lorraine's head as well, despite her seemingly playful demeanor. So, it was a human after all. Lorraine had sensed a bad feeling before the Nexus, and she'd been trying to discover why. However, after watching the battle between Atticus and Karn, she instantly found that reason. Atticus Ravenstein. That name echoed in Lorraine's mind. She didn't know why, but she felt excited, her heart beating fast. He's just like him. A sting of pain struck Lorraine's heart as she remembered someone from her past life. Her hand drifted to her chest, grazing the spot where her heart was. There were no visible wounds there, but she felt an intense ache. A sad expression appeared on her face for a brief moment before a smile replaced it. This should be fun. She couldn't wait for the banquet. After receiving praise from Magnus, Atticus focused all his energy on restoring his will to full strength. Magnus had insisted they share one room, not that Atticus minded. This was the Dimensari domain, beings who could teleport and appear anywhere at will. Anything could happen at any moment, and to him, it was better to have a paragon beside him, no matter how awkward it was. Atticus took the bed while Magnus took the couch. But, to Atticus's slight surprise, before Magnus sat down, he created multiple grade 3 runes and placed them around the room. Their function was to prevent teleportation and spying. A grade 3 rune hardly had any effect on a paragon, however, it would at least somewhat deter individuals in the Grandmaster ranks. Atticus was a bit surprised, but then again, it made sense. Every one of his stats had increased as he ranked up, including his will. Even though willpower wasn't Magnus's main strength, as a paragon, his will was undoubtedly off the charts, most definitely higher than Atticus's. Magnus sat with his eyes closed, though Atticus could tell he was still fully alert. With Magnus in the room, Atticus felt safe. Fortunately, since the Nexus was over, Atticus had received his space ring back from Magnus and immediately downed a will renewal potion. It didn't take him long to recover, and he quickly restored his will within minutes. Afterward, he decided to check his status. Status. Character profile. Name. Atticus Ravenstein. Age. *** 16. Gender. *** male. Race. *** human. Attributes. Strength. 700 right pointing arrow 710. Agility. 716 right pointing arrow 722. Endurance. 728 right pointing arrow 750. Vitality. 755 right pointing arrow 765. Intelligence. 75 right pointing arrow 78. Perception. 64 right pointing arrow 67. Charm. 57 right pointing arrow 63. Will. 80 right pointing arrow 85. Level. *** Master. Talent. *** mythical. Bloodline. *** primordial elemental bloodline. Elements. Level 4. Fire. 6%. Water. 2%. Level 3. Air. 98 right pointing arrow 99.1%. Earth. 98.5 right pointing arrow 98.9%. Light. 98.2 right pointing arrow 98.8%. Darkness. 98.9 right pointing arrow 99.1%. Lightning. 99.1 right pointing arrow 99.7%. Ice. 97.9 right pointing arrow 98.7%. Level 2. Space. 33.2 right pointing arrow 96.4%. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines. Spurt element. 5 right pointing arrow 6%. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Master plus greater than Grandmaster. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster. Ethereal cloak potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Master. Atticus gazed at his stats with satisfaction. This was his stats without his exosuit. He hadn't trained as much recently, but because he'd fought so extensively, he'd still managed to advance, even if only slightly. However, he was mostly pleased with the increase in his will. Using his will extensively in his battle with Karn, along with his life and death encounters with Carius, had strengthened it even further. I need to focus more on this, he thought. After his battle with Karn, Atticus had recognized the enormous potential his will had, and he realized it could greatly enhance his fighting capabilities. But there was more. The spirit element. Now that the Nexus was over, he wasn't sure what his next destination would be, but he could finally train in the spirit element extensively and discover its true potential. I'll meet with Lady Serafina when we return, Atticus decided. His spirit element had grown by 1%, even though he hadn't trained in it. Just being near Serafina, a paragon, had influenced it. He could think of no better teacher, and fortunately, she seemed to like him. Atticus's thoughts drifted to a certain purple-haired girl back at the academy. I wonder how she's doing, he pondered. His time with Zoe had been brief but memorable. He enjoyed her company, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was about her that drew him in. Nevertheless, he knew he liked her. A small smile crept onto Atticus's face, but he froze when he noticed Magnus watching him from his seat. Why are you smiling? Atticus cleared his throat, muttering quietly. Nothing. At the end of the day, nothing happened. Atticus spent the entire day meditating on the king-sized bed. Although he had already regained his will a while back, he focused on something else. This was the Dimensari's domain, and though most people couldn't quite define it, the air here felt different, tighter, heavier than usual. Atticus had the subtle sense that, even without using any of his abilities, he could float in this air. The last time he had felt something like this was during his battle with Carius. But his most memorable experience had been in the space elemental room of the academy. The space element here was abundant. This was an opportunity Atticus had no intention of missing. He focused on training his space element during his idle time. Given that he had already mastered most of his elements to a significant degree, increasing his proficiency with the space element became much easier. During his training, Magnus refrained from making any noise, ensuring Atticus wasn't distracted. As he watched Atticus deep in his training, a small smile formed on Magnus's face. Nothing was more important than family. The day passed quickly, and evening descended. With it came a knock on the door of the room. Atticus's eyes shot open, but before he could move, the door swung open, and Magnus's cold gaze landed on the Grandmaster Dimensari who had shown Atticus to this room earlier. The Dimensari was momentarily startled by the immediate response but quickly regained his composure as Magnus's piercing gaze fell on him. What do you want? The Dimensari recovered swiftly, bowing respectfully, though his tone was neutral. Your attire's an invitation for the banquet, Paragon Magnus. The Dimensari extended an open palm with a small space ring lying in it. Magnus stared at the ring for a long second before lightning wrapped around it, lifting it from the man's hand. With a curt nod and without a word, Magnus closed the door. Atticus couldn't help but chuckle. He's not even trying to hide his hostility. Most people, especially if they knew they were outmatched, would at least pretend to be polite to the Dimensari, but Atticus doubted Magnus was even capable of pretending. Atticus could hardly imagine the scenario in his head. They brought us clothes? Atticus asked, watching Magnus use his mana to scrutinize the space ring thoroughly. Magnus answered after a few seconds. Yes. Oh, now they're trying to seem like good hosts. Atticus chuckled. They had been here all day, and the Dimensari hadn't bothered to bring food or even water. There was no doubt about it, even if they had brought food, neither of them would have even thought about eating it. But at the very least, some form of hospitality should have been extended. At this moment, it didn't even feel like he'd won a planet-wide competition. Truly, in this world, being weak was a sin. Magnus didn't get the joke. He looked at Atticus with a puzzled expression. The Dimensari, good hosts. It seemed absurd. Never mind, Atticus shook his head with a smile. He and Magnus were somehow getting closer. The fact that Atticus had stopped saying, grandfather, in every sentence only went to prove that point. Going through the space storage, an envelope appeared in Magnus's hands. He tossed the space ring aside, tore open the envelope, and read the letter within in less than a second. The banquet is at 8 p.m., was all Magnus said. Clearly, there were more words written in the letter, but he completely ignored them. Atticus nodded, his eyes glancing at the space ring on the floor. I guess we're not wearing that, then. No. Magnus walked across the room and sat back down in his seat, closing his eyes. Atticus didn't say anything else. He understood perfectly why they weren't going to wear the clothes provided by the Dimensari. While it might seem normal, doing so would mean they were following the Dimensari's orders. Plus, they weren't familiar with the customs here. What if they were given outfits meant for clowns? It was just after 6 in the evening, meaning they had less than 2 hours left. Time passed in a flash, and soon it was time for the banquet. Thorn, Serafina, and Luminous arrived at the room. None of them wore the Dimensari's attire. Instead, Thorn and Luminous opted for classic suits, while Serafina wore a beautiful gown. The trio couldn't help but stare at the grandfather and grandson duo. Is this what you're wearing? Serafina asked in disbelief as she looked at both of them. Seeing them both nod, Serafina couldn't help but sigh inwardly. You have a lot of work cut out for you, Zoe, she thought. Atticus wore a pure white trench coat with a black inner shirt. He looked good, no doubt, but he didn't exactly look like a champion. He had won the Nexus, and his appearance at the banquet should reflect that. But judging by Atticus's expression, it was clear he had made his choice. Serafina didn't even bother trying to persuade Magnus about his simple robe, it would have been like talking to a brick wall. The Dimensari Grand Master arrived once more and led them to the banquet location. The walk was quiet, and, surprisingly, they didn't have to leave the building. Soon, they reached an open space with multiple walls, intricate wording engraved on their surfaces surrounding them. Apex Atticus, the Grand Master gestured to one of the walls. Atticus hadn't been surprised. Magnus had already informed him there were 2 banquet locations, one for the youths and others, and another for the paragons. I'll be there if anything happens, Magnus placed his hand on Atticus's shoulder. Atticus smiled at Magnus's assurance. If anyone knew the truth in those words, it was him. As he nodded to the others and began walking, he paused slightly at Serafina's sudden remark. I'll also be watching, so don't go picking up other women, Mr. Champion. Her voice sounded serene, but there was a serious edge to it. Atticus smiled wryly and walked through the wall. Atticus felt a familiar wave of spatial energy. Given his current mastery of the space element, there was no adverse effect. If anything, he felt his proficiency increase slightly. Atticus's eyes snapped open the moment he felt it was safe, his hand instinctively reaching into his trench coat. He found himself standing in front of a large double door in a small, dark space. The area was utterly silent. I can't feel any presence. The grip on his katana relaxed as he assessed his surroundings. It might be an event meant for celebration, but he wasn't letting his guard down. His katana was strapped onto his left side, inside his trench coat. He turned his gaze toward the large door and approached. As he did, it swung open, and intense brightness and loud chatter greeted him. Compared to the quiet outside, the inside was bustling with energy. As soon as the guests felt a new presence, all eyes turned toward the entrance, where they saw a handsome figure clad in a white trench coat. The entire hall fell silent. By this point, there was hardly anyone across the domains who didn't recognize that face. They identified him instantly. And just as quickly, they each turned their gaze away from him, continuing their conversations as though he didn't exist. Atticus's steps didn't falter. In fact, he hadn't shown even a flicker of emotion when their gazes landed on him. Just as he entered, he walked calmly through the hall and approached one of the servers carrying drinks. The server frowned as Atticus approached. Normally, they were supposed to immediately approach and offer drinks to new guests, but because of Atticus' identity, he had wisely chosen to stay back. The hall was filled with youths of great influence and power across the different races. The last thing he wanted was to earn their ire. Just as he thought of stepping back, he met Atticus's gaze and froze. Human or not, Atticus was an apex. Not just any apex, but one who had fought with 3 powerful opponents from the mid and superior races, and won. He was strong. Even if he wanted to, the server's body refused to show disrespect to Atticus. He felt his heart pound and his hands tremble. Before he knew it, he had bowed and stretched out the tray of drinks. Atticus didn't say anything. His expression was calm as he simply took a drink and walked away. The server wiped the sweat off his forehead, only for more to appear as he felt multiple cold gazes from the gathered youth fixed on him. Damn it! Atticus walked through the hall slowly, calmly observing the scene. He was alone, but he didn't care. They're all here. He could see that the remaining apexes were present, and he could subtly feel their gazes on him. They were all surrounded by swarms of different youths from various races attending the banquet. As Atticus continued observing, he suddenly felt an intense stare from the side. Turning, he met Karn's gaze from across the hall, watching him intently. Karn's gaze was intense. It cut through the hall, ignoring everyone else and landed squarely on Atticus. When their eyes met, it was as if sparks ignited between them. Those standing between them felt an involuntary shiver down their spines, and they immediately started casting glances around to locate the source of the unease they felt. The two, however, didn't seem to care. Neither of them radiated any killing intent, they simply stared, almost as if they were the only two in the hall. Does he want to fight me? Atticus couldn't guess what was going through Karn's mind. He could remember this same intense gaze, just before Karn was teleported away after his defeat at the finals. Your performance during the Nexus was phenomenal. You're truly amazing, Apex Karn. Various youths surrounded Karn, showering him with different words of praise, and yet he ignored all of them completely. His focus remained solely on Atticus as he began to walk toward him with a calm, unreadable expression. Apex Karn. Seeing this, Atticus shifted his glass into his left hand, his right hand subtly inching toward the hilt of his katana within his trench coat. Although his gaze remained calm, his mind was already racing, envisioning thousands of scenarios, strategies forming on how he could swiftly end the battle should Karn initiate a fight. Noticing the scene, those nearby started inching away with their eyes wide. They considered humans as inferior. However, it didn't change the fact that a battle between those two monsters would likely level the hall, taking them along with it. Finally, Karn closed the distance, stopping directly in front of Atticus. The other apexes across the room fixed their eyes on the two, quietly observing. After all, Karn had lost to Atticus in the finals, a fact many of the youths were bitter about. None of them would be surprised if Karn too was still bitter. A large space had opened around them, and just as the anticipation for a fight began to rise, Karn abruptly stretched out his arm for a handshake, his expression as impassive as ever. Everyone, Atticus included, stared at Karn's outstretched hand in mild disbelief. What was he planning? Was he setting up a sneak attack or trying to neutralize Atticus's mana with a handshake? They were lost. Regardless, despite the doubts, Atticus could see it in Karn's eyes, there was no ill intent. Atticus extended his hand, grasping Karn's in a firm handshake. Neither broke their intense eye contact, the air around their handshake trembling. After a few silent seconds, they released their hands, still saying nothing. Karn then turned and walked back to his original position. The murmurs occurred immediately and they were relentless as the youths around them erupted into quiet chatter. Many couldn't help but wonder what the handshake meant. Did this handshake mean they were now allies? Was Karn, a member of a superior race, actually acknowledging Atticus? The speculations grew as the significance of the gesture rippled through the room. But the two who had started the whole thing returned to their own business as though nothing unusual had happened. Karn resumed casting intense glares at those surrounding him, while Atticus continued observing his surroundings. The hall was brightly lit, and a soothing melody played softly in the background, giving the space a classic vibe, especially with the elegant attire worn by the youths. Each youth had a distinct style and physique, considering their diverse races, but one thing was certain, they were all dressed with a sense of refinement and class. Looks like the Dimensari weren't trying to mess with us, then, Atticus thought as he glanced at the other apexes. They were dressed elaborately and they each stood out from the crowd. It was clear they were the main characters of the banquet. In his brief scan of the room, Atticus's gaze unexpectedly locked onto Carius's. For just a moment, an intense killing intent flooded the hall, radiating from both of them. But just as quickly, they both looked away, ignoring each other as though nothing had happened. How boring. A minute passed as Atticus continued to stroll through the hall. Despite his handshake with Karn, the other youths still kept their distance, but Atticus didn't mind. If anything, he was frustrated at a completely different thing. I wonder how far I'd be in my space element training if I were doing something useful instead of attending this pointless banquet. As the calming music resonated throughout the hall, someone finally approached him. Hello there, I'm Lorraine Bloodvale. Atticus turned to his side to find an incredibly beautiful girl looking at him with a subtle smile, her hand extended in greeting. He was mildly surprised but masked it well. He hadn't had any interactions with the Vampiro's apex before, nor had he fought her during the Nexus. Whatever her intentions were, he found it hard to believe they were harmless. Hi there, I'm Atticus Ravenstein. It's nice to meet you, he replied, extending his hand and shaking hers. Just as he moved to let go, he noticed she hadn't released her grip. A gentleman should kiss the hand of a lady he finds attractive, she remarked smoothly, a seductive smile appearing on her lips. Am I not attractive enough for you? Atticus's eyes widened slightly. What was going on? Nevertheless, he saw no reason to be impolite to someone who hadn't shown him any disrespect. Of course, Atticus replied, leaning down to kiss her hand lightly. Lorraine's smile widened as she watched him. As he ate it up straight, she waved over a server. Unlike Atticus, Lorraine was a member of a superior race, her authority was absolute. The server quickly approached, and Lorraine grabbed a drink from the tray, offering it to Atticus as she noted his nearly empty glass. You're almost finished, she observed casually. Atticus hesitated but then accepted the glass with a nod, though he didn't drink from it immediately. So, you find me attractive, huh? Atticus nearly choked, coughing a few times as he quickly tried to regain his composure. Around them, the other youths cast envious glances, watching the duo intently. They tried to eavesdrop on the conversation, but no sound escaped the few meters around them. Lorraine was very beautiful, and not only that, she was an apex. Many of the males wanted a chance to speak to her. Atticus's mind raced as he pieced together what had just happened. She got me. By kissing her hand, he had already implied that he found her attractive. His thoughts drifted to Serafina, recalling her parting words, she's watching. After a brief pause, Atticus replied, yes, you're pretty, while keeping his tone even. Lorraine's smile widened. She said, resting a hand on her chin as if lost in thought. Do you have a girlfriend, Atticus Ravenstein? Atticus nearly lost his composure again. This is the last thing he expected her to ask here. But he quickly collected himself, about to answer, when he stopped himself. That's right, she didn't say yes. His thoughts had instinctively gone to Zoe, but she had turned him down before he left the academy. He was, technically, single. No, I don't, he finally answered. Do you want to be mine? Atticus felt his stomach flip, his gaze narrowing slightly. What the hell is going on? Atticus wasn't an expert when it came to women, but he wasn't so clueless as to miss that he was being hit on. The real question was, why? Sure, I might be handsome, but still, the humans were at the bottom of the power hierarchy. Even his victory at the Nexus couldn't change that, and he knew the superior races held their pride high. Even if the reincarnated apexes had a different outlook, he doubted it would change much. Then he remembered something Magnus had told him. A honey trap, is she after my bloodline? Magnus had mentioned Lorraine's use of abilities of the angel race during her fight. Reaching a conclusion wasn't hard, she had the ability to absorb the powers of others. The thought made Atticus wary, but he still decided to answer. I have someone I like, he replied cautiously. Lorraine raised an eyebrow, clearly unbothered by the pause. She seemed amused. Oh, so, are you asking me to join your harem? Atticus blinked, caught completely off guard. He was starting to doubt all his previous assumptions. I'm not asking you to join anything. He took a subtle breath to steady his expression, but Lorraine burst into laughter, clearly satisfied by his reaction. You're so fun to tease, she said, grinning. I wasn't sure before, but now I'm certain, you're a virgin, aren't you? Atticus froze, inwardly cursing. This woman, well, I'm only 16. Lorraine laughed even harder, clearly entertained by his response. It was obvious that handling women wasn't his strong suit. Don't forget who you're talking to, Atticus Ravenstein, she teased, still chuckling. Atticus stayed silent, his expression darkening slightly. He knew exactly what she was implying. They were all reincarnated, which meant he had been a virgin in his past life as well. Ah, you look upset. Are you mad? Lorraine teased, inching closer to him. I'm not, he replied evenly. Lorraine tilted her head, clearly aware she'd struck a nerve. How about this? Ladies love it when their man has experience, she whispered, her smile shifting to something more mischievous. How about I help you with that? Atticus cleared his throat, giving her a deadpan look. I think I'll pass. Harsh, she pouted, though she was clearly enjoying his discomfort. Looks like you won't be losing that virginity anytime soon, she teased, breaking into laughter. Just as she seemed ready to make another comment, a young vampiros youth approached them and bowed deeply. Lady Lorraine. Lorraine sighed, sending a reluctant look toward Atticus before offering him a parting smile. I'll see you later, she murmured, her gaze lingering before she turned and walked away. Atticus's eyes couldn't help but follow her as she left. That had to be the most awkward conversation of his life. An apex, a being from a different race who was supposed to be his rival, had just flirted with him. No, it's definitely a honey trap, he thought. Atticus just couldn't think of another reason apart from that. Maybe she was trying to get him to fall and then take his powers. After the encounter, Atticus continued his walk through the hall. Now, however, he noticed hostile glares from other youths, especially from those of the Vampiros race. None of the superior race apexes approached him, choosing instead to ignore his presence entirely. In fact, they each seemed to keep their distance from one another as well, interacting only with their respective circles. Not long after, Atticus was approached by another apex, this time from one of the mid-races, Aearch. Aearch approached with a friendly smile. "To think I once drew against the apex of all apexes," he said, extending his hand. Atticus smiled, accepting the handshake without saying anything. He appreciated Aearch's light-hearted approach. Aearch kept the conversation polite and casual, steering clear of any serious topics. Still, Atticus felt he owed him gratitude. If not for Aearch, he would have entered the Nexus competition without knowing what the other apexes were capable of. Aearch had been the one to reveal that they were all reincarnated beings. As they talked, another mid-race apex soon joined them, Draketharian, the dragon race's apex. The encounter was slightly amusing. Draketharian simply stood in front of Atticus for a full minute in silence before suddenly extending his hand for a handshake, which Atticus accepted without hesitation. Then, Draketharian's face turned crimson as he averted his gaze, muttering under his breath, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Atticus replied. Though Draketharian looked completely embarrassed, Atticus didn't hold it against him. Dragons were proud beings, thanking someone even though they saved their life was difficult. Just as Atticus began speaking with Draketharian, the gazes of all the apexes in the hall flashed as the atmosphere abruptly changed. They each felt an irresistible force act upon them, one that left them powerless to resist. In the next instant, they vanished, leaving the confused and murmuring youths in the hall behind. Atticus saw only darkness at first before feeling a sudden charge in the air. Then, an intense light flooded his vision, and he found himself in the center of a circular hall, intense lightning crackling around him. All around the hall sat the paragons of the various races, each watching him with piercing gazes. For the first time in a long while, Oberon Enigmon wore a troubled expression on his face. He sat cross-legged in the center of a room, surrounded by complex runes etched into the floor and walls, glowing with a golden light. His gaze was sharp, lit brightly with an intense golden hue, as he focused his full attention on the task at hand. From time to time, the runes would flare brightly before dimming slightly. "Why are my assumptions never wrong?" he thought. Before the Nexus event began, the paragons had gathered for a serious meeting. They were all aware of Atticus's talent and potential and had to discuss the possible repercussions if he were to win the competition. The chances were slim, but still possible. And they wanted to plan for that possibility. Oberon had considered multiple scenarios, and each one was as bad as the last. It had been so crazy that there was practically no good outcome. Should Atticus win the Nexus, the human domain was sure to face serious challenges. Still, none of the paragons had even suggested forfeiting. To them, losing Sector 10 would effectively spell the end of the human race, it would only be a matter of time. The resources they were getting from there was just that important. Due to the lack of information, even Oberon couldn't predict precisely what would happen. So they had settled on making assumptions and crafting a plan of action for each scenario. This was why Oberon was now enacting the plan for the current unfolding situation. As soon as the battle ended, Atticus and the other paragons were supposed to return to the human domain immediately. The human race was far from being friends with the other races, so they couldn't imagine a reason for them to stay behind. But if something beyond their control prevented their return, at least one of them was supposed to come back and relay the situation. That had been the plan. However, that hadn't happened. Which brought Oberon to his current situation. Before Atticus left, Oberon had tagged him with a rune, which he was now using to try and lock onto his location. The plan was simple, but executing it was incredibly difficult. Oberon planned to teleport to Atticus's location and bring them all back. He didn't know exactly what they were facing, but he could only hope no Dimensari Paragon was present. I'll have only a split second. Even if they're not in that exact location, they'll lock onto me the moment I teleport into their domain. Using any space-related element in the Dimensari domain was like announcing his presence with a loudspeaker. But they had no other choice. At least in the human domain, they could still stand their ground with the Aegis shield. The rest of the paragons had to remain in the human domain in case anything happened. Which was why he was going alone. Your will is certainly impressive, but it's not enough. Send me instead. Oberon's eyes snapped open in shock, and his gaze landed on a handsome man with a broad smile, leaning casually against the wall. Oberon had been intently focused on his task. He knew he was distracted by the current crisis, but he, Oberon Enigmom, hadn't sensed this man's presence until he spoke. He was wary. Oberon's expression hardened, and he narrowed his gaze. Who? The man's smile widened as he stepped toward Oberon. Whisker von Pounce. But as my friend, you can call me Whisker. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. One moment, Atticus had been walking through the banquet hall. The next, he found himself in the middle of a circular hall, with the paragons of the different races seated on thrones around him. Atticus wasn't the only one teleported, the other apexes present at the banquet were there too. However, the paragons' eyes seemed to be focused on him. Atticus felt an intense weight press down on him, but only for a brief moment. The air around him crackled, and lightning suddenly wrapped around his body, dispelling the weight completely. Atticus turned to the side and spotted Magnus sitting alone with the three other human paragons. Their thrones seemed less luxurious compared to those of the superior races. With a glance, he could see that many of the paragons whose apexes had died weren't present, especially those from the lower races. Still, Atticus wasn't given a moment to process or offer his thanks. Azakarn's voice suddenly filled the hall, breaking the silence, and all eyes turned toward him. Apexes, he said, his voice both commanding and smooth. First, let me congratulate each of you on your impressive performances in the Veritega Nexus. The Alliance is fortunate to have such remarkable talents among us. His gaze swept across the room before briefly settling on Atticus. He continued. You are all valuable assets, talents that cannot simply be allowed to go to waste. And so, the Council has devised the best possible reward for your achievements. Each of you will be granted the title of General in the Alliance Army. The entire hall was silent. The Paragons already knew what the reward was, but they were sure it was the first time the Apexes were hearing it. And yet, there was no shock, no sadness, nor happiness. They showed no reaction. Their auras remained calm, and their expressions neutral. They were all reincarnated beings, and were primarily focused on their own interests. The title of General was merely a guise to coerce them into fighting for the Alliance. The plot was so transparent that they had all anticipated it. They felt nothing. Many of the Paragons couldn't help but clear their throats awkwardly as they observed the Apexes' lack of reaction. They were all strange in their own ways. But Azakarn continued, with that title comes a responsibility to strengthen yourselves further. Therefore, you will all undergo 1 year of specialized training to prepare for the battles that lie ahead. Azakarn suddenly turned his gaze directly to Atticus, his lips curving into a slight smile. And of course, we could not overlook our champion, Apex Atticus. This time, all the Apexes in the hall focused on him. Their gazes were filled with various emotions, but Atticus remained calm, keeping his gaze fixed on Azakarn. He already knew where this was going. You are an extraordinary talent, one that even the Council had not anticipated. And as we all know, if we continue on our current path, the war with the Zorvans may well end in our defeat. We need change, and that change, we see it in you. Azakarn's voice softened, but he was fooling no one. But a talent as rare as yours requires careful and thorough cultivation, which is why the Alliance has decided to have you remain here, under the guidance of a superior race, to develop that talent to its fullest potential. He offered a faint smile. For the good of the planet, of course. So, what do you say? What a joke, Atticus thought, holding back a laugh at the poor attempt. Was he expecting anyone to fall for this bull crap? However, now wasn't the time for this. Thorn was right. Atticus recalled Thorn's assessment of the Dimensari. They saw themselves as the head of the Alliance, and preferred diplomatic approaches to achieve their goals. This was exactly what they were trying here. For the good of the planet, my ass. Although Atticus saw through the facade, it didn't change the fact that it was a difficult situation. It was practically airtight. However, Atticus had never been one for mind games. There was nothing better than being direct, and the subtle assurance he felt from the crackling lightning around his body reinforced that point. Atticus bowed slightly, offering just enough respect to satisfy formalities. His voice was calm and unfazed. I thank you all for your kind words. But I'd like to ask, what was my grandfather's response? Azakarn's expression narrowed. Before summoning the Apexes, They had discussed the matter among themselves, and despite the humans being held in little regard, Magnus had immediately given them a firm no. He said no. Atticus nodded, his expression unchanged, almost as if he had anticipated that answer. Then that's my answer, too. The entire hall descended into silence, but it was soon broken. Azakarn. A sharp voice cut through the air, cold and direct. Everyone turned toward the Vampiro's paragon, Jezanet Bloodveil. I've advised you to stop this pointless diplomacy. It's a waste of time. Her gaze swept over Atticus. We are losing a war with the Zorvans, and we need talents that can turn the tide. Whether you like it or not, you are part of this alliance. You've been protected since birth, enjoying all the privileges we've provided you. Your humans don't have the resources to nurture a talent like yours, and we cannot afford to let it go to waste. Don't mistake this meeting for us asking permission. We're merely informing you. The tension in the hall was intense. The Vampiro's paragon, Jezanet, had dropped all pretense and spoken directly. From her words, there was no mistaking it, this was not a request but an order. The lightning crackling around Atticus grew fiercer, though he had no control over it. Serafina and Thorn, seated to the left and right of Magnus, turned their heads sharply toward him. Be calm, Magnus, Serafina's serene voice echoed in his mind, but nothing seemed to change as his aura continued to build. Thorn cursed inwardly. If Magnus started a fight here, he would have no choice but to join the madman. He understood what Serafina was trying to do and could only hope it worked. Azakarn cleared his throat, breaking the silence in the hall. I think what Paragon Jezanet is trying to say is, think about the bigger picture. We have resources that could benefit you, and it's to your own advantage. Don't you want to see your potential fully realized? Will you sign a mana contract that guarantees my life and freedom? Azakarn's expression froze. A mana contract. Even to the superior races, a mana contract was absolute. Once signed, nothing could break it. Azakarn's smile strained, and his voice took on a sharper edge. You're making it seem as if our intentions are malicious. We're all on the same side, Apex Atticus. It was clear he didn't like where this conversation was heading. Yes, you're absolutely right, Paragon Azakarn. But I want you to consider things from my perspective. No matter how much you try to sugarcoat it, our races are far from friendly. You might hold certain views about the human race, but I, a human, defeated your apex. I, a human, won the Veritega Nexus. Atticus gestured to Azakarn and Yun, instantly feeling cold glares from both Yun and Carius. Yet he ignored them and continued. You claim to see change in me, so sign a mana contract that guarantees my safety and that I won't be forced or coerced into anything against my will. I will participate in the training and fulfill my duties. The expressions of many in the hall shifted. Jezanet's face grew colder, as did Azakarn's. However, a small smile appeared on the face of the Evolari paragon, Genera Flux. What a smart child, she thought. She watched the frowns that had formed on both Jezanet and Azakarn's faces. Atticus had used their own tactics against them. His words targeted both. Jezanet had pushed the fulfill your duties approach, and Azakarn had done the same, though in a less direct manner. While their words sounded harsh, it didn't change the fact that they were right. They were fighting a war, and everyone was expected to contribute. There was no argument there. Atticus had recognized and acknowledged this. So instead of arguing or refusing outright, he had devised a way forward. He was seeking assurance for his safety. I thought only Kinera was special, but it seems this human apex is something else, Genera pondered. The fact that someone as young as Atticus had taken such a firm stand was shocking. Pathetic, came a low, disdainful scoff from Yun, the Nullite paragon. Expecting us to bend to a child's terms, it's like asking a predator to submit to its prey. I believe this one is a waste of time. He'd be more useful as a test subject for the Nullite. The air grew electrified as a powerful killing intent flooded the hall. The lightning surrounding Atticus crackled with even greater intensity, and in the next instant, Magnus appeared in front of Atticus, his aura cold and imposing. Magnus didn't say anything. His presence alone made his position clear, an unmistakable, irrefutable no. Yun's gaze remained steady, but his aura turned colder. No. Just as Yun was about to respond, his expression flickered with surprise as Karn suddenly stepped forward, standing beside Atticus and looking directly at Yun. What are you doing? Yun's voice was icy. Test subject. No, Karn said simply. What makes you think you have a voice in this? You couldn't even defeat a human. Though the Nullite typically showed little emotion, Yun's disgust was evident. But Karn didn't respond further. He had made his choice. Along with Magnus, the other human paragons had also positioned themselves in front of Atticus. Thorn and Luminous had little choice, but Serafina's decision to stand by him spoke volumes. Now, I don't believe we need to take things this far, Azrakan attempted to defuse the situation. The air in the hall had become so heavy that even the apexes standing on the sides were feeling it. The gazes of Magnus, Serafina, Thorn, and, surprisingly, Luminous were cold. For Luminous, while he truly had no choice but to protect Atticus, the fact that they were disregarded, with them wanting to take one of theirs without consideration for their views, was infuriating. He hated being seen as weak. The other paragons had not paid attention to Yun's words. They understood what he wanted. Atticus had a unique will, a strength that was a bane to the Nullite race. It was clear that Yun either wanted to eliminate Atticus or, as he'd said, use him as a test subject to neutralize this weakness. Looks like you've all made your choice. The bloodthirsty aura surrounding Jezanet grew more intense, increasing with each passing second. Her eyes had turned blood red, and fangs began to sprout from her mouth. She was on the verge of erupting. Azrakan could clearly see this, but it was the last thing he wanted. If a fight broke out, the Dimensari would be obligated to protect the humans due to the mana contract. It would be a loss for them. Let's all calm down, shall we? I understand where you're coming from, Apex Atticus, but I ask that you see things from our perspective. The humans are at the bottom of the power scale for a reason. We're concerned that your talent may not be fully utilized and developed. We need more game changers among the ranks, and we believe your abilities would be best cultivated here. I'd advise you to reconsider and think this through. My answer remains unchanged, Atticus interrupted without hesitation, not even waiting for him to finish. At this point, it was pointless. Azakarn's frown deepened and his aura suddenly changed. How unfortunate, he murmured. It seems you're dead set on your decision. Selfish. You're only looking at this from your own narrow perspective, Apex Atticus. Here we stand, a united alliance that has given you protection and a safe environment to grow. And yet, you avoid your duties and ignore the responsibilities expected of you. You disregard the sacrifices others have made, all to follow your own selfish desires. The room was silent, and the tension was thick. Atticus's hands were clenched tightly. He knew where this was going. This had been Azakarn's plan all along. The man had anticipated his refusal. No sane person would ever agree to such terms. Stay and train in the domain of a race whose apex he had nearly killed. If he accepted, there were only two outcomes. He'd either be killed by some accident, or forced into submission. It was only a matter of time. But in refusing, Azakarn was now turning the situation against him. This was no longer about logic. It was about power. Whatever Azakarn claimed, whatever he said, would be law. Azakarn's expression grew colder. It seems you're a wild card that the Alliance cannot trust to fulfill your role. Suddenly, a shimmering, golden parchment appeared in Azakarn's hand. You will perform your duties and remain loyal to the Alliance. You will participate in the ongoing war and follow the orders of the Alliance. These are the clauses of the mana contract, which you will sign. This is not a suggestion, Apex Atticus. It's a command. The killing intent in the hall surged as the lightning around Atticus crackled fiercely. The tension in the hall was nearing its breaking point. A spear appeared in Magnus's hand, his eyes glowing a brilliant white, arcs of electricity surging from him. Luminous's aura blazed a searing golden light, turning the air scorching. Serafina and Thorn, too, released their auras, each one of their gazes icy and focused on Azakarn. It was too much. He was literally demanding they hand over their greatest talent and submit him to the Alliance's orders. Listen to the Alliance's orders. They ruled the Alliance. This was essentially asking him to become their slave. It was so outrageous that it was shocking Azakarn had actually said it. Shameless. Yet, it was the reality of the world. He had power, and whoever held power ruled the world. The paragons of the dragon and Aeonians couldn't help but clench their fists beneath their chairs. They knew this was all wrong. They knew they owed the human apex for what he had done. They knew all this, yet none of them could interfere. Power was everything, and they didn't have enough of it. Atticus's gaze shifted, sensing several overwhelming presences emerging around the hall. Paragons, he instantly deduced. And they were all Dimensari, standing at the ready. They assured our safety, he thought bitterly. Yes, they had assured their safety, but it was clear the terms could easily be twisted. The Dimensari could choose to block any escape, trap them in an alternate space, and exert their power without clashing directly. Their abilities granted them that terrifying advantage. Just as Atticus was lost in thought, two figures stepped forward to stand by his side. He turned and saw Drakethanian and Aearch, both with serious stares fixed on Azakarn. They didn't say anything, but their intentions were clear. The gazes of the dragon and Aeonian paragons widened in shock. Aearch. The Aeonian paragon called out. Drakethanian. The dragon paragon's voice was heavy, yet neither of them turned to acknowledge their mentors. Drakethanian's pride wouldn't allow him to cower when the one who had saved him was now in danger. And Aearch was never one to leave a debt unpaid. Atticus had saved him from being killed by Karn. Although it had been indirect, Atticus had still been the root cause of his survival. Azakarn's expression remained the same, as if he didn't care about the others stepping forward. In fact, he preferred it this way. Looks like we have more than one wild card. With a wave of his hand, two more mana contracts appeared, their golden forms shimmering. He repeated the same clauses he had given to Atticus. Mid-race, lower race, it was all the same to him. The dragon and Aeonian paragons shot up from their seats, but neither immediately stepped forward. They're still children, they don't know what they're doing. Azard of the Aeonians tried to reason, but Azakarn was unmoved. Children or not, they need to learn that actions have consequences. Then I apologize, but we can't accept that. Both paragons disappeared from their seats, reappearing beside the group below, their auras unleashed. At this point, only the superior races were still seated on their thrones, but despite this, a small smile appeared on Azakarn's face. This was better than he had hoped. Now he could force both mid and lower races to sign the contracts. The other superior race paragons sat quietly, observing the situation. They clearly had no intention of intervening. To them, this was a win regardless, as the apexes would be forced to serve the alliance. Atticus could feel the space element in the air thickening, the Dimensari were already preparing to trap them. Is there no other choice? Atticus's mind raced through every option, his chest tightening. This was the outcome he had feared most, and now it was becoming reality. He had briefly considered blaming the death match on Carius to try to shift the conversation, but it wouldn't end well for him. The apexes had all agreed to stay silent about the matter due to their ties to their origins. Besides, the Dimensari held the power here. They could easily deny it and turn the whole situation against him. A mana contract might have revealed the truth, but he couldn't rely on the paragons present to enforce it on the Dimensari. The only paragons likely to support that approach would be those whose apexes had died during the death match, and they weren't present. Pushing that angle would simply want the Dimensari to silence them, creating an even more dangerous situation. His fists clenched hard, and his eyes blazed with fierce resolve. He had no intention of signing that mana contract, but that didn't change the fact that they were outnumbered. Was this the end? Just as the tension reached a breaking point, pressing down on everyone present, a light, almost casual voice broke through. Hea. Every gaze, superior, mid, and lower races alike, snapped up, their eyes landing on the figure of a handsome man. The shock was immense. In this hall were paragons, beings who stood at the highest level on the entire planet. They ruled the world. If this had been against the paragons of the lower and mid races, they would understand. They might even accept it. But not one, not two, but a total of 6 superior race paragons were present. And yet, none of them had sensed this man's presence until he spoke. Of the superior race paragons, 2 felt their hearts pound hard. The first was Azrakan of the Dimensari. The man had entered the Dimensari domain, and although Azrakan had sensed him before the others did, that was only because it was his domain. He should have been able to detect any teleportation immediately, to know the moment anyone tried to enter his domain. But he hadn't. How? Azrakan wondered. It was a question to which only Yun Voss felt the answer. Not just Yun, but even Karn sensed an intense, primal fear from this man's presence. It was as if he embodied their greatest weakness, their deepest vulnerability. The tension in the hall didn't dissipate, in fact, it intensified. The walls of the hall quaked under the intense pressure. Earlier, only Jezanet and Azrakan had unleashed their auras. But now, every single superior race paragon joined them, each releasing an overwhelming power. It was a disgrace. Crunch. The man's response to the increased pressure was to take another bite of his apple as he landed in front of Atticus and the others. The temperature in the hall dropped sharply as the gazes of the superior races turned cold. It was an insult. Who are you? Azrakan finally broke the silence, his tone lacking any hint of diplomacy. His voice was cold, his aura icy. However, the man's smile didn't waver. Can't you see? I'm human, he replied, taking another bite of his apple, completely unfazed by the collective pressure of the superior race paragons. The humans, however, were the most surprised by his words. Atticus was beyond shocked. What's he doing here? Whisker was the last person he'd ever expect to appear here, especially in the presence of so many paragons. And what's he talking about, human? Whisker was literally the sovereign of the beast race. And he calls me an actor. Atticus had countless questions, and he wasn't alone. Magnus and the other human paragons didn't know how to react to those words. A human paragon. None of them had ever seen him before. It was an outrageous lie, but none of them were complaining. They couldn't. They could all sense the power radiating from him. He was strong. And right now, they needed strong. The questions could wait. Nonsense. There are no records of you among the human paragons. Azrakan exclaimed. Whisker took another bite of his apple, his smile unchanged. Arrogant of you to think we have to announce everything to you. We humans don't even have records of you being among the Dimenary paragons. It's Dimensari. Huh, you'll have to speak up. It's Dimensari. And I am Azrakan Valerius, son of the Dimensari Vossarian. Oh, Dimenrissa. My bad, haha, Whisker said, waving his hand dismissively as he chuckled lightly. Throbbing veins appeared on Azrakan's head as his anger peaked. The hall was instantly flooded with space molecules, cracks forming all over his throne as the ground beneath his feet splintered. I dare you to make that mistake again. A wild grin appeared on Whisker's face as his aura surged. A blue wave radiated from his body, and the space molecules gathering around the hall suddenly became docile. The gazes of every paragon, from superior to mid to lower races, narrowed to pinpricks. That power, there was no mistaking it, it was will. It wasn't some ability, nor was it aerokinesis, it was pure, unfiltered will. As paragons, each one of them had an incredible amount of willpower, and yet its utility had always been limited. Some could only use their will internally to empower themselves, and others could coat their bodies or objects with it, but couldn't control it when it wasn't in direct contact with them. Most couldn't control their will at all. In Eldoralf, someone who could do all of this, and even go as far as to impose their will on their surroundings, was rare. In fact, many didn't believe it possible. This was why Yun had been utterly shocked as he watched the way Atticus used his will during the Nexus competition. He had immediately wanted either to kill him or study him. Each of the paragons in the hall felt Whisker's will as he imposed it upon the area. The space molecules that had filled the hall became docile, and the heavy aura initially pressing down on Atticus and the others dispersed. To the paragons who understood their world, only one thought came to mind. A paragon of will. Though the space molecules around them stopped reacting to Azrakan, they were still present. Atticus felt as though he were swimming in an ocean of space molecules. It was as though he was deep inside the space elemental room. He turned his gaze toward Whisker, and though Whisker was facing away from him, it felt as if they were looking straight into each other's eyes. Somehow, Atticus felt he could rely on him and could leave this to him. Atticus suddenly closed his eyes and immersed himself in the environment, forming a connection with the space molecules in the air. He began training. Dime, what is your name? Just as Whisker was about to speak, the Evelari Paragon interrupted. She didn't want a fight to occur. From their brief interaction, it was obvious that Whisker wouldn't yield to Azrakan's threat. He had been about to intentionally mispronounce the Dimensari name, and Azrakan wouldn't tolerate that. Whisker turned toward the Evelari Paragon. Ah, a very beautiful lady. My name is Whisker von Pounce, but just for being beautiful, I'll let you call me Pounce. Azrakan was seething. He had been so angry that he'd ended up standing from his seat, waiting, just waiting, for that fool to disrespect the Dimensari name one more time. But Genera, the Evelari Paragon, had interfered, bringing him back to his senses. It was obvious, the madman had been trying to push his buttons, and he had fallen for it. Azrakan returned to his throne, but his cold gaze stayed fixed on Whisker. Jezanet also remained on her throne, though her bloodlust was still intense. At the same time, she was wary of Whisker. He was a paragon whose specialty was will. And in Eldoralf, most, if not all, abilities depended somehow on willpower. By his ability to manipulate will, and given the abundance of his own, Whisker had already neutralized 2 of their paragons. The Nullite would be powerless, and the Dimensari couldn't impose their laws on him. This left the Vampiros, Obliteri, Evolari, and Regenerary races. But even among them, only the Obliteri and Evolari could claim to be unaffected by his will. But this still has its limits. Compared to the lower and mid races, the superior races couldn't be said to be physically stronger. In fact, their auras were practically the same. A paragon was a paragon. But it was their racial traits and abilities that created that divide in strength. And now, one man had just made that advantage completely obsolete. It was unbelievable. This was why they hadn't attacked him directly. He was dangerous. Genera didn't flinch or react to Whisker's flirtation. She was a woman who constantly evolved. To her, the concept of beauty was abstract at best. True beauty, in her eyes, lay in evolution. What do you want? She asked, her expression unchanged. This was the question on everyone's mind. Why had he come here? Whisker smiled. I didn't get your name, beautiful. Quote. A brief silence enveloped the hall as everyone turned toward Genera, who stared down at Whisker. There was no doubt, he was an expert at pushing people's buttons. I am Genera Flux, she replied after a few seconds. Genera, a beautiful name for a beautiful woman. Well, Genera, I came here to get my star actor. Star actor? Azrakan asked, baffled. The others in the hall shared his confusion. Whisker nodded smugly. Yes, my star actor. He beat the crap out of your sorry excuses for an apex and won the Nexus. The gazes of Yun and Azrakan darkened. Sorry excuse. Nonsense. He's refusing to perform his duties as part of this alliance, and we're simply enforcing that. Are you interfering in alliance matters? Azrakan demanded. Yun remained silent. He was seemingly trying to avoid any interaction with Whisker. But the same couldn't be said for Azrakan. Many of the superior race paragons couldn't help but shoot him a glance. The nerve. He had been the one to push for Atticus to sign a mana contract, but now he was trying to get everyone else to join him in his demands. Let me ask you a question, Whisker said, tossing the apple core aside and rubbing his hands together. Your apex and your apex, he pointed at Azrakan and Yun, trained with the resources of your superior races, right? You nurtured them, correct? And yet, my star actor still defeated them. Your resources don't sound so special to me. With a wave of his hand, another apple appeared, and Whisker took a casual bite. At this point, Azrakan's gaze had darkened completely. He, along with the other paragons, was stunned. The fact that Whisker had made this point meant he had been watching everything long before he revealed himself. Azrakan gritted his teeth. He had certain favorable conditions. PFF'd, you sound like a sore loser. I agree with the human paragon, Genera suddenly interrupted before Azrakan could explode. Not only Azrakan but also the Vampiros paragon turned to Genera in surprise. What are you saying? His talents would be best cultivated under a superior race, Jezanet said coldly. But Genera remained unfazed. I should ask you the same question. His talents were cultivated in the human domain so far, and yet he defeated 2 superior race apexes. She turned towards Azrakan. Either they're doing something right, or would you claim his talent is simply that much greater than your apex? Azrakan growled, unable to admit that Atticus might be more talented than Carius. Until now, he had downplayed Carius's loss by claiming that Atticus had had favorable conditions, but admitting Atticus's superiority here would be irreversible. He gritted his teeth but said nothing. I also agree with the humans. For the first time since the meeting began, the regenerary paragon finally spoke, turning to Azrakan. Look, it's clear the humans have no intention of agreeing to this request. At this point, it can only end in a battle. That's a waste of time, resources, and energy. I say we resolve this with a vote. What a really smart man, unlike some, Whisker remarked, earning a glare from Azrakan. I agree, Genera nodded in agreement. Fine, Jezanet added, and soon enough, everyone else agreed as well. Raise your hands if you think the human apex should be trained by the humans. Genera and the regenerary paragon both raised their hands, and a smile couldn't help but appear on Azrakan's face. But then, surprisingly, the obligatory paragon, who had remained silent until now, raised her hand. Azrakan frowned. Raise your hands if you think otherwise. Azrakan and Jezanet raised their hands immediately, but that was all. Yun. Azrakan called out, but received no response. In fact, Yun didn't even turn to acknowledge him. Azrakan gritted his teeth. You're all making a big mistake. Whisker burst into laughter. PFTTT. See what I mean? Sore loser. Ha ha ha. Whisker's laughter echoed in the hall for several moments as though he was having the time of his life. Anyway, it's been fun, guys. I guess I'll see you later, then. Bye. In the next instant, Whiskers will erupted, enveloping the entire group. An intense rune shimmered to life beneath them before igniting in a blinding light, swallowing them whole. And then, they vanished from the hall, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Had he really just left like that? As the blinding light from the runes dimmed, the entire hall fell silent. Many eyes stared at the spot where Whisker had stood before, each one of their gazes filled with utter disbelief. After everything that had happened, had he really just left like that? Just like that? It was insane. It was maddening, infuriating. For a few seconds, no one spoke, with each person processing a different wave of emotions. For Genera Flux, the Evolari Paragon, though her gaze remained impassive, she was inwardly very pleased by the events. The Evolari race had always embodied evolution. They loved and hoped for change. To them, the greatest sin in this world was remaining stagnant. In their belief, there was no such thing as true perfection, change was always needed, and evolution had no limit. The human domain had remained stagnant. In Eldoralth they had been at the bottom of the power scale for centuries. Personally, she hadn't hated or even disliked them. In fact, she didn't care much for the politics between the races or their power struggles. Nothing was more important than evolution, and to achieve it, constant challenges were essential. She welcomed any challenge, it made her change. They're changing. A smile appeared on Genera's face. The humans were changing. This was the thought that led her to support Whisker earlier during the talks. First, there was Atticus. He had defeated not one but two superior race apexes when even the greatest of the human talents couldn't even stand toe-to-toe against them. And now, Whisker, a paragon who could potentially stand toe-to-toe with a superior race paragon, had emerged among their ranks. It didn't benefit her directly, but she felt glad for their change. We're leaving, Karn. Yun stood up from his seat, ignoring Azrakan, who was staring at him with a cold gaze. Karn said nothing. He, along with the mid-race paragons and apexes, still remained in the middle of the hall. The rune had targeted only the humans and Whisker, leaving the rest behind. A brown aura engulfed both Yun and Karn before they disappeared from the hall. Azrakan's gaze was icy. He didn't speak, but when his gaze met Carius's expressionless face, his anger intensified. To think his son had witnessed this embarrassment scene. Without a word, he disappeared from the hall, along with many of the Dimensari paragons around the hall. Jezanet of the Vampiros race also stood up, leaving the scene, along with Lorraine, who couldn't stop smiling, her gaze lingering on where Atticus had stood. Everyone began leaving the hall. After what had just occurred, no one stopped the mid-races from leaving. They each exited the hall with their apexes. Soon enough, the hall cleared, leaving only the obligatory race paragon and apex. The silence stretched for a few moments. The obligatory paragon finally turned to Marinilus, the apex of the obligatory race. Why? Her voice sounded hollow and, at the same time, heavy, as if an intense vibration resonated across the hall with each word. Mara turned toward her grandmother, their impassive gazes meeting. Marae's eyes flickered as countless memories flashing through her mind. Despite her expressionless face, a wave of emotion surged within her. Her eyes narrowed slightly. I want him. Those were three simple words, vague in their meaning. But her grandmother didn't seem to care. She nodded her head, and both of them disappeared from the hall. A blinding light filled a room before dimming after a few seconds. As the light faded, multiple figures appeared, and the room was suddenly flooded with intense pressure. Release your aura, you're back home, came Oberon's calm voice, and although none of them needed to be told, it was as if a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. It had been a close call. Hee hee, that was fun. Everyone froze. In their relief, they had almost forgotten about one important thing. All eyes shot toward the side and landed on Whisker, who wore a wide grin. Many didn't even realize when they began stepping back, leaving him standing alone in the center of the room. Whisker looked around, confused. Do I smell that bad? I swear I had a bath. He sniffed under each of his armpits, muttering under his breath, last year. Atticus and the other paragons in the room exchanged strained expressions, and each took an instinctive step farther back. Their disgust was apparent. Even Oberon moved to the side, his eyes fixed on Whisker. Who are you? Thorn finally broke the silence, prompting Whisker to stop sniffing his armpits and turn toward Thorn with a look of confusion. Were you asleep when I introduced myself? I am Whisker von Pounds. Thorn's lips twitched, but Oberon interjected. I think what he means is, where did you come from? We've never heard of a human paragon of will, and there's no way someone could break through in the human domain without us knowing. Atticus remained quiet while the others waited patiently for Whisker's answer. They were all trying to answer one simple question: was he a threat or an ally? He had assisted them at the banquet, but that didn't necessarily mean his intentions were good. It was already clear that he was strong enough to force the superior race paragons into a vote. It was obvious he wasn't a member of the Human Alliance and wasn't bound by any mana contract. Which meant he was a wild card. A powerful one. They waited for an answer, but all they received was a wild grin and a casual response. You all need to lighten up. As I said earlier, I only came here to get my star actor. Whisker sent a wink to Atticus, who frowned slightly, unsure how to respond. Whisker had helped him, yes, but had they been close enough for that? Definitely not. And judging by his character, there was clearly something more to it. Whisker confirmed this assumption in the next instant. Well, since that's done, I'll take my leave. Whisker's gaze met Atticus's, and his smile widened as he mouthed, You owe me. Whisker disappeared in a burst of blue light before anyone in the room could react. Silence descended. None of them had tried to stop Whisker. They were currently in Sector 6, and since they hadn't determined if he was friend or foe, they couldn't risk a fight. Who is he? Magnus's voice rang out, and all eyes turned to Atticus. From their interactions, it was clear they somehow knew each other. But none of them could have expected Atticus's answer. The sovereign of the beast race. Everyone in the room looked stunned. The beast was insane. He wasn't even human, yet he had convinced the strongest races on the planet that he was. Even they had been confused, wondering if they had missed someone breaking into the paragon rank. But to think it had all been a lie. He was a master manipulator. Atticus went on to tell the group about Whisker after receiving Magnus's permission. Magnus already knew about him from Atticus, but this was the first time he had seen him. Oberon was also aware, as Magnus had informed him earlier, wanting him to check Atticus to see if Whisker had left anything on him. The rest, however, were utterly shocked. The abyssal chasms they had wondered about for decades had all been caused by that beast. That revelation deepened their confusion. Was he an ally or a foe? He had helped them today, but he had been attacking the human domain for decades. People had died during those attacks. They were about to start pondering further when Oberon noticed the exhaustion in Atticus's gaze. I think we should all get some rest. We'll continue this meeting tomorrow. Everyone understood and nodded, leaving without argument. Oberon assigned each of them rooms to rest in. Seraphina, Thorn, and Luminous decided to stay behind in Sector 6. One reason was the ongoing discussions, and the other was for precaution. A wild card was loose, and if he could infiltrate the Dimensari domain without detection, then the human domain was no safer. They made sure to rest in rooms close to Atticus. As soon as he reached his room, Atticus slumped onto the bed without even taking a bath. He hadn't mentioned it earlier, but he was thoroughly exhausted. The Apex competition had taken place all in one day, and he had fought 2 life-threatening battles back to back. It had been thrilling but intense. And because of the situation in the Dimensari domain, he hadn't been able to rest, he had even gone so far as to train. Atticus didn't bother with anything else. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell asleep. Meanwhile, the human domain was still buzzing with excitement, and people celebrated in earnest. The streets were filled with people holding banners of the Ravenstein insignia, along with pictures of Atticus. And while everyone celebrated, the cause of all this excitement was snoring peacefully on a king-sized bed. Where did you go? As Whisker arrived back in his world, he was immediately stopped by Blackgate, who questioned him. Whisker frowned. You know, it was cute at first, but now it's just creepy. Have you fallen for me? I can't really blame you, though, but unfortunately, I don't swing that way. Whisker spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, and each of his words made Blackgate's aura rise up like a volcano about to erupt. The anger Blackgate was feeling was so intense that his entire face turned red, the air vibrating and the forest trembling from the force. You seem so angry. You don't handle rejection well, do you? Well, there's nothing I can do to help you, I'm sorry. I love boobs and ass too much, if you know what I mean. Oh right, you don't. Whisker's chuckle echoed as he vanished, leaving Blackgate behind, his anger only growing. Atticus slept soundly. While the entire domain was filled with excitement, he took the chance to get some rest after the intense competition. At the very least, he rested while he could. Atticus woke up, indulging in a long yawn and stretch before heading into the bathroom to freshen up. A few minutes later, now that feels good, he said, sitting on the bed with a towel as he enjoyed the refreshing feeling. Opening his eyes, Atticus quickly got up and put on some simple clothes. I still woke up early. It almost amused him. He had been so exhausted, yet he still woke up at the same time he usually did. Atticus sat on the bed, taking in a few deep breaths. Then, he thought to himself, status. Character profile. Name. Atticus Ravenstein. Age. 16. Gender. Male. Race. Human. Attributes. Strength. 710. Agility. 722. Endurance. 750. Vitality. 765. Intelligence. 78. Perception. 67. Charm. 63. Will. 85. Level. Master. Talent. Mythical. Bloodline. Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Elements. Level 4. Fire. 6%. Water. 2%. Level 3. Air. 99.1%. Earth. 98.9%. Light. 98.8%. Darkness. 99.1%. Lightning. 99.7%. Ice. 98.7%. Space. 96.4 L2, right pointing arrow 78.2 L3%. Level 2. None. Dash. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines. Spurt element. 6 right pointing arrow 7%. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster. Ethereal cloak potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Master. Atticus didn't show any surprise. His status hadn't changed much, as it had only been a day since he last checked. However, when his eyes landed on his space element, he couldn't help but smile. He was glad he had taken the opportunity to train. He also noted that his spirit element had increased by another 1%. Now that I'm done with the Nexus, I can finally focus on this, he thought. The spirit element and space element, these were Atticus's current priorities. I should also learn that art I've been putting off, he reminded himself. Atticus still had the Paragon rank art he had obtained from the Leaders' Summit back at the Academy. He hadn't learned it until now for one reason, it had seemed useless at the time. With only 1 year, there was limited advancement he could make, and he was certain that no matter how much he improved, it wouldn't be enough to have any impact on the Nexus. Atticus began to plan his next steps. 1 year, he thought. That was the amount of time the Paragons had given them to undergo intense training in preparation for joining the military. A general, he would find out what that role truly entailed as soon as he could. A lot could be achieved in 1 year, but Atticus knew it was wise to have a plan and outline what he wanted to accomplish. Deciding to check out the Paragon art, Atticus brought out the book. As he channeled his mana into it, he felt a surge of information pour into his mind. Echo Strike. Description. A powerful art that creates ripples in the air with every swing, allowing you to strike multiple times from a single motion. Capabilities. Multiplied force. Each strike releases an echo that trails the original hit, allowing for rapid, multi-hit attacks. Force amplification. Each echo carries a percentage of the original strike's power, amplifying overall damage against a single target or spreading impact across multiple foes. Resonant wave. Can emit a powerful shockwave after a sequence of strikes, destabilizing foes or disarming them with concussive force. Not bad, Atticus thought. It was a solid technique. Now that he was ready to learn it, he realized its potential. Ideas began forming in his mind, different strategies he could use to gain an advantage in battle. As Atticus continued meditating, he sensed a presence at the door. Opening it, he found Magnus staring back at him. He actually used the door this time. Magnus scrutinized him. Did you rest? Atticus smiled. Yes, grandfather. He stepped aside to let him in, but as the door closed, he heard Magnus mutter quietly. Gran. Yes. Magnus didn't look directly at him. Instead, he walked to the center of the room, making sure their eyes didn't meet. Call me Grandpa. Atticus paused. Did I hear him correctly? He struggled to hold back a smile, not out of mockery, but because the moment felt unexpectedly warm. It was cute. Okay, Grandpa. Atticus's quick response seemed to catch Magnus off guard, and silence filled the room for a moment. Magnus cleared his throat. You were training, he stated, as though he were catching Atticus in the act of something he shouldn't be doing. But Atticus shook his head. No, I just woke up and was thinking about my next move. Your next move? Yes. The military. Atticus nodded. He knew that his path forward would be challenging. Despite the alliance's numbers and the overwhelming power of the superior races, they were still losing the war. He braced himself for the worst. It was the smartest thing that he could do. Magnus's eyes flickered with an unreadable emotion. After a pause, he took a breath and shook his head. You have 1 year before that. What do you plan to do? Atticus's response was immediate. Train. Good. Magnus nodded approvingly, though this time, his gaze felt more probing. I can sense the Starhaven aura around you. Magnus's words made Atticus's eyes widen, and he couldn't help but smile. Just like before, when Magnus had guessed that he could awaken other elements, he had done it again. Yes, Grandpa, I've been meaning to tell you. Atticus went on to explain how he'd awakened the spirit element during the war and his theories about his bloodline. It wasn't limited to the basic elements they knew, even space, and other elements he hadn't even thought possible, were also within his reach. Serafina knows, Magnus pointed out. Atticus wasn't shocked. If Magnus could detect it, then of course the spirit paragon herself would have noticed. After they talked for a bit, Magnus informed Atticus about an upcoming meeting. The other paragons who had stayed behind were now in Sector 3, and they all wanted to discuss the path forward. The fact that they had requested his presence surprised Atticus. He couldn't help but wonder why. What he didn't understand was the wave of mixed emotions that was currently sweeping through the human domain. The meeting was held in the Enigmalm Citadel, with only the paragons and Atticus in attendance. It didn't last long. These were beings with high comprehension and experience. They didn't waste time on arguments but focused on discussing the underlying issues. The meeting concluded in a matter of minutes. The highlights of the meeting focused on 3 main topics: Whisker, managing the backlash from Atticus's victory, and Atticus himself. Regarding Whisker, the discussion was left unresolved. None of them were certain how to proceed, as Whisker was neither an ally nor a complete foe. For now, he was to be treated with caution. On the second issue, backlash was inevitable. Oberon had deduced that Whisker's intervention had actually helped them in certain ways. None of the superior race powerhouses would likely act directly, but the matter went beyond them. The deep-seated sense of superiority in each superior race wasn't just rooted to the powerhouses, but their people to share this feeling. They already disliked the fact that a human had won the Nexus, and it was probable they would make life difficult for humans wherever possible, impacting the human domain, especially economically. The final point of discussion was Atticus himself. His name, Atticus Ravenstein, had become a permanent mark on the human domain's history. His achievements were that significant. Any lingering disdain from the paragons had been replaced by cautious respect. Atticus was now seen as the sword of humanity, its apex. It was clear that humanity's future would rest on his shoulders. Though no one had directly said it, it was very evident. This was the primary reason Atticus had been included in this high-level meeting, one that even the heads of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 families had not been informed of. During this part of the discussion, the topic of the Nexus turning into a death game was raised, but Atticus withheld the full truth. He stated only that he felt the world's rules suddenly change, with no explanation as to why. However, Oberon and, as he suspected, others believed the traitor had been from the Dimensari race. No one knew who or how, and only the Dimensari could clarify what truly happened. The talks ended with a mutual conclusion that this issue was far from resolved. The paragons of the races whose apexes had died left immediately after the competition, not even staying for the banquet. This had been intentional, as they returned back to their domains to inform their respective leaders of what transpired. While many of them wanted immediate retribution, they were outnumbered and lacked full understanding of what had actually occurred. A storm was brewing, one that threatened to destabilize the entire alliance. After this, Oberon raised another unsettling question: how had Atticus sent the dragon apex out of the Nexus world? The answer revealed something that, for the first time, made Magnus show a hint of anger toward Atticus. His sudden shift in aura, though brief, shocked the others. They realized that, at any point, Atticus could have exited the Nexus world and yet chose to stay, risking his life. Though he had won, the fact remained that he could have lost, and it was this risk that had momentarily angered Magnus. Magnus didn't say anything, but his anger was evident. After the meeting ended, Atticus found himself in the awkward position of trying to appease him. It was the first time he had seen Magnus angry, and it was exactly as he'd imagined. Grandpa, quote, Grandpa, quote, he was being ignored. After countless attempts, Atticus finally sighed, I'm sorry. Magnus paused, then let out a deep breath. He wasn't one to talk about his feelings, but he remembered the fear and worry he'd felt upon learning about the death game. How afraid he'd been when he saw other apexes die, how tense he'd been during Atticus's fight with Carius. The thought that Atticus hadn't needed to go through all that left a bad taste in his mouth. But ultimately, it was a selfish feeling. It was Atticus's life, and he should be able to make his own choices. Magnus turned to Atticus. Just be more careful. Atticus smiled. I will. A few hours later, a large airship landed beside the citadel, and as Atticus and Magnus approached, the ramp lowered, and the Aegis ship crew began to descend. As Amara and the crew stepped down from the airship, their gazes remained fixed on Atticus, even as they bowed respectfully to Magnus. Afterward, they each paid a separate and intense respect to Atticus directly. Some might consider this a disrespect toward Magnus, but given who Atticus Ravenstein was now and what he had achieved, no one would see it that way. Soon enough, they boarded the airship, and within seconds, it lifted into the sky, heading straight for Sector 3. The Aegis airship cut through the atmosphere with intense speed, but it wasn't alone. A procession of airships followed behind, each carrying the paragons of the various Tier 1 families. Each ship bore the insignia of its respective family, proudly etched onto its hull. During the 2 days Atticus had spent at the Dimensari domain and in Sector 6, the entire human domain eagerly anticipated his return. None knew the exact time that he would return, but that didn't stop them from preparing to welcome him. In those 2 days, Sector 3 was completely flooded with people. Visitors from Sectors 2 and 4, and even farther away, gathered in Sector 3, all wanting to witness this moment. The accommodations and infrastructure couldn't possibly cater to such massive crowds, but the Ravensteins had opened their sector to everyone. Spirits were high, and nobody seemed to mind the inconvenience. The influx was so great that many brought camping gear, slept on the streets, or found lodging with friends or family in Sector 3. People from farther sectors gathered in the closest sectors they could reach, just to be as near to Sector 3 as possible. These crowds came for one reason: to witness the return of their apex firsthand. They had come to see the future of humanity, to witness the birth of a legend. The airships followed a golden pathway leading directly to Sector 3. Eventually, the procession burst out from the Golden Trail, arriving at the first town of Sector 3, Dusktown, and then slowed to a moderate pace. By that time, screens had already filled every corner of the sector and beyond, displaying the image of the lead airship with the Ravenstein insignia. The streets overflowed with people, murmurs rippling across the sector as they strained to catch a glimpse of the one they hoped was truly their apex. Suddenly, a small hatch opened on top of the Aegis airship, and from it, a figure emerged. Every screen captured his image, broadcasting it to the entire domain. Piercing blue eyes, pure white hair, and a face so handsome it seemed crafted by the gods. As soon as the people saw him, it was as if a switch had been flipped. The murmurs, the shouts, even the birds flying in the sky fell silent, as if the entire domain held its breath. Conversation stopped mid-sentence, laughter faded from lips, and even the gentle rustling of banners in the breeze seemed to pause. The silence was so profound one could hear the faint sound of the wind weaving through alleyways. It was him. It was Atticus Ravenstein. The entire human domain fell into silence, gazing at the figure of Atticus standing high on the Aegis airship. The silence held. The people couldn't explain their emotions. They felt excitement, happiness, they wanted to cheer, to celebrate, to shout at the top of their lungs. But, somehow, it didn't feel like it was enough. They wanted Atticus to understand the depth of what he had achieved, what he meant to them. And so, as the Aegis airship moved forward, it began from the heart of Sector 3, the Ravenstein estate. The white-haired Ravensteins watching silently placed their fists over their hearts, their expressions turning solemn. Then, like a chain reaction, the people followed. Every person placed a fist on their chest, fixing their gazes on the screens with solemn expressions. The silence deepened, stretching across every street, every alley. This wasn't just a gesture, it was a pledge. The entire sector stood as one, their fists pressed to their chests, hearts pounding in sync. Eyes hardened, breaths steadied. It was as if the very soul of the human domain resonated with a single, unbreakable will. This wasn't just respect, it was reverence, raw and fierce. Children, elders, warriors, it didn't matter. They all stood, unmoving, gazes locked forward. In this moment, he wasn't just their apex. He was their hope, their fire. The legend they had waited for. The mighty Aegis airship, along with the others, flew over Dusktown and eventually reached Ravenspire. Despite the passage of time, the people remained unmoving, fists on their chests. Even as the airship landed and Atticus descended onto the Ravenstein estate, the entire domain remained in reverent silence. The Ravenstein estate was packed with family members, but a path had been cleared, leading directly from the estate gates to the mansion stairs. None of the paragons or crew members disembarked, and none joined in. Across the entire domain, only the measured footsteps of Atticus could be heard. Everyone stood still, fists on their chests, gazes filled with awe and pride fixed on Atticus. He had left this estate and had raised their name to new heights. Atticus reached the top of the mansion stairs and turned. Even though only Ravenstein stood before him, it was as though he was facing the entire domain. Many waited in anticipation, wondering what he would do. Would he give a speech? Because they hoped for one. In the next second, Atticus spoke, but it was far from a speech. He said only 4 words, and yet they were enough to stir the hearts of all who heard them. It was my honor. A collective shudder ran through the entire domain, as if those words had struck something buried deep within their souls. Fists tightened, knuckles turning white as a surge of pride and unshakable awe ignited within them. Their heartbeats thundered like a war drum, and in that moment, each of them knew they would follow him to the ends of the earth. Afterward, Atticus turned and entered the Ravenstein estate. As the door closed behind him, a warm smile spread across his face as he looked at the figures in front of him. I'm home. As those words dropped, Atticus found himself enveloped in a warm and tight hug. Welcome home, Anastasia whispered, burying her head in Atticus's chest. Despite being only 16, Atticus had already grown taller than Anastasia. But that didn't stop Anastasia from treating him like her baby. In the next second, Atticus's already messy hair became even messier as Avalon ruffled it before joining in the hug. Unlike Anastasia, he wore an intense grin as he squeezed Atticus. Anastasia had been worried throughout the Nexus event, her heart pounding every time an attack came close to Atticus. While the rest of the human domain was happy he had won, she was most grateful that he had returned home safe. Avalon, on the other hand, was simply proud to have such a son. While other young men his age were thinking about romance or grand, naive dreams, Atticus had been a boy. He loved how simple he was. A few meters away, the three stars, along with Bowman and Arya, watched the reunion with smiles on their faces. The hug lasted a while before Anastasia reluctantly released him so he could greet the others. You beautiful boy. Suddenly, Atticus found himself wrapped in another hug, and he was utterly shocked. He had expected another hug, maybe from Arya, but he hadn't anticipated Nathan. The big, round, jolly Nathan, with whom he wasn't particularly close and who usually kept his distance, now had him in a bear hug, squeezing tight. You were amazing. Nathan's voice boomed with excitement, nearly deafening Atticus. The Nexus, Atticus. Do you know what this means? Sector 3 is practically flooded with business. Deals, partnerships, the Ravenstein name, everyone wants a piece of it now. Our stores are packed, my ledgers are bursting with numbers I've never seen before. All thanks to you. Nathan's grip tightened, his hefty arms squeezing so hard Atticus felt his ribs might crack. He struggled to breathe, his face half buried in Nathan's soft chest. Nathan, he gasped, sucking in air as though his life depended on it. And do you know what this means, Atticus? Nathan continued, oblivious to Atticus's struggles. I'm talking lifetime deals. Sector 3 is now the heartbeat of business, all because of you. This is a gold mine, no, a platinum mine. Need air, Atticus wheezed, his voice barely escaping his lungs as Nathan's hug turned into a full-on squeeze. The others watched, amused. Atticus's achievements had brought great benefits to the Ravenstein family, and Nathan's enthusiasm was proof of that. Let's hope this'll at least make him lose some weight, Sirius muttered to Lyanna, who stood beside him. Lyanna scoffed. Please, he's a lost cause. But don't be naive enough to think this peace will last. Give it a week, and he'll be twice this size. Oh, right. Nathan finally noticed Atticus's plight and released him, clapping his shoulder so hard he nearly stumbled. But I mean it, you marvelous boy. I've never been prouder, or richer. Keep this up, and you'll be putting crowns on all our heads. Atticus coughed, trying to catch his breath as Nathan continued, his round face flushed with excitement, entirely unaware of the near-death experience he had just inflicted on Atticus. Atticus breathed heavily as he took large steps backward, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the massive Nathan. Where are you going, my beautiful boy? The ground shook as Nathan surged forward, attempting to envelop him in another tight hug. But Atticus wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. His body reacted instinctively, evading the hefty embrace before zooming off. The estate quaked as Nathan began chasing Atticus around, determined to catch him in another hug. The family members watching from the side had wide smiles on their faces as they saw the troubled look on Atticus's face. Throughout the Nexus competition, where Atticus had battled other apexes, his gaze had been cold, almost robotic, as if he were more machine than human. But seeing him now, running around with a look of genuine discomfort, melted the hearts of Anastasia and the others. Anastasia leaned on Avalon as he wrapped his arms around her. Neither of them spoke, but the happiness on their faces as they watched the scene was unmistakable. The chase lasted for quite a while until Nathan, exhausted, collapsed on the ground, his face flushed red as he breathed heavily. Atticus then approached the others. Unlike Nathan, his breathing was steady, and there wasn't a hint of sweat on him. You're welcome, kid, Sirius said, placing a hand on Atticus's shoulder with a cheeky grin. Atticus raised an eyebrow. For what, exactly? For being your first teacher, of course, Sirius replied. You know, first teachers are always the most important in a person's life. Atticus snorted. You call what you did teaching? All you did was show up, bark a bunch of weird rules that made zero sense, and yell at me whenever I got something wrong. The sound of Lyanna and Avalon laughing from the side filled the air, each second of it making Sirius's face flush red. Sirius took a calming breath. I yell for emphasis, all right. To make sure the knowledge sinks in. It's an ancient teaching technique. Oh, yeah, must be from the prehistoric era, then. Avalon and Lyanna burst into laughter, and even the tired Nathan couldn't help but chuckle. It was great to see Sirius going through such a range of expressions. His face had already turned crimson. Laugh all you want, but one day, you'll look back and thank me. Atticus chuckled. Maybe when I stop having nightmares about your so-called ancient techniques. Sirius snorted. The mark of true wisdom is rarely understood in its own time. Or maybe it's just rarely understood. All right, I think that's enough. Anastasia quickly intervened before the situation could escalate. You just got back, honey. You need to rest. There was a smile on her face as she took Atticus' hand and led him upstairs. It was clear that she, too, had found the whole exchange amusing. To think Atticus had such a witty mouth. When they reached his room, Anastasia gave him one more hug before leaving him alone, though Atticus knew he wasn't truly alone. Come out, he called. His voice echoed, and a figure emerged from the shadows with her head bowed. Not again, Atticus thought, already knowing what would happen next. Without a word, he pulled Arya into a hug. Her eyes widened, her body momentarily stiff, but he held her gently. I'm home, he said softly. It took her a moment, her emotions swirling, but she soon hugged him tightly. Welcome, she whispered. They separated, and Arya immediately dropped her gaze, her face flushed a deep red. Atticus chuckled. Her shyness was oddly entertaining. What about Ember and Caldor? He asked. Before he'd left the estate, they had been around, even seeing him off before the competition. They've already left for the military, young master. The military? Atticus' expression turned serious. In 1 year, he too would be heading to the front lines. Given his title, he was sure he and the other apexes would be thrown into the thick of it. The Zorvans, he thought. He'd learned about them back at the academy, and even after seeing the overpowered abilities of the other races, he understood why the Alliance was still losing the war. They were relentless, a true menace. Arya noticed Atticus had fallen into contemplation and chose not to disturb him. She hadn't expected them to talk much. Atticus wasn't one to enjoy simple conversation. It was just like him to return to business the instant he was home. She was simply glad he was back, safe and sound, and that her lady was smiling again. Melding back into the shadows, Arya left Atticus to his thoughts. He settled on the bed, lost in contemplation. There was so much yet to do, so much to think about. Just like the Nexus, he expected the worst and knew he had to prepare himself thoroughly. There was nothing worse than being underprepared. After some time, Atticus began to meditate. He wasn't the type to nap during the day, even though Anastasia had hoped he would rest. Technically, this is resting, he reasoned. Meditation always calmed his mind. During each session, Atticus would replay his most recent battle, analyzing each moment and noting how he could have done things differently, even better. It was as though he was improving without moving a muscle. In its own way, it was training. The day flashed by quickly, and by then, the people of the human domain had largely gone about their business. Sector 3 was still flooded with people from other sectors, and judging by their demeanor, it was clear that most had no intention of leaving any time soon. Many stayed, hoping to catch a glimpse of Atticus should he decide to roam the sector. Others had something else on their minds. Almost everyone had learned about Atticus and his accomplishments, practically memorizing everything about him. They knew what was coming soon. Atticus remained in meditation, letting the hours slip by. When evening arrived, Anastasia came to inform him that it was time for dinner. Feeling refreshed, Atticus stopped meditating and made his way to the dining area to share a meal with his family. Dinner involved the whole family, along with the 3 stars. They were all seated at a long, gleaming table with Avalon at the head. The clatter of utensils filled the room as everyone ate, and though no one spoke, many struggled to stifle their laughter as they watched Atticus and Sirius locked in an intense stare. Unlike previous dinners, the atmosphere was more relaxed, mostly because Magnus wasn't present during this one. The other Tier 1 paragons were in Sector 3, and he was expected to host them. Atticus wore a small smile while Sirius maintained a serious expression. They both continued eating, but they never broke eye contact with one another. Are you ready for the day after tomorrow, Anastasia finally broke the silence after everyone had finished eating. The day after tomorrow. Atticus looked away from Sirius, turning his attention to Anastasia before asking. His confusion was evident. Sirius scoffed. Of course, the training maniac would forget. Atticus glanced around the table, noticing that everyone was looking at him with a smile. Even Dad knows what's going on. He was surprised to see Avalon giving him a small smile as well. Did I miss something? Atticus' mind raced as he tried to figure out what he could have possibly overlooked. He was certain he hadn't forgotten anything important, He'd spent hours planning his next steps today, there was no way he had overlooked anything. Are they messing with me? He wondered, finding it odd that everyone at the table, even the maids standing nearby, seemed to be in on something except him. But he got his answer in the next instant. Your birthday. Atticus' eyes widened, then he chuckled. Out of everything that had crossed his mind, his birthday hadn't even been a consideration. He had never seen any need to be excited for his birthday. Right, it's the day after tomorrow. I'll be 17, he murmured, and several people at the table shook their heads with amused smiles at his lack of enthusiasm. You don't seem happy. What's wrong? Anastasia asked with a touch of concern. Atticus forced a smile. It's nothing, Mom. It just slipped my mind. I'm just surprised it's been 17 years already. A flicker of surprise passed over everyone's faces. Already. But Atticus quickly shook his head, changing the topic. So what about it? It's going to be the same as usual, right, Mom? Anastasia scrutinized him. She and the others had sensed his shift in mood when his birthday was mentioned. It was clear that there was something there that he wasn't saying. But she didn't press him. It was obviously something he wasn't ready to discuss. She shook her head in response but said nothing. Atticus didn't like that. Don't worry, my boy. You're going to love it. I've got everything perfectly planned. Atticus turned toward Nathan, who began excitedly listing everything he'd arranged for his birthday. With each word, Atticus' sense of dread only deepened. This wasn't what he wanted. A celebration? He asked. A ball, to be precise, Avalon responded. Why? You don't like balls? Sirius had regained his smile and was thoroughly enjoying the look of distress on Atticus' face. Atticus frowned. Can I skip it? You're acting like you're marching into battle. Are you really that scared of balls? Sirius remarked, clearly entertained by Atticus' discomfort. But Atticus wasn't smiling. After the experience he'd endured at the Dimensari domain, the last thing he wanted was another ball. To him, it felt like a waste of time and resources. Yet, seeing the look on Anastasia's face, he knew he didn't have a choice. Dinner wrapped up with the agreement that there would indeed be a celebration on the day after tomorrow, marking his birthday. Atticus walked alone to his room, deep in thought. Even as he passed guards and maids who flinched in surprise before bowing in deep respect, Atticus' focus remained elsewhere. 17 years. Those words echoed in his mind as he walked. To most, they might sound normal, but to him, they carried weight. 17 years since he had been killed and reincarnated into this world. Mom, the mother he'd left behind on Earth, was all he could think about. It had been 17 years since he left her all alone. She'd been as reclusive as he was, and they'd only ever had each other. Atticus found it painful to imagine how her life might have turned out without him. In this world, he'd found new people who loved him, a family he cherished. But what about her? 17 whole years. Was she alive? Was she okay? Or had her life been filled with loneliness and misery without him? Atticus was desperate to know the answer to even one of those questions, but at the same time, he was terrified of what he might find. What if it was bad? What if she had lived in utter despair, while he was here in a new life, with a new family? Could he bear that? His fists clenched as an icy aura radiated from him. Each thought was maddening, tearing at him. Why had this happened? He loved his family here, yet the thought of his mother suffering made his heart ache. He despised it. Reaching his door, he met Yodit and Dario, giving them only a curt nod before entering his room. The reminder of 17 years weighed heavily on him, souring his mood for the entire night. Restless thoughts filled his mind, and, as he suspected, he couldn't sleep. Rising from his bed, he dressed in a training suit and left his room, heading for an advanced training field. Fortunately, he didn't encounter Anastasia on the way. After a few minutes, Atticus found himself standing in the middle of a grassland, his eyes closed. The air around him was calm, as was the mana as he tuned out every other thought. He was about to practice the new Paragon art he'd earned from winning the Leaders' Summit. After that night when he had dinner with the family, Atticus hadn't been able to get a good night's sleep. The realization that 17 years had truly passed weighed on him, filling him with guilt for enjoying his life in this world while wondering how his mother on Earth must be feeling. It felt wrong. Yet, deep down, he knew his mother would want the best for him. But then, a thought crept in that frightened him even more: she might have moved on. It had been 17 years, after all, and if she had managed to find peace, it would be best for her. But the idea of his mother forgetting him gnawed at him. It felt selfish, but he couldn't shake the feeling. To escape these thoughts, Atticus trained. This was the only thing that seemed to clear his mind. While the Ravenstein family and the entire human domain were preparing for his birthday celebration, he secluded himself in the advanced training room, immersing himself in mastering the new paragon art he had obtained. Time passed quickly, and soon, the day of the ball arrived. Atticus heard the door to the training room open and turned to see Anastasia walking in. He sighed. Looks like you've made some modifications, Mom. Well, I know you well. A mother always plans ahead. Anastasia walked over, using a towel to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. Atticus chuckled. Am I really that bad? You are. Atticus's mouth twitched at her quick response. Before he could say another word, she grabbed his hand and began leading him out of the training room. Knowing exactly how stubborn her son could be, Anastasia had modified his preferred training room to allow her access, even without his permission. Atticus didn't resist, letting her lead him. If he were honest, he was surprised Anastasia hadn't come earlier. He'd been training there for almost 2 days straight, with Arya and Yodid bringing him food. During that time, Anastasia hadn't shown up even once. Soon, he found himself in his room, where a formal outfit and accessories were laid out for him. Clearly, Anastasia had no intention of trusting him to choose something appropriate. Much to his insistence, she left the room to let him dress alone, but when she returned, a frown appeared on her face as she checked his attire. Shaking her head, she began from scratch, meticulously adjusting every detail until it was just right. Finally, Anastasia stepped back, examining him from head to toe. Despite the exhausted look on his face, she wasn't focused on that. Perfect, she murmured, clearly pleased with her work. Of course it is, Atticus muttered, rolling his eyes. Anastasia chuckled softly before placing a gentle kiss on his forehead. It's only for one night, It'll be over before you know it. They shared some idle conversation before Anastasia left to prepare for the ball herself. She had wanted to make sure Atticus was ready before she got busy with other matters. As the sun began to set in the human domain, people once again flooded the streets. Since the Nexus, they had eagerly learned everything they could about Atticus. Some had even gone as far as writing books about him, creating action figures, and producing various merchandise that sold like wildfire. There was no one in the human domain unaware that today was the birthday of their apex. The people had taken it seriously, posters were erected, and his pictures and name adorned the entire domain. The largest crowd gathered at the bottom of Ravenstein Hill. News of a ball at the estate had spread, and everyone wanted to be part of it. The mere thought of catching a glimpse of Atticus filled the people with excitement. But, unfortunately, it was strictly by invitation only. Even though the Ravenstein estate was large, it couldn't accommodate everyone. Dozens of airships hovered in the air, but due to the sheer number of guests, they were instructed to park at the bottom of the hill. Only the Tier 1 families were allowed to park directly on the estate grounds. Lavishly dressed figures in elaborate attire descended from their airships and made their way up the hill. It's time, Master. Atticus, who had been sitting on his bed with his eyes closed, opened them and stood up. Yodid was there, bowing in front of him. With the influx of people entering the estate, Arya was busy protecting Anastasia, leaving Yodid as Atticus's primary attendant. Atticus released a deep sigh. Let's get this over with. Leaving his room, he found Dario standing outside, formally dressed and grinning from ear to ear, barely able to contain his excitement. Young master, Dario greeted with a respectful bow. Dario had been assigned to Atticus by Magnus to assist him with political affairs and keep him informed on critical matters. With everything going on, the politics of the human domain had been the least of his concerns, but now it seemed necessary, especially with the other races keeping a close eye on him. It was something he had been thinking about. After this ball, I'll ask for his insight on the current situation. Atticus nodded and walked past him. Yodid had already merged into his shadow, leaving Dario to follow closely behind. It's so good to be right, Dario thought, barely containing his excitement. When he first met Atticus, he had anticipated his growth, but it had surpassed his wildest expectations. The entire human domain now knew Atticus's name. He was practically being worshipped, and as one of his first subordinates, Dario intended to reap the full benefits. The walk was silent, and after a few moments, they reached the Raven Hall. The sound of classical music and quiet conversation filled the air. As they approached, the Ravenstein guards standing like statues at the door stiffened momentarily before quickly bowing. Apex. Apex. Atticus responded with a curt nod, prompting the guards to swing open the large double doors. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the hall. The Raven Hall was bustling with people. It was large enough to accommodate more than 1,000 guests, and tonight, it seemed the venue was reaching its capacity. Classical music played in the background as people conversed in hushed tones. Every important figure in the human domain was present, from the heads and heirs of all tiered families to prominent merchants and famous warriors whose names had spread across the human domain. Anastasia had spared no expense for this ball. She knew well enough that this wasn't Atticus's preferred setting, but she felt it was necessary. It was a rare sight. Representatives from all tiered families gathered under one roof. Despite the numerous feuds and rivalries among them, no one dared cause trouble. The Ravensteins were untouchable, especially after the Nexus event, and their status would only continue to rise. No one wanted to risk incurring their wrath. Even the other Tier 1 families, despite their pride, remained on their best behavior tonight. Each guest, regardless of their family, seemed to share a single goal. They swarmed any Ravenstein they could find, eager to form even the slightest connection. This scene played on until the large double doors of the Raven Hall swung open, and two figures stepped in. The entire hall fell silent. Every gaze turned toward the entrance, eyes lighting up as they recognized one of the figures who had entered. Atticus Ravenstein. Every conversation halted, and all attention focused on him. For many, this was the first time seeing him in formal attire. He was known for wearing his trademark trench coat or robe, but tonight, he was in a tuxedo. While a large portion of the guests were also dressed in tuxedos for the ball, something about him stood out. With snow-white hair, a tall, muscular build, strikingly handsome features, and a calm yet dominating presence, Atticus cut an imposing figure. His appearance alone sent a subtle chill through the crowd, with many of the women fanning themselves even faster. Atticus's expression remained composed, unaffected by the crowd's reaction. He had anticipated this and didn't bother to pause. With Dario trailing behind, he continued walking along the path that guests instinctively cleared for him, his steps measured and his gaze unwavering. Reaching one of the tables with drinks, Atticus picked up a glass, took a sip, and finally turned to face the crowd. An awkward throat-clearing sound echoed across the hall as people continued to stare. Many had planned to approach him the moment he entered, but none of them seemed able to take that first step. His presence captivated everyone in the room, and yet, being in the same hall as him felt overwhelming for many. When they considered the sheer power he possessed and his achievements in the Nexus, they couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He was younger than most people present, yet he might as well have been the most powerful person in the room. Though they had all researched him, none were entirely sure of his personality. He seemed calm and composed, but what if he was quick to anger? The last thing anyone wanted was to find themselves on his bad side. The silence in the hall lingered until a member of the Aquilor family, one of the Tier 2 families in Sector 3, finally mustered the courage to approach him. Her cheeks were faintly pink, and though her steps were hesitant, her gaze was steady, as if she had made up her mind. "Happy birthday, Apex Atticus," she said with a gentle smile. "My name is Yasmin Aquilor, and I wanted to personally wish you well. It's impressive to see someone like you, especially at such a young age." She gave him a small smile, clearly hoping to make a good impression. Atticus nodded with a slight smile, his expression calm. "Thank you," he replied, "I appreciate it." His voice was steady, carrying a subtle weight. The girl blinked, momentarily taken aback. Given Atticus's composed demeanor, she had anticipated someone distant or dismissive, but his simple, polite response and steady gaze left her flustered. She stumbled over her next words. If you ever need anything, you know, someone to talk to." Atticus gave a slight nod. "I'll keep that in mind. Thanks again for coming." She froze, her initial composure faltering as she managed a quick, breathless smile before stepping back, looking somewhat disappointed. Seeing the exchange between the two, the rest of the crowd realized that Atticus wasn't as unapproachable as they had assumed. He had been respectful and polite. Almost immediately, a wave of people moved forward, each hoping to make an impression. Apex Atticus. Happy birthday. It's such an honor to be here. Have you tried the wine yet? It's a rare vintage, just for tonight. Alright, you're 17, haha. You look incredible tonight, Apex Atticus. Truly commanding. If you ever want to discuss strategies, my family's been working on some really interesting methods. My family's head sends his regards. He'd love to meet with you sometime. You're the youngest to reach such power, how do you do it? Is it true you've mastered all the elements already? Voices overlapped, each trying to get a word in, excitement barely contained. Atticus kept his expression calm, nodding politely in response to each question. However, only he knew how many times he had cursed inwardly during these few minutes that felt like years. Whenever he trained, he always felt as though time flew by, but tonight, it was crawling at a snail's pace. Atticus politely answered and ended countless conversations with various people. In all honesty, he barely remembered the faces or names of everyone who approached him. By the end, he realized that, in just this night alone, he had spoken to more people than he had in the 17 years of his life on Eldorf. As the party stretched on, Atticus somehow managed to slip away from the crowd, finding a quiet spot by the large water fountain in the middle of the estate. He gazed up at the moon, lost in thought. Tough night. He heard someone speak and, turning, his gaze widened as he saw a figure he never thought he'd encounter here, Whisker von Pounce, the sovereign of the beast race. Atticus was utterly shocked. The heads of every tiered family in the human domain were present. The paragons of the Tier 1 families were currently in the estate. And yet, right at the center of this estate, in a very open space, Whisker von Pounce, the sovereign of the beast race, a figure who had recently caused a stir at a gathering of Eldorf's most powerful leaders, someone the leaders and powerhouses of the human domain were wary of, had appeared as though it was the most normal thing to do. Atticus was just speechless. He truly didn't know what to say. As he was about to speak, he paused and shook his head, turning his gaze upward to the full moon high in the sky. At this point, he was just tired. The beast was truly a wildcard. A grin appeared on Whisker's face. Too shocked to speak, huh? I just don't know what to say, Atticus responded after a few seconds, his gaze fixed on the bright full moon, his eyes distant. Whisker could instantly sense his troubled state. He moved closer and sat on the fountain's edge. You seem troubled. Would you like to talk about it? Atticus's eyes briefly shifted away from the moon to look at Whisker. His playful and bubbly demeanor had vanished, replaced by something more firm. Atticus could feel it, he was actually serious. He didn't know how to feel about that. Sometimes, venting to a stranger about your troubles helps, but Atticus wasn't the type to do that. If he couldn't tell his loved ones what was troubling him, then others had no business knowing. Atticus turned back to the moon before responding, I'm fine. Whisker smiled. Even a novice-rank individual could see that something was clearly wrong, let alone a paragon. All right. You don't have to talk, just listen. Whisker also turned his gaze to the moon, and a silence descended over the area. Atticus could instantly feel it, the air around them had noticeably grown heavier. Whisker soon broke the silence. You know, just like you, I once stared at the moon like this, beaten, powerless, and stripped of everything I held dear. It was a long time ago. Back then, I hoped. I prayed. I didn't know who I was asking for help, but I knew I wanted all my problems to disappear. But things only ever got worse. Do you know why? Atticus shook his head, and Whisker's smile grew. Because from the beginning, I was doing the wrong thing. Hope, it's a pointless thing. Yet so many people cling to it, waiting for life to get better. You hope things will turn around. You hope someone will come to save you. You hope tomorrow will be different. He turned and looked at Atticus, his smile fading. But do you know what finally solved my problems? Atticus didn't respond, but he knew the answer already. Power. Absolute, undeniable power. That's the one thing in this world that can make everything else disappear. Atticus Ravenstein. Atticus turned and faced him, meeting his intense crimson gaze. He felt his emotions rise, his blood boiling. Atticus knew it was Whisker's will affecting him, but he didn't mind. He held Whisker's gaze. Gain that power. Then you'll never have to stare at the moon, hoping for a change, ever again. The cold night air swept over them, rustling Atticus' hair as the clouds parted in the sky, allowing the moonlight to pour down onto the fountain, bathing the area in a silvery glow. The light illuminated Atticus's face, showing his piercing blue eyes which was wide open as he gazed at Whisker. He chuckled. Power. Huh, he muttered. Atticus felt foolish. He already knew this. He had come to the realization that he needed absolute power to ensure he would never be weak again countless times. He knew this and had strived for it all along. Yet somehow, over the past 2 days, he had forgotten, beating himself up over feeling powerless about his mother he left back on Earth. It was so simple, yet he had unknowingly ignored it. He had been reincarnated by some being, with all his memories and persona intact. He was now in a world where people could control elements, create dimensions, and perform feats beyond anything he could have imagined on Earth. He had literally been reincarnated. What was his goal? Power. Not just any power, but power over every single being in existence. Power so overwhelming that he would never have to bow to anyone again. Absolute power. When he reached that point, anything would be possible. What would stop him from reincarnating anyone? From rewinding time? From granting immortality to his loved ones? Nothing. No one. Because he would have absolute power over all. Atticus burst into laughter, something he hadn't done in a long time. It had been so simple and it took him so long to realize. He just had to attain that power. He shook his head, chuckling, and turned to face the moon. But this time, his gaze was clearer, as if what had been clouding it had vanished. Thank you. It's fine. You're my star actor. You know, the show would suffer if you were having an existential crisis. Whisker smiled as his cheerful demeanor returned. But still, I'm awesome, aren't I? Atticus snorted. More like self-centered. Mean. Whisker placed a hand on his chest as if wounded, but Atticus wasn't buying it. You're also a big liar. If anyone's the actor here, it's you. A human. You're literally the leader of the beast race. Whisker awkwardly cleared his throat, as if caught in the act. Humans, beasts, tomato, were one and the same, he replied shamelessly, trying to defend himself. Atticus couldn't help but chuckle at the pitiful attempt. Whisker joined in on the laughter, and after a few moments, another silence settled over the area. Atticus turned to Whisker, his expression serious. Are you an ally or an enemy? Atticus' question was as direct as it could be, and somehow, it made the atmosphere even heavier. Whisker laughed, attempting to lighten the tension, but Atticus' expression remained firm. He was serious. Honestly, not even I am sure of my next move. Generally, I can't ask you to trust me. Whisker placed his hand on his chin as though in deep contemplation. Then he turned and met Atticus' stare. But what is certain, though, is that when it comes to you, my star actor, I want you to reach your full potential. Trust that. Whisker's tone took on a serious edge at the end, and although Atticus hadn't known the beast for long, he could feel the sincerity. Whisker's will couldn't lie, he meant it. Atticus nodded. It wasn't complete assurance, but for now, it would do. The fact remained that Whisker could probably kill or kidnap him right here and now, and no one in Eldorf would ever know. Whisker suddenly hopped down from the edge of the fountain, dusting off his clothes. Well, now that that's settled, let's get to the reason I came here, shall we? My favor. He turned towards Atticus with a smile. I knew this was coming. From the start, Atticus was sure Whisker wouldn't just show up without an important reason, likely to collect on a favor. Now, I don't like that look on your face. Do you know how stressful it was talking with all those prideful egomaniacs? Atticus' mouth twitched. Calling the most powerful beings on the planet prideful egomaniacs was absurd. This beast was truly one of a kind. I'm listening. Good. Don't worry. It's something simple, and it should benefit you. You have 1 year to train before you head to the military, right? Atticus nodded. Great. Here. Whisker suddenly tossed a small metallic sphere, and Atticus caught it, examining it closely. An artifact. After his experience with the Obsidian Order in the Abyssal Chasm, Atticus had learned never to underestimate any artifact he came across. What is this? It's a map, Whisker explained. During your training period, I want you to go to the border. From there, follow the map and head to the location it directs you to. Alone, of course. Atticus' eyes narrowed. What will I find there? Whisker smiled. Now, what would be the fun in that? I'll let you find out for yourself. I'd advise you to go early, so you'll have enough time to prepare. It's been fun talking with you, my star actor. I'll take my leave now. Atticus felt Whisker's presence fade, and with a sigh, he placed the map inside his spatial storage. Atticus turned his gaze to the moon, and for the first time, there wasn't a shred of longing or hope in his eyes. He simply admired its beauty and lived in the moment. It was peaceful. He remained like this for a few minutes until he sensed another presence approaching the fountain. You look like you've been through a war, Avalon laughed, noticing Atticus staring into the sky. He sat down beside his son, who returned the smile. Where's Mom? She's handling the guests, Avalon replied with a shrug. Atticus gave him a sidelong glance. You're literally the head of the family. Shouldn't you be the one doing that? Ah, she's better at that stuff than I am. They're all so pretentious. It's exhausting. Anyway, what's on your mind? Nothing much. Just thinking about the whole family. Nothing much, he says. Thinking about me alone should be enough to give you a headache. Atticus chuckled, turning away from the moon to meet his father's grin. You wish. You rascal, Avalon laughed, reaching over to mess up Atticus's hair. They tussled playfully, both of them laughing until they finally stopped, with Atticus trying to fix the mess Avalon had made of his hair. Son, Avalon's voice took on a softer tone. He paused, as if carefully choosing his words. You're the apex of humanity. And I know you understand what a huge responsibility that is. The expectations, the weight, it's a lot to carry, and from what I've seen, you're already stronger than I ever was. Atticus looked at Avalon, his heart skipping a beat at those last words. As both a father and a warrior, Avalon likely felt a bit of sadness seeing his 17-year-old son, who should have been looking up to him, surpass him in power. But still, there was genuine happiness in Avalon's gaze. Avalon placed a hand on Atticus's shoulder, his eyes steady. But I want you to know, whatever problem you face, whatever you need, I'll be there. Always. So please, just ask. A soft smile crossed Atticus's face, and he nodded. In the next instant, Avalon pulled him into a warm embrace. After a while, they separated, and Avalon returned to the party, leaving Atticus alone by the fountain. Atticus lingered there for a few minutes before deciding it was time to leave. However, he didn't go back to the ball. He had no intention of wasting time talking to people he probably wouldn't interact with the next day. Still dressed in his well-fitted tuxedo, Atticus made his way through the estate and ended up at the door of the advanced training room. But as he reached the door, he paused, noticing the figure standing there. Am I that predictable? He smiled, seeing Anastasia waiting for him with a calm expression. The fact that she was so calm only made him more scared. No, I'm just that good, Anastasia replied, stepping forward and cupping his face, looking into his eyes. Your eyes look clearer now, Have you gotten over what was troubling you? Atticus was a bit taken aback. You knew. Anastasia nodded, smiling warmly. I understand if you don't want to talk about it, but I want you to know that I want what's best for you. I know, Mom, Atticus said, hugging her tightly. You're a grown man now, with so many responsibilities. I just want you to know I'll always be rooting for you. So, do what you need to do. She stepped back, giving him a kiss on the forehead. Good night. Atticus watched her walk away with a small smile. Although she hadn't said it outright, she'd just given him permission to train as much as he wanted. He smiled, muttering a quiet, thank you, then turned and entered the training room. However, it seemed he was destined to encounter everyone tonight. In the middle of the training room stood Magnus, his aura calm and his gaze locked on Atticus. Unlike the others, Magnus didn't say a word. The crackling lightning surrounding him was enough for Atticus to understand his intention. Come. Atticus grinned as an inferno of flames erupted from his body. He blazed forward with intense speed, and a cataclysmic explosion echoed as their fists collided in a devastating clash.